Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy had disease.
Sorry, I was a couple seconds late on the draw. What is it? Oh. While I get these last few things straight, I want you guys to know a little piece of information. If you want your dick to appear bigger in sweatpants, stop wearing boxers. It's not helping you guys. Just sage advice, all right? Got my tea, got my drinks, got my essential oil diffuser with some pro energy weird shit in it. What is this? Why is the background? Oh, there we go. Thought something was off. I do miss Trigglypuff. Is she like died? Is she dead? Like it wouldn't surprise me if she like died from like a heart attack or some shit. She was a very animated fatty. All right, so to those that were asking if I've debated Andrew Wilson before, yeah, you can find it on my channel. This was when I wasn't even full blown ANCAP. I think, and it was like the first time I bumped into Andrew when I debated him on libertarianism. And he was I was much less experienced. I'd say he won that debate, to be honest. I mean, I don't think he gave any good arguments, but he just memed about like dog masturbation, and then every time I explained to him why that wasn't an issue, he just pretended to like not understand what I was saying. And I was like, no, like if you move into a neighborhood, you're going to move into a neighborhood with like contracts that like disallow for those things. And he's like, no, I don't understand how that would work. And like, none of that makes sense. What do you mean HOA? I don't understand. And I was like, and eventually I said to him, I was like, are you retarded? And then this is when he won the debate. He just goes, yeah, kinda. I don't understand any of that shit. Like, we just need the state to stop people from dog fucking and masturbating on their front porch in front of children. Like, and like, I wasn't good enough at explaining the concepts to like make it simple. And so his whole audience was just like, yeah, this sounds like a whole bunch of contracts and like reinventing the state. Like, we're all okay with taxes because our taxes stop dog fucking and people from masturbating in front of children. And like, he just kind of like drove it into meme territory. And then towards the end, which is something I brought up in my opening, but he kind of controlled the conversation, and I was just kind of answering questions. I tried to explain to him why I don't think you can be a Christian and not be an anarchist. And then he just completely dismissed it multiple times. He just refused to engage in that conversation. He just refused to even engage with any of the arguments. But he knew the game better than I did at the time, right? Which is entertainment and, not engaging in arguments that you're going to lose. So he kept pushing on meme things, and kept me in that domain. I mean, you can hate Andrew Wilson for that or say he's disingenuous, but like his show is named The Crucible. Like it's obviously a blood sports show. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what you would expect from that. Like I don't think anyone. I love Andrew. I love his show. I love what he does. I don't think anyone thinks of Andrew as a serious debater. I mean, I know that some people do online, but he's not, right? Like he's not a serious advocate or debater. He's a mixture. He's a mixture of pushing his ideology and a mixture of entertainment. I don't know who Wes Watson is. Andrew Wilson is the guy in charge of the Crucible, and he's basically like a damn near permanent part of the Whatever podcast now. Okay, I don't know who Wes Watson is or Yes Walton. I'm doing all right, Ariel. Just checking on here. But yeah, I wanted to do this because like I was just too busy and I was doing other shit and I had a lot going on in my life, and then I ended up taking a break. So like when this debate originally aired, I was just doing other shit and then eventually ended up taking a break. But it's kind of that thing that people won't stop bringing up. And I guess it's because I know Andrew. I've been on his show before. I like him. Dave Smith is the biggest name in terms of representing libertarianism. I don't think he does so very well. But he's certainly the biggest name in pushing this. And say what you want about Dave Smith, being able to talk about certain libertarian ideas on places like Joe Rogan has had a huge impact, for the very least to people that have never even heard of it. Oh yeah, fair enough. Right. So like, I think this just keeps popping up because people want me to see it. And I've only ever seen like a couple clips. Like I saw the clip where he admitted that like he's a Christian and that's his framing. And then he was just like, I had a kid and like, I'm a Christian now. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. And I've heard a lot of commentary about it, but I haven't actually sat down and watched it. So I figured I'd go and sit down and watch it. Now I'm not going to watch I'm certainly not going to watch all of it tonight because it just takes way too long, which means we probably won't get to like the Q&A portion. I'm more interested in the debate itself anyways. Is Mark still alive? Yeah, Mark has a cold. He's in the other room. Like we're still roommates. He just graduated school to being a chef, and he's waiting to go back to school to be a pastry chef or a patissier or whatever. And is working in like catering, doing like a lot of events at like Richmond's train station, and like different hoity-toity events, giving them, passing out food and doing meat carvings and plates and shit like that. All right, well, I'm just getting started, boys. This should be a fun night. Just a reminder, like, share, and subscribe. There's only 5 likes right now. There's 18 of you. I expect more people will come in a little while. So like 13 of you watching currently haven't liked. So go ahead and give me a like. It's free. It's quick. It's engagement. I appreciate it. If you want to share it to other people, feel free to do so. I encourage you to do so. If you want to spend money and you want to support me, if you super chat, I will stop whatever I'm doing to answer super chat. Now, if I'm in a debate or in an interview, it might take me a minute to get to you, but I will always answer all super chats. And you can do a membership and or gifted memberships, and that just gets you like emotes and get you seen a little bit more in comment sections and stuff. I don't have any gate kept content, so don't think have you been on Dave's show? That might be a cool convo. This is a very interesting thing that I've noticed about you guys. And it's like not an insult to you guys, but I don't think you guys understand how impossible it is to get on to any of these shows. Like, these people have like recruiters that work for them. And then you can email those recruiters. They're never going to see your email. You can DM those recruiters on Twitter, and unless they already follow you on Twitter, they're never going to see your Twitter post, right? Like, in order to get on these shows, it takes like a ton of you guys on Twitter, like every time they talk, being like, here's somebody you really should talk to. They have to see my name pop up on Twitter for like multiple times before they think about potentially following me before I end up on any of these shows. Like, I spend every Saturday DMing famous people and unfamous people, and I'll send out probably like 40, 50 emails or DMs, and I'll get like maybe one response, right? So like 2% of the time I like reach out, will somebody ever even see it? And very, very rarely is it someone. And then even then, I've gotten people to say they'll come onto the show, and then they'll just forget I exist and like never contact me again. Like Louis Rossman is one of those. Like Louis Rossman said he was coming on the show, and he's like, I need a month. And I was like, hell yeah, somewhere around a month. Here's the days I'm free. And then I kept emailing him, and they just went into the void. And it's just because I'm too small and I don't have clout to get on these shows. I'd love to talk to Dave Smith. I have issues with Dave Smith. I'd love to debate Dave Smith on certain things. But also I like Dave Smith for a lot of other reasons as well. Like I have a love-hate relationship with Dave Smith. I've got into it with him on Twitter also, to be fair. And then he just bullshitted and didn't answer any of my actual questions and just kept letting his audience call me an idiot. And without ever actually engaging with any of my arguments, he would just accuse me of not engaging with any arguments. So like I've called him out for like his bullshit rhetoric on Israel. And then he just memed and said I was stupid over and over again and refused to engage. Well, I'm not going to do it right now. I mean, if there's a Dave Smith versus Walter Block, I mean, like I would be more on Dave Smith's side versus Walter Block in that regard. I just have an issue with the framing that Dave Smith puts on a lot of things. All of these people are fake, man. Lil Neggy, I don't know what to tell you. Like, your favorite content creator, whoever they are, is probably fake. Dave Smith I give some respect to because he doesn't block people randomly. But like, I'm blocked by Clint Russell despite having been on Clint Russell's program and him being on my program because I disagreed with him once on Israel. Right? He just blocked me. He's just like, fuck that guy. And the only time, and I didn't know it, I didn't realize, but the only reason he brought me on to his program was so that he could attack me for daring to speak out against them aligning with communists at their rally, and like called me out for it. And then like I navigated that fairly well, and then we went on and we had a good show. But I didn't realize that like that was probably why he brought me on, because I didn't realize how fake he was. But all these people are like, it's not that they're all fake. It's just that they're more concerned with like their audience and clout, because they believe that's how they spread their message. But like, you know what I mean? Like I've been blocked by Jan Brook because I disagreed with him once, even though I've interviewed him, and our interview went an hour longer than he was planning to because it was a great interview and he was enjoying it. And he said that, we would talk again, but he's got me blocked, right? Because how dare I not be 100% pro-Israel? Meanwhile, I've been blocked by Clint Russell for being too pro-Israel, and then blocked by Jan Brook for being not pro-Israel enough. And really, that's just what happens when you don't have clout. When you don't have clout and you disagree with someone, and you have good ideas, they attack you because they see you as a potential threat and a challenge to their clout. So no, I don't expect Dave Smith will be talking to me anytime soon unless I get a much larger audience. Would it be fair they cancel anyone who's against Israel and you're non-Palestine too? Yeah, like I think they're both shitty. And that should be the libertarian position, right? Like you shouldn't be pro-states that engage in fucking carpet bombing. Well, actually, let me take that back. Israel doesn't they engage in pretty targeted bombing. If there is a good type of bombing, Israel does it, but they do bomb the fuck out of some people. And they do the same shiesty shit that America does, setting up different terrorist organizations and groups in the hopes that it'll weaken their enemies, and they don't care that innocents die. But what am I supposed to fucking by default support PLO and Hamas, which are terrorist, or Hezbollah, terrorist organizations with, that have aligned with communists and perpetuate communist philosophy? What? People that I'm supposed to, side with the side that, tried to get Hitler to invade Israel? Like, no, fuck all of these people. Ukraine gave intel to ISIS and Mali to kill Wagner mercs. Yeah, I don't, are you in, hold on, I'm not in live chat. That must be it. Sorry, I was in top chat. I didn't see your message until it popped up on the screen. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, Ukraine is a dirty fucking country created by the State Department. Like, we helped the 2014 coup. We fucking funded media organizations. We pushed them to push the Russians out. We were grooming them with, to be an energy supplier to Europe so that we wouldn't be dependent on Russian energy, right? Like we set up that war in many ways. And then we're like, oh, why would Russia invade this free democratic country? Like, they're a fucking puppet state to Western interests. They're not a fucking free democratic country, and they certainly aren't now that they've issued martial law and won't have elections because they know that fucking Zelensky would probably lose. But also I'm like, that doesn't make me fucking pro-Russian. It's like having any level of nuance in conversations in a lot of these online political kind of situations, especially in wars, is kind of like death to clout and death to relevance. You'll be pushed out of every conversation. Like half of Western Africa? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know that Wagner has done a lot of stuff in Africa, just like we have. I'm pro Zuckerberg versus Musk. Dude, fuck Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, I don't particularly love Elon Musk either, but I do think he's doing some good things. But I certainly don't like fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Fuck him. The dude's just positioning himself to not get fucked by Trump in office. But a lot of people have been asking my opinion on this debate many times. Like I said, probably because I know Andrew. I've spoken with Andrew before, been on his show a couple times. I like Andrew, and also Andrew is arguing against, one of the most prominent figures of my ideology, which is libertarianism. And so I think people people keep asking because they want to see how I feel about the situation. I imagine that I'm probably just, not having seen it other than a couple of clips, probably, and knowing that he didn't do well as far as almost everyone was concerned, probably just going to constantly be angry at his bad answers. African blacks don't like American blacks. Tell me something we don't all know. I would say I prefer. I consider if I'm gonna have to pick between African black women and American black women, I would say it's kind of like the IQ distribution with intellect between males and females, right? Which is to say that in terms of acceptable, I would say that there's you know what I mean, like there's a larger number of American black women, right? And there's a big group of African black women that aren't really my thing. But when we're talking about tens, it's definitely African black women. Hey, Trexamon. Like when we're talking about 5s, 6s, 7s, it's going to be majority American black women for my preference. But when we're talking about 10s, you give me like a country girl that's grown up on the farm, that's like a Ugandan with like that sexy African accent and like just gorgeous, dark, completely unblemished skin and natural hair. Oh, I don't know what she smells like. She probably smells like goat herder shit. But like, bring her here and let me cover her in shea butter. All right, boys, because like, good God. Oh. But yeah, on average, I think most like African black, especially the ones that are over here, I'm like, oh, no, get away. Not my type. Hey, Trexamon, I was asked. I know that you came in the middle of my response, but to be fair, Chad asked. Yeah, Dave did bad, and Andrew just quote-unquote performed for the Coliseum audience. I mean, the same thing happened to me, so I can only be so judgmental. But like, I don't know. I feel like when I did it, I was just starting out. And so like, I don't know, maybe I give myself a little more leeway. Some of the things Dave says in this debate makes me question how he even is a libertarian. I mean, many of the things he said online have me thinking the same. Are you playing PoE 2, Fabian? Yeah, so I'll probably play, depending on how much sleep I get this weekend, I'll probably do a Sunday fun day of PoE 2. I made a sorcerer and I was doing a freeze build, and I made it like into Act 3 with the freeze build, Path of Exile 2. And then I was doing the cast on freeze comet build, and then they nerfed they just obliterated the spec, and I didn't have the money at the time to respec. So I made a warrior, and I was like, I'm going to try a warrior like shield build. And then I got into Act 3 with that, and like there was just no damage. Like I was tanky as fuck, but there was just no damage. So like I'm playing a ranger right now. Dave wasn't good at first principle philosophy. Yeah, Dave, that is definitely where Dave struggles. I like Andrew, but Andrew was fucking insufferable versus Dave Smith. If you're talking about the one 6 months ago, Debate Bro dialed up to 11 when Dave came in for a convo. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've heard. I've heard a lot of things, but people keep asking me about it. And like I said, it's probably because I like Andrew and because I'm a fairly good debater and I've debated Andrew on this before. Again, this was years ago, so it's just, it wasn't my best performance. But I feel like I did fine. I feel like if you watch my debate, even with me knowing that I would do a much better job now, you'll go, well, he just didn't answer the actual questions and he played stupid and he memed the whole time. And I didn't know how to deal with that at the time. But Dave Smith should know how to deal with that. Dave Smith has been debating for years, right? Like there's no excuse for him getting into a conversation like that and not being able to counter that. I feel like I had an excuse because I'd only been debating for a couple months, right? I had, I had just gotten out of grad school for counseling, and like I was like, oh well, I'm gonna do some debates online and talk libertarianism. And on top of that, I had been a libertarian for much less time than Dave Smith as well. Dave sucks at philosophy. I'm gonna be honest with you, most people suck at philosophy. But fuck it, let's get into it. There's 30 of you guys in here. Before I get into it, again, if you super chat me, I will answer your question. I will, react to it. If you want to join the membership, it's only $4. You get some emotes or whatever. That's how you can support the channel financially. If you want to support the channel in other ways, you can make clips and put them in the stream clips in Discord. I got to go through. There's like 4 clips in there right now, and I'll turn them into YouTube shorts. And then, you can just like the video. Like there's 21 of you now are watching and haven't liked the video. That just helps us in the algorithm. So, go ahead and do that. And if you want to watch me be Twitter, if you want to watch me be toxic, you can follow me on X or Twitter. But let's go ahead and get into this and just kind of see what happens. Let me switch some things over real quick. Switch screens. All right. So, I am excited. I'm going to probably play it at 1.25. I would play it a little bit faster, but the reason I don't like to play some of these things too fast, actually, let's do this. Let's come over here so I don't have a disembodied mic. We'll kind of do this. We'll kind of play this game a little bit. So I have less of like a disembodied mic. Yeah, but well, fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I don't like to play it too fast. For 2 reasons. Number 1, because some of you are going to watch this later, and when you watch this later, you're going to put it at 1.25 speed. And then like you're going to if I have it too fast, you're not going to understand what they're saying, and then you're going to be mad that you have to listen to the video at regular speed, because there will be like a doubling up effect of the speed. And then the other thing is that sometimes comedy just doesn't go well. But yeah, this is my first time watching. Again, I've heard basically everything there is to hear about this, and I've seen a couple of clips from this, but I haven't actually reacted to it. And I thought like I would just like, okay, well, I was busy at the time that it came out, and then I took a break, and I kind of figured like no one would, at this point, no one would care. But it keeps coming up, and it keeps coming up because I know Andrew, because it's a well-known debate, because I talk shit on Dave Smith sometimes, and Dave Smith comes up because Dave Smith's a libertarian, and this is probably the more famous kind of, Christian trad right versus, libertarian discussion debate kind of thing. So, I might as well. 2 times speed, I can't retain the information. Yeah, honestly, I just hate it because it steps on jokes. Like, that's one of the big reasons. Is like sometimes people say things that are funny, but it's like it's all comedic timing. And when you go past like 1.25, you don't fucking understand it. Yeah, and that is another thing too, Range and Rogue. This was before Andrew was like, essentially permanently on the whatever podcast. So he only had like 20 or 30,000 subscribers, not like the 140 he has now. Have you seen Short Fat Otaku's terrible Why I'm Not a Libertarian vid? I have not seen that vid. That is another thing I would like to react to. I have spoken to Short Fat Otaku. I've done it on Twitter. I did an interview like discussion with him, and he brought on Econo Boy, and it seemed kind of debatey, and I was kind of like trying to figure out what happened. And then he had titled his stream that it was a debate between me and Econo Boy. And like, I was like, dude, you brought me on for a discussion, and then you said that you were bringing on Econo Boy, just because he had spoken with me before and that like he had a good understanding of this shit. Like, what the fuck? But like, I don't really begrudge him of it that much, because like that's what gets the clicks. And it wasn't like Econo Boy was like grilling me, but I definitely showed up for a discussion about how libertarianism works and felt like it was a little bit debatey, and I didn't quite understand it at the time. But again, I don't hate him for it. I get why it happened, and it wasn't that bad, and it's still like a good video if you want to go back and watch it. But yeah, no, it is something I definitely want to react to at some point. Let me cut this volume down on my headset, or it'll blow my ears out. Let me know if the audio is a little off.
So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Rob. It's all yours.
Finally, someone with sense gets to talk here, so this will be nice. Welcome to the Crucible, everyone, the premier debate channel online right now. We got a good one for you tonight. We have Andrew Wilson from the Crucible. We'll be debating Dave Smith.
Sometimes sped up jokes are even funnier. Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
Who, for me, most famous this week for shattering Andrew Cuomo's dreams.
Yeah, good job, by the way, Dave. Good job.
If you have not seen it, it's a banger. It's an all-timer. Please check that out. I'm excited. Fans of both of these guys think it's going to be a fantastic debate. They're going to be going on libertarianism. Is it better than Christian populism? I think there's going to be a lot to say. Some agreements, but who likes those? Let's get to disagreements. I think it'll be great. They're going to have 7-minute openings, which will start with Andrew.
Oh, yeah. Before the openings, real quick. Obviously, libertarianism is better than Christian populism. But the problem is that Christian populism is ill-defined. And then I don't actually see why Christian populism couldn't be a coalition with libertarianism. As far as I'm concerned, if you're a good Christian, you're an anarchist, right? I mean, I talked about this yesterday. But I mean, like, read 1 Samuel 8, Israel asks for a king. And if you understand the context behind, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's from Thessalonians, like, you begin to realize that, like, that the concept of governance, especially once especially if you believe in the Christian concept that, like, the king is already chosen for you, right? Like, to me, that's a contradictory concept to voting or to believing in a system of governance anyways. So, I don't understand why limited government and, getting rid of authoritarian overreach that has been used against conservatives and these things is somehow an abandonment of Christian populism. In fact, I think that is what Christian populism ought be. Furthermore, I mean, the only real disagreements we would really end up having is the Christians' kind of knee-jerk reaction to, things like banning porn and certain degenerate behavior and banning it. But if you actually understand the complexity of these issues, then you understand that utilizing state power against these just comes with more negative consequences than if you just allowed them to occur and built strong, Christian communities where you could ostracize and socially isolate these people. And the concept that you're going to utilize prohibition and that this time it'll finally work and won't create a black market with worse outcomes, is silly. I think it's nonsense. If you want to ban porn, just look at Japan. Well, Japan has a lot of porn.
And then we'll go into about an hour and 15 minutes of general discussion, followed by some closings. It'll be 7 minutes. And then we're going to get to questions from the audience. So any super chat you put in, we'll try to get to all of those. And then please be watching the moderators in the chat. They're going to give you instructions on how you could call.
Yeah, no, I believe that Christianity has altruism as a feature of it. And then I believe that altruism is ultimately will lead to some form of communism or socialism. So, yeah, I do agree that Christianity is not the right way forward for, my perfect society, right? I think we need to adopt objectivism and eventually, get rid of false gods. But, like, on my list of problems, Christianity is, like, way down at the bottom. I think they're wrong. You know what I mean? If someone wants to debate me on it, like, that's fine. I think they're wrong. But it's just like I feel like I have bigger fish to fry in terms of, like, in terms of those issues. And again, that has nothing to do with libertarianism, right? Like Christianity and libertarianism are perfect allies. My issue is, proper philosophy and objectivism is going to be an enemy of Christianity because it's simply not true, and because it tends towards bad things and bad outcomes that aren't in one's rational self-interest.
All in, so look for the chat, the moderators that'll be talking about that, and we plan on taking a hefty amount of call-in. So it's gonna.
If it's voluntary, can we even call it communism? Well, I mean, if you believe that the Word of God demands that man has certain duties, right? That is the beginning point for the subversion of communism. It's not communism, right? What I'm saying is that where communism and socialism breeds is the concept of self-sacrifice. And I mean that philosophically from an objectivist position. I don't mean that as a libertarian. As a libertarian, we are talking about a system of natural law, and that libertarianism is completely commiserate with Christianity if I think you interpret Christianity correctly.
Probably a good one. You want to get involved in this as either.
Hey,
question,
thanks
make
for the
fun of
sub.
him. We all have thick skin. Just don't make fun of the moderator, I guess. He's perfect. You can't make fun of him. But other than that, looking forward to it. Why don't we just jump in? I don't think either of you.
The video is all the way up. Let me. Oh, okay. Hold on.
You really need that much of an
There you
introduction.
go.
So Andrew is the challenger. You get to go first. You have up to 7 minutes for your opening statement. Whenever you're ready.
Sure. You guys can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Dave, for coming to tonight's debate. I appreciate it. I want to let you know the reason I'm having this debate with you is because I think I can bring you to the dark side of the force. And you're already halfway there. My hope is to convince you to get to the rest of the way there. Libertarianism is, in the end, a system which inevitably leads to degeneracy. The reason libertarians currently have a Skittles nominee for president is because the very ideology itself is corrupt. It starts.
Yeah, like first and foremost, like Andrew knows this isn't correct. I understand that he's taking a harder position, but he just knows that this isn't true. Like libertarianism doesn't have anything to say about what you ought do. This is just a false framing. It doesn't give you an ought. It gives you an ought not, which is that you ought not use guns to kill degenerates just because they're degenerates in their own corner, unless they're like being degenerate to kids, right? Unless they're doing degeneracy in some non-consensual fashion, right? Like again, like you can be a Christian libertarian and excise those things from your community and fight against those things and, you know, discriminate against those things. You know, libertarianism, as Hoppe has often said, and I will repeat over and over and over again, libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. That's what it is. So the idea that it's degenerate is just false. And Andrew has spoken to myself and Casimir far too many times to disagree with that. Like he is talking about a libertine form of libertarianism, which is this mishmash of bullshit that isn't libertarian.
Starts with the very core idea on which all other ideas are based, which is self-ownership. I know this is a doctrine.
Again, self-ownership isn't a doctrine of libertarianism. That's an old way of looking at it, right? Self-ownership is kind of like a Lockean proviso. Like modern libertarians such as myself and Stefan Kinsella and Hans Hermann Hoppe, we do not buy the concept of self-ownership, rather bodily autonomy. And from bodily autonomy in the first user principle, private property rights are derived, and the non-aggression principle is derived from that bodily autonomy and argumentation ethics in terms of proving that a ethical system that is conflict inducing is contradictory to argue for and to attempt to justify. So self-ownership is, again, not a core tenet of libertarianism. It's an old view of the theory.
That Mr. Smith does believe, because I have seen him reference it multiple times in multiple appearances, most recently on Reason TV in his case.
I will agree. Dave Smith utilizes old theory because he's not read up and well practiced on the philosophy of it. But again, self-ownership is an old system.
Case against open borders. It's a failing dogma because it opens up the ultimate can of worms. If people really do own themselves, then we really can't engage with any voluntary actions they take with each other and stop them, overrule them, or force them not to do those actions. This is exactly why Skittles.
That makes no sense. Like you can do so when like they're stopped from, like the moment that they aggress upon others, they're stopped from doing things. Number one. Number two, you can discriminate against them. You can isolate them. You can remove them from your private property. You can remove them from your communities. There are plenty of ways to deal with people that aren't violent, and even still, you can utilize violence in the instances where they coerce or use violence against others. And like you don't even need to abandon self-ownership as a concept for that. That's completely commiserate with the old doctrine of self-ownership. Even
in society exists. By this logic, we can't outlaw incest, prostitution. We can't outlaw gay marriage. We can't outlaw polygamy. We can't even outlaw unaliving yourself.
That is true. We can't outlaw any of those things. Yeah, I agree, but that's not the same thing as stopping them from doing things. Those are things that are non-aggressive, right? I mean, like that doesn't mean that we can't get rid of them. It just means that we can't use violence to stop them, right? I mean, and even still, even if we could, would you want to? I understand there's like a principle of the concept of order, but order is not perfectly maintained. Order takes resources. And so what you're saying isn't we ought outlaw them. What you're saying is we ought steal money from you and your family to attempt to stop behavior that we don't like, and that behavior will likely continue and in worse forms because of the black market that we've created by outlawing things that are non-aggressive. So I'm going to steal money from you so that I can engage in trying to stop prostitution, and the consequences of that are your money is stolen. You have no choice. Prostitution isn't stopped. It's only lessened. Oh, and by the way, we just created a new black market for sex trafficking of kids. It's a horrible solution, even if you think you ought do the solution. And the ought has the snuck in presupposition that you can forcibly steal money from people.
All things which Christian ethics point to as absolutely immoral. Dave can't really say that they are, though. They have to be allowed if you own yourself, or...
Well, again, no, you can absolutely say that they're immoral, and anybody can say that they're immoral. You just can't say that you ought be able to utilize violence to stop it and then claim that you live under an ethical system. You absolutely can say prostitution is immoral. Prostitution is immoral. Look, I said the magical thing. There's no contradiction in saying that an individual has the right to bodily autonomy and that they're capable of engaging in prostitution without me kicking down their door and shooting them and hauling them off to jail, right? That doesn't magically make it moral or morally neutral. It is simply not an aggressive act to engage in such, and therefore what other ethical system you have can't be called ethical if you're utilizing violence on those that are engaging in voluntary means of non-aggressive voluntary actions and trades.
It would be a violation of the self-ownership doctrine. It's nice and all that Mr. Smith has distanced himself from the failure that is the modern Libertarian Party, and I applaud him for doing it, but ultimately the very reason he had to is because of this reason. It always leads.
That's not true. It just the reason is because it's a political party that got taken over by a bunch of chuckle fuckers.
To the absurd outcome of mass degeneracy. It has to. There's no way around it. Dave assumes, for reasons I don't understand, that his solution of non-promotion yet legalization somehow better than the alternative of the state utilizing authority to remove these moral plagues. I want the state busting up prostitution rings and pimps. I want them arresting incest practitioners.
Well, hold on. Depends on how you define pimp, right? Because, I mean, like, I also want the state, maybe not the state, but I also want someone, and until, we gain that right back, towards voluntary means of, policing, want someone to bust up pimps, right? Like, people that are abusing and using violence against women to force them into sex acts. Yeah, that's aggression, my friend. But if you're talking about a guy that just manages a bunch of whores, right, and does the books, that's not a pimp, that's an accountant. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, I don't want him in my neighborhood, but that doesn't mean that you get to use violence to stop him. And again, that certainly doesn't mean you get to steal money from me via violence so that you can fund an operation that is, in the interest of the state, not in the interest of the people or order. The only reason they're in the interest of order is because it maintains the power and balance of the state to go kill those people and to go get rid of those people. Because now you're doubling down on the violence, because it's not just the violence against the things that we think are so immoral, but it's your snuck in proposition that we ought steal money to fund these systems of violence to stop the things that we like. And it's on a false promise that it actually reduces or stops these things, as opposed to creating a black market where worse things occur. I mean, it's triply evil what he's suggesting. It's evil because he's attempting to justify it as ethical to use violence against people that are engaged in nonviolent, voluntary actions, and saying, I choose to live by the law of the jungle. He's stating that he is an irrational beast. He is no different than a lion or a gazelle or any other animal that just utilizes power as a means of getting whatever it is that they want because they have the power. That's evil number one. It's evil number two because of the snuck in proposition that he ought use violence to steal my property and steal from my children's mouths and steal from my retirement and steal from my family and steal from businesses and the growth of the economy that give us all of these other things things in innovations and new technologies and make our lives better so that we can stop these things. And it's evil a third time because the outcomes aren't actually good, because people keep engaging in prostitution. They go into the black market, and when they go into the black market, these things become unregulated either by means of legal means or even many other means, right? You don't get to have apps that you can utilize to get rid of Johns that are that are like really violent, or you don't have the same drug testing or STD testing in these institutions. And again, we have things like pimps and sex trafficking and things of that. And your answer is, well, we'll just take more of your money so that we can stop this more. But the thing is that it is an imperfect problem in the sense that you will never stop all of it. So in order to stop it completely, you could take 99% of my wealth and some of it will still continue. So you have this trade-off of how much of a black market you allow, how much problems you allow, how much sex trafficking, how much increase in STDs, how much people who are in bad conditions that turn towards these immoral behaviors end up having their bad conditions worsened by going to prison and going to jail. I mean, it is evil upon evil upon evil upon evil based on a false claim that we can't stop this by any means other than using violence.
And I want them to arrest polygamists. I want them to use force to prevent unaliving of oneself. The anarcho-capitalist, in this case Dave, can't justify the state really doing any of those things. The Christian ethicist can, striking a key balance between what he would call totalitarianism and what are considered freedoms. For us, though, Mr. Smith has outlined a plan, one he often repeats. His plan is to have libertarians move into positions of governance in order to take control of key systems and then abolish them eventually, in hopes that we eventually get to some kind of anarcho-capitalist society over time. He says this because, quote, the perfect is the enemy of the good. This means, of course, that because a thing isn't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't move to what's better, even if what's better isn't perfect. So that the audience knows, this is also the exact plan of socialists. They also want to seize government institutions, abolishing power over time, in order to end up with a stateless society, just like Dave wants.
Okay, yeah, except they want to, there's a key difference here, right? In that the socialists want the state to take over the means of production, which is by definition a growth of the state, whereas the libertarians want to abolish those institutions, not take them away from corporations and take them away from private property as a means of then one day supposedly giving them to the people, right? Like this is just not true. I mean, it's true. It's just a very, very, very limited and disingenuous framing, because there are fundamental differences between, vanguardism and dual power theory as far as, socialists are concerned versus libertarians are concerned.
It's amusing to note that ultimately what both sides are really fighting over is the power of the state and the use of its force. It's hilarious to me that Christians have fallen for any libertarian dogma at all.
What do you mean? The use of its force. We're trying to get the use of its force so that we can abolish that and give it back to the people, right? We're not trying to use it to enforce libertarian authoritarianism. Like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Like, it's an argument that I guess works on paper if you just ignore the principal differences and then act like they're the same thing. This is, I think, the first time he said something that I would say is genuinely bad faith, right? Bad faith is a term that gets thrown around in the debate world that kind of more often than not just means that you're saying something that the other person doesn't have an argument against. But when you're comparing two things and pretending that they're the same when they have opposing end goals and for the most part opposing strategies, and that they are inherently different in both their goals, but because they use a similar strategy as part of a multi-step process, and they share the same step. I mean, this is the same as saying Hitler drank water, therefore people who drink water are Nazis. Or the very least, they're just like the Nazis because they also drank water, right? So I would say that this is the first instance in this, because I heard that he did a lot of debate bro-y bad faith shit, but again, I haven't seen it. But this would be legitimate. The other ones are things he's just wrong about, and those things are worthy of debate. And that's fine. You know what I mean? It's okay to be incorrect in those. But in this is just genuinely a completely bad faith argument that everyone should just dismiss immediately. But unfortunately, many people won't. So it needs to be broken down. Sorry.
We have every right to rule as much as the secularists, and the right to wield state power how we see fit, to exercise our will, just as the libertarian Mr. Smith wants to do himself, and as the socialists want to do. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I just went through. I mean, it's taken me quite a bit of time to dispel every bullshit thing that he said in his opening. And it's it is a little frustrating to me because I like Andrew and he's a good person. And he's done good. He's done right by me. He's worked behind the scenes on things for me that some of you guys won't ever know about because I mean, unless the DMs get leaked. I mean, there's nothing nefarious there. I just try not to, talk about everything, right? But he's done right by me. And I know that he's spoken with me and debated me and spoken with Casimir many more times than he's spoken with me. And so I know that he knows that some of these arguments are only for a portion of people that call themselves libertarians and not the actual libertarian position. And so none of these arguments are steelman positions. And to me, that's unfortunate. I understand that he's trying to win the debate and he's doing an entertainment show. And both of those things are, tug at one's principles in being honorable towards the arguments that they present. But these are not steelman positions, and I know that he knows better.
Definitely can't argue we shouldn't. As if traditional Christians were in power, society would certainly be better than it is now.
Yeah, I think I agree, Casimir. I think he's the concept of self-ownership. And then he said, well, Dave has said self-ownership multiple times. Yeah, he knows that self-ownership is not a principal part of libertarianism. I'm pretty sure that maybe he's forgotten. I don't know. Maybe I'd need to remind him. But self-ownership is not a core part. That's old theory. That's shit you heard from Rothbard's writings, right? None of the modern libertarian theorists believe in that, except for maybe Walter Block. But I mean, Walter Block is a bit of a controversial figure for a lot of reasons.
And well, if it's not perfect, well, perfection is the enemy of the good. Christian ethics is a superior system of justification, starting.
Yeah, I mean, John Locke, but John Locke's not a libertarian, right? Obviously, John Locke believed in self-ownership, and John Locke's homesteading principle was the concept of self-ownership and mixing your labor with your land and things like that. We get a lot of things from a treatise on government, the second one. You know what I mean? And that is in some ways, an inspiration to many libertarians and libertarian philosophy as it came about. But when I'm talking about libertarianism, I'm talking about anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism as championed by Rothbard, combining old anarchist principles with Enlightenment principles with Austrian economic theory and being a capitalist, right? This is specifically an American vein of anarchism.
Points which reject libertarian axioms, including that of self-ownership, on which the non-aggression principle must base itself. I'd like to see Dave demonstrate for us that
Yeah, fraud violates the non-aggression principle.
Ownership is true. I'm willing to be convinced, but thus far I most certainly am not. I'd like him to finally clarify his oughts and if incest ought be allowed, if it isn't reproductive, if homosexual marriage ought be allowed, if polygamous marriages ought be allowed, and if unaliving yourself ought be allowed. Anytime in the past I have seen Dave push on these ought claims, he's somewhat evasive and dodgy. And I think it's time to get clear positions and note what he actually does want in society, not as preferences go, but as his ought of self-ownership demand people be allowed to do. With no evasion, tell us what is true, that you do believe prostitutes ought to be able to be prostitutes if they want, that those who want to unalive ought to be able to do that, that polygamists ought to be able to marry as many people as they want, that Skittles people ought to be able to get married, that drug use ought to be legal.
Okay, this is a bit of a sneaky thing. I don't know if it's sneaky, right? But it is something that is strange because there is a difference between ought be allowed, ought do the thing, right? And then ought, which is a kind of a third thing, which I think he's mixing this with the ought be allowed, right? He's trying to get Dave Smith to bite the bullet that the state ought not use violence against prostitutes. And that is not the same thing as it ought be done, nor is it even the same thing as it ought be allowed, right? Because I would say that it ought not be allowed, in the sense that if you live in a community, you should get rid of the thing. You should excise the thing. You should utilize your private property rights and things of that nature to get rid of degeneracy, to say we don't want degenerates here. But again, it's when you say ought be allowed, what we mean is, banish those people. Send those people to Tortuga and let them go live their life of degeneracy if they want to live it. But don't be around my kids. Yeah, physical removal, right? Don't be around my kids. Don't be around, my community. Don't be near my churches. Don't be near what I want to live in, that is a prosperous, flourishing society that is devoid of such degeneracy, right? And so, but the audience that is not a libertarian is going to hear this and think and mix all of these ought claims together and think that if you say the state ought not stop this, what you mean is, at a base level, they may believe that what you mean is that it's morally good, or they may mean at a lesser degree that I'm saying the state not ought do that because no one ought stop them. And they don't understand the concept of, like Mentis Wave popping up saying physical removal, or just, physical removal being, the last step of what is just your right to discriminate and your right to, whom you associate with, and so, yes, we as a society ought get rid of those people. But that doesn't mean that we ought steal money from you and from your children and from your family and from the stock market and from the prosperous means of our society so that we can have a monopoly on power and violence, which is the state, to go and break up these rings that then create worse conditions, black markets, all of these things that we don't like. And then on top of that, we look at institutions like the FBI and all these others that we give the power, the monopoly to stop these things. And yeah, they go out and they break up a few pedo rings from time to time. But at the same time, nobody's fucking releasing Epstein's list. Nobody's releasing fucking Epstein Island fucking logs. Nobody's talking about the founders and the fact that the CIA at Langley had it kidnapped children and put them in cages and had them engage in goat sacrifice and fucking utilize the and traffic those children across the country so that they could be utilized as fucking blackmail means of other individuals in the country. And that sounds like a conspiracy theory until you just go to fbi.founders.gov, or sorry, fbi.gov/founders, I think. You can find it on Google. It's heavily redacted, and they magically lost all the documents to a flood, so they can't unredact it. But even through the redacting process, it is very clear that the FBI and CIA worked together to sex traffic children into satanic cults so that they could use them for blackmail purposes on foreign dignitaries. That's what happens when you have a monopoly on power and violence, is that you end up protecting the pedos. So yeah, no, like there is a whole bunch of problems with what Andrew is saying and with the way that he's framing it here.
Legal regardless of the drug. I'd like to get into these distinct philosophies. I think that's enough for us to start with. And with that, I'll yield my time to Dave.
Okay. All right, Dave, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got up to 7 minutes.
Sure. So as I said, I'll make my opening a bit of a response to yours because I'm just meeting you guys tonight and I didn't exactly know what I was in for. But I will say that I know, Andrew, I have seen on Twitter, you in your bio, you refer to yourself as a paleoconservative, and that I would just say, sorry, were you going to say something? Oh, no, sorry. I would just say that I'm very interested in the re-energizing of that term, and that there are people who consider themselves.
No, the Bible kind of says it's okay to lie for God. Well, the Bible says it's kind of okay to lie. In the Old Testament, you have, oh God, it's not Moses. Why can I not think of his name now? Oh my God. Why can I not? Oh my God. There's a famous story of, and I can't think of the prophet's name now. For whatever reason, lying about his wife being his wife so that he could protect her from rape. And so there's a sense of a way that you can interpret that it's okay to lie as a means of self-defense. That if the lie will keep you or your family from, Abraham. I don't know why I couldn't think Abraham, right? So there is an interpretation that it's okay to lie, to protect your family from being like murdered or raped or engage in some immediate violent behavior. But I don't think there's any portion of the Bible, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a biblical scholar. I've read it a couple times, and I went to Liberty University and I've taken some courses on it, right? So I mean, I might know the Bible a little bit better than your typical atheist. But there is an interpretation that you can lie to protect yourself as a form of self-defense, right? Like if a gunman breaks into your home and says, like, are you here alone? Is there anybody else here? Right? And let's say your kids are hiding in the basement and you say, like, no, there's nobody else here. That's not really like, you could interpret from that story that that's not really a sin, right? Because you've already been aggressed upon. Someone is threatening your family, right? And even though the Ten Commandments say not to bear false witness, right? The interpretation, it doesn't say not to lie. It says not to bear false witness. And so, like, there are interpretations that in means of self-defense, you're not really bearing false witness. But if you're lying, to protect the concept of Christianity from another ideology that wants freedom and liberty, that gives you the freedom and liberty to be a Christian, yeah, like that would just be a sin as far as I can tell.
Paleoconservatives today. I'm a big
yeah, it's been a long time since I've read the Old Testament. I've read Judges recently. And I don't mean just Judges, I mean like all of the section, all of the associated prophets that you would consider to be judges. Mostly because I like those stories and I think they tell us more about governance and what's right and what's wrong for a nation state and people. And so like that to me is just more interesting in what I'm interested in. But it's been maybe like 5 years since I've like gone through and read the Bible again.
Let's just say I was very influenced, and I've read a lot of paleoconservative thinkers, Paul Gottfried, Pat Buchanan, Sam Francis, guys like this. One of the things that I think was great about all of those guys was that they all, the term paleoconservative actually came from hearkening back to the old right, which were a group of anti-statist right-wingers back who were, fighting the New Deal and fighting keeping America out of World War I and out of World War II. I would just say in response to some of the things you said there, the idea of libertarianism and self-ownership does not at all imply that anyone is allowed to do whatever they want to do. And it certainly doesn't imply that you can't say something is horrifically immoral, even if it doesn't violate the principle of self-ownership.
Yeah, so again, he's right there, but he should have, I don't know if Dave Smith is well read enough on the philosophy, on some of the more esoteric legal theory, right? He should have challenged the concept of self-ownership itself, right? And saying, look, it's not self-ownership. That's a catch-all term, right, that we utilize. That's a catch-all term for a concept of bodily autonomy. And to say that much like you own other things, you have a right and you kind of own your body. It makes it's easier to explain things that way. But it's not literally self-ownership, because that would be circular logic, right? Like to say you own yourself is fine until you ask the question, well, how do you own yourself? And the only answer is bodily autonomy. And so then self-ownership becomes an unnecessary kind of like additional thing. Like, you have bodily autonomy. If bodily autonomy is the reason you have bodily autonomy, you don't need this concept of self-ownership. And furthermore, you can't actually own yourself. Otherwise, you could sell yourself and lose your bodily autonomy. But you don't lose your bodily autonomy if you sell yourself. So it's an old term. It's an old term, and he should have gone after it. And I think that's going to be a weakness moving forward, because Andrew's pretty fucking good on philosophy. He's not great, but he is good at it. Well, I don't know why I said he's not great. When I mean he's not great, I mean he's not great in terms of like libertarian philosophy. But he's pretty fucking good on philosophical grounds, in terms as far as most debaters go. And I think he's going to make him eat that concept. And if he doesn't have a retort that it's like, it's not literally self-ownership, it's just another means by describing bodily autonomy and like the rights that you have under bodily autonomy and how they're derived. I don't know that he knows that. And without actually knowing that, he's going to get fucked here soon.
Say something is horrifically immoral, even if it doesn't violate the principle of self-ownership. Certainly property rights would be a great example of where.
So yeah, you didn't pay me. You didn't give me a super chat. All right. So I'm under no obligation to answer any of your goddamn questions. Give me my money, bitch. Kidding. I'm kidding. You know what I mean? Like I will answer this question just because I think it's an interesting one. How does a community physically remove if one person in said community invites whoever in? Is the community just fucked? So there's a couple of problems here, right? The first problem is you are correct. That's the first problem. So how do you solve this problem as a community? Well, you solve this problem as a community by having voluntary agreements within the community before this problem ever arises. Right? So one of the things you might do is say, I want to live in a neighborhood. You sign a set of rules when you purchase a property in the neighborhood that is like some type of HOA. Right? And you say like, look, you can live in the trashy neighborhood that doesn't have any rules, and it's actually cheaper to live in the trashy neighborhood. But if you want to live in the nice neighborhood with the white picket fences where like people don't have as many problems, then you sign this contract when you move in this neighborhood that says that there's like this HOA or there's this thing. Right? And so when you invite the problem person, that may be a violation of that contract, or it may be that you've agreed to go by this HOA and they're like, oh yeah, stop inviting druggies into our neighborhood. That's a new fucking rule. Everybody agreed to that when they purchased this property. And that's the risk that you take. And similarly, you could say the same thing. Like, let's say you live in an Amish community. Well, if you get banished, you get banished. Right. And if you live in an Amish community and you bring in, like, let's say a harlot or a whore, that's like, trying to sell drugs to kids and shit, she's going to get banished, right? The community is not fucked just because one guy invited in somebody that the community doesn't like, if the community set themselves up beforehand to deal with these problems. So I agree with you that is a problem, but that is a problem that is very easy to foresee and is very easy to deal with by voluntary means. The other thing is that just because somebody is on someone's property, well, how do they get out of that person's property, right? Like, how do they go to the store? How do they, go to the park? They have to go on all of these other people's property. And if all of these other people's property is owned by the same person, well, then that's the sole owner of the property. And that means that a bunch of other people moved onto someone else's property and agreed to live by their rules if he was the one that invited this piece of shit guy, right? So I agree with you that it is a problem. But it is a very easy to foresee problem that people are going, if they don't want to live in they want to live in an orderly society, they're going to agree to a lot of different rules. All right, well, now if you're just going to keep spamming me with random libertarian questions, I'm going to tell you to pay money. I thought it was an interesting question, and I want to get through this debate. But read Ian Hirschman's theory of rights on children or whatever. I'm sure Casimir has the exact wording and could link it if you could for me, because it's a great breakdown of the rights of children. I just don't want to get into that because it's a whole nother conversation that distracts from this debate.
Someone wouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want to do if they were on someone else's property who didn't wish to allow them to do that. I think that a lot of the later stuff we'd probably have to get into in the back and forth and when we're asking each other questions. I think there are lots of examples of degeneracy that you could bring up and ask whether I think we ought to be allowed to do them or not. The question to me isn't so much whether we ought to be allowed to do them, it's how society ought to treat them and what exactly has led us to the point where these awful things are so celebrated. So I'm sure there'll be more time to get into all of these things, but I would just say that I think from what
Honestly, that's not a bad. Yeah, I appreciate it, Casimir. I couldn't remember the exact wording. Honestly, and that's a short read, by the way, and a great read, and it really help you understand guardianship and things like that. But honestly, that's not a bad answer by Dave Smith. You know what I mean? Like the ought be allowed to thing is kind of a bullshit framing.
What I'm hearing at the beginning here, there's a big misunderstanding of what exactly it is I stand for, and also what kind of the tradition of resisting centralized authoritarian control is really all about. But I'm happy to talk more about this.
All right. Opening statement.
Like I said, there's some philosophical issues that he didn't tackle, and he should have taken more time to deal with them. But as far as opening statements go, I expected worse from Dave Smith based off of how everyone was talking about it. And maybe it gets worse as we go on. But this just doesn't Like that seems like a pretty decent answer, honestly.
Statement's done, so I'm going to try to stay out of it as much as possible. We'll let you two go back and forth. You only hear from me if the audience
have a great night on the sales floor there, Silver.
Audience can't hear because there's too much talking over each other. Other than that, we've got about an hour and 15 hour 20 minutes. You guys go ahead.
Dave, can you demonstrate for us how you own yourself?
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Yep. Yeah. Oh God damn. He really went for the jugular right in the fucking beginning. Like I said, man, the concept of self-ownership is a problem. It's bodily autonomy. And that's why Dave Smith, I don't think you'll ever fucking hear this, but if you do end up hearing this, for the love of God, get rid of this concept of self-ownership and read some Stephan Kinsella, right? Stephan Kinsella was who broke me of this. When I interviewed Stephan Kinsella, he broke me of this, and it helped. And it was the weakness in the concept of embordering that I didn't understand, that overcomplicated the issue, and again really made arguing for libertarianism and arguing for first user principle for establishing property rights much simpler. It is a convoluted, unnecessary step that comes with all of these weaknesses, and the major weakness is that it's circular logic. I own myself because I'm able to own things. Okay, well, no, you own yourself because you have bodily autonomy, and therefore the self-ownership is like unnecessary. It's like you don't really own yourself. It's just a catch-all term for the concept that I have the right to engage via my bodily autonomy so long as I'm not aggressing upon others.
Do you own yourself?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, we're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not demonstrating that you own yourself.
What do you mean by own?
Well, I think that ownership of a thing is just a social construction. That ownership itself is just a parameter of agreed upon criteria. Hang on, let me finish the point.
Sure.
For which, so that's how we know. So I own that guitar because we agree that I own that guitar. That's it. That's the only reason I own it. I don't think that there's anything which is.
Well, yeah, no, there's argumentation ethics, right? When you attempt to, like, you own that guitar because you came to that guitar either through embordering in an intersubjectively communicative way that you were the first user of a guitar, but considering that a guitar needs to be made, I'll just assume you own that guitar because you bought it with money that you owned. And that when you follow that down all the way to the original materials that no one owned, somebody legitimately said that this was theirs and communicated it in a way that everyone agreed that it was theirs, which is kind of like saying we all say that I own it because we all agree that we own it, but that's the devil's in the details. The reason we all agree that you own it, or at least most of us do, is because that is the only way that we can meaningfully act in a rational capacity. Is the concept of ownership is necessary for us to not be crippled by inaction, by attempting to gain permission from all of these other people. It is the only conflict-reducing system, a system of ethics by which a society can function and can move forward, is one that is not conflict-inducing. And the only way that a society can be conflict-reducing and not inducing is if you have a system of ownership where one person owns a thing by legitimate means, and that people no longer attempt to use scarce resources towards opposing means. And that is, and so it is private property rights are derived from, like, yes, we've all agreed to them because that's what's functional. So we've kind of accidentally discovered in many ways the concept, the objective concept of private property ownership as the only means of having a functioning society where we're capable of acting in a moral and rational means. We've kind of accidentally discovered that, but it is an objective truth that you don't get to, that the only way that you can claim a system of ethics as viable is if that system is adhering to the non-aggression principle.
Is that you can point to that would demonstrate that this exists outside of a social construction we agreed to.
Okay.
I don't know where this is coming from. That is fine as long as Mentis wave. That is the best way to understand it. Okay, hold on. That consciousness exists is everything you are and everything you have, and the universe does not exist with it as far as you are concerned. Yeah, I mean, I went through this yesterday. I think you guys should check out kind of like,
what we went through yesterday, because I think it was a great chat. Right? But again, let's see if I can or sorry, it was Thursday, right? But we went through the deductive kind of thing here. If I can just find it in my notes, right? So existence exists is axiom number 1, right? And so existence exists. It's the unavoidable axiom. You cannot argue against existence because it requires existence for you to even argue for it. So it is an unavoidable axiom. It's an axiom that must be present within every form of argumentation, right? Axiom number 2 would be identity, or the law of identity, like which from which we can derive the law of excluded middle and the law of non-contradiction, right? And that is everything has like its own identity. That everything is what it is. A equals A, as the objectivists often say, right? And then axiom number 3 is consciousness, is like how we see existence or how we perceive existence, right? It requires a conscious being in order to be able to understand existence, right? A rock does not understand existence. Despite it existing, a rock has no concept of its own existence because that requires consciousness to be able to understand that existence exists, right? So you can then link premise 1 and premise 2, right? Existence and identity, right? So if something exists, right, existence exists, right, then that thing must also have an identity, right? It has to be its own thing if it exists within the material world. Now, obviously, you can break that thing down into its components, but that is kind of unnecessary because those components would just be other identities, right? That would still be an individual electron, even though the larger thing that has a consciousness has a bunch of electrons. That is still the thing that has consciousness. And yes, it's made up of other smaller things, but those things have identities as well. There is no other electron in the world other than the electron that you are looking at. Observer effect aside, I get what you're saying, but it's still the same electron we're observing, right? Then premise 2, right, which is kind of just like a restatement, but is necessary from the axiom, right? Which is that consciousness is the means by which we perceive existence and identity of things, right? So since since axiom 1 and axiom 2 are linked by premise 1, right, which is that if something exists, then it must have an identity. Then we therefore link axiom 3 to axiom 1 and axiom 2 so that they're all linked together deductively, which is to say that consciousness is the means by which we can perceive existence and by which the means by which we perceive like the identity of things, whatever they be, right? And then linking axiom 1 and axiom 2 again, reality is all of the things that exist. That is what reality is. Okay, because if it is unperceivable by consciousness and it doesn't have an identity and it doesn't exist, then it's not real. It can't be real. It's not a real thing. Okay, it is real. And then the conclusions that we can draw from that, right, is let me go back. Hold on. I took notes as well as wrote them down. I have notes in 2 different places, so I'm just I'm trying to go for my hand notes again. Reality is right. So and then so therefore reality is objective, right? It is objective by the means that we can see it, right? And because the identity of everything is separate from our consciousness. Okay, so you can make up abstractions in your mind, but the things that you see, and all things can be seen. So all things can be seen. All things can be known, and the only ways by which they can be known are through consciousness. So that would be conclusion 2, I guess, right? Reality is identity in the sense that identity is everything that exists, and it's independent of consciousness. And then conclusion 2, since consciousness grasps reality as it is, right? It doesn't grasp it in the abstract, but it grasps it in its existence. There is an objective reality, and it can be known by reason, and it can be known by reason and consciousness alone. So that's kind of the objectivist framework breakdown for the concept of like all rationale and logic and seeing and grasping reality and knowing reality is formulated from existence exists, and you don't need the concept of God or a creator for any form of logic or logos. Consciousness is not required for an agent to take in sense data and process it and do other interesting planning, memory, etc. That's cognition. Cognition is in addition to cognition. Idle work. You would think existence exists would be something you never have to argue until you meet a presuppositional apologist. That is true. But there you go. I mean, that would be my argument as to why you don't need a God to give us logic and why you can just start with existence exists.
Well, I'm missing your point here.
My point is that I think it's a social construction.
The idea that consciousness is required for all these cognitive capabilities is just a weak conception of the terms. So where are you getting the idea that consciousness is required for the ability to perceive? I mean, that is some level of consciousness. Right, that doesn't make you a moral agent or a moral actor. Maybe I'm again, this is why I say you guys should super chat me and give me money, because then I can see these things, as individual statements as opposed to the larger kind of context of chat. Sometimes I miss things. So if you want better answers, just give me that money. You can get a simple $5. I think you can even say something in $2 if you can be brief.
Okay. Well, I'm missing your point here.
My point is that I think it's a social construction when you say that you own yourself. I don't think
I didn't say it's not a social construction. But
well, then.
Yeah, this is the problem with self-ownership. It is a social construction. It's unnecessary. We should get rid of it.
You don't own yourself?
That's a false binary. I'm not. Hold on one second. Listen.
No. That's a law of logic. You either do or you don't.
No, I didn't say. No, you're asking me if I do or I don't. Do you own that guitar?
Yeah.
Okay. But you just said it's a social construct.
Yeah, but I gave you the criteria for the social construct.
Sure, and I said I own myself.
Right, but when you say
so, as much as you own that guitar, you've
this is
nothing.
incorrect. When I say, do you own yourself, and you say, I'm not sure. Law of logic.
No.
Hang on, let me finish.
I said yes.
Yeah, the law of excluded middle is going to show this. It can only be yes or no. Do you have self-ownership? Yes or no. I own the guitar because we agree we do. Do you only own yourself because we agree you do?
Well, no, I don't agree that that's what ownership means. But you said yes, and I said yes, so we're both exactly even.
Well, then I want to know what. Then I want to know how you own yourself.
Well, look, if you actually look up ownership.
Yeah, I mean, right. So, poor Dave. Poor Dave. He was not ready to get pounced on this concept. Again, self-ownership is a problem. You should say bodily autonomy. Right. And then when he says, how are we doing it? Because with bodily autonomy, you can prove that you have bodily autonomy and that you're recognizing bodily autonomy via argumentation. It exists in this conversation. Self-ownership requires you to back up ownership, which requires you to start at bodily autonomy anyways. Right. Like self-ownership is, hilariously enough, self-ownership is a self-own. Right, like it will defeat your argument before it begins because it's an unnecessary bit of circular logic. It's fine in conversation with normies because normies have a concept growing up in the West of ownership, and you're just saying like, oh well, you own, just like you own everything else, you own yourself. You ought to be able to do just like you ought to be because. There's an understanding of ownership means that it's mine and I can do with it as I please. And so people have then transcribed that concept of ownership to oneself to say, well, you ought to be able to do with yourself as you please, right? And so it's taking a colloquial expression to then communicate that in a way that people can transcribe something that they already believe, which is ownership of things, into ownership of the self, and to be like, well, if you own these things, why don't you own yourself? And it's fine, but if you're going to talk to someone that has a good grounding in philosophy, that's when you're going to see that break down. And this is a trap that Dave Smith himself has laid out by agreeing to something that isn't really that logical. They don't view meaningful difference between bodily autonomy, self-ownership, first order of ownership, etc. Yeah, but if you claim bodily autonomy, you can defend it. If you claim self-ownership, you're not going to be able to. $2. How hard is it to say self-ownership is a auto-M? I'm not sure what you mean, like autonomy, or you can clarify. I'll take your $2 without making you pay more. Like, you just mean like automatically, like automatic or something? What do you mean? It only matters when two philosophers are trying to one up each other. Yeah, but that is what these debates are, right? You know what I mean? Like you have to know where you're going and know the audience that you're speaking to. This is kind of a golden rule of debates in general, right? A golden rule of debates and interviews and engaging online as a content creator is understanding that you have to know what your audience is. And many people make the mistake of assuming that their audience is the person that they're debating. And very rarely is the audience the person that you're debating. Now, if you're doing an interview with someone interesting whom you want to speak with in the future, then your audience is the person that you're debating. But more often than not, the audience is the audience. It's the viewers, right? And so you have to understand the medium that you're in. And then you have to understand that, like, you're not trying to necessarily be buddy with the person that you're with, right? You're trying to garner the attention of the audience. And so you have to know your audience. So who is the audience? Well, number one, your primary audience is going to be your own viewers, right? So if I'm in a debate, my primary audience is you guys, because I already have you, and I want your money, and I want your attention, and I want to entertain you. And I want you guys to feel like you're getting your value, your money's worth, or at the very least your time's worth, by being here, by helping me get more attention and grow my channel and share my channel and be a part of my community. My primary audience is you guys. What is it that you guys want? My secondary audience is not the people on the debate panel, but it's the audience of everyone on the debate panel. If I'm on something like Prime Kai's, my secondary audience is going to be Prime Kai's viewers, with my tertiary audience going to be all of the other panelists' audience. So I need to keep you guys entertained, but I also need to entertain and potentially plant seeds of doubt or, intrigue, so that they come to my audience, or so that they start to, see the cracks in the wall of their philosophy and, begin to start to lean a little bit more libertarian, even if it's only on one little piece, right? Then way down at the bottom, the audience is the person you're debating, right? And so who is the audience in this section? Well, you have Dave Smith, and his primary audience is this big group of, okay, and then there's the last audience is like the general internet that might see clips. And so Dave Smith is messing up here, because he has an audience of people that already presuppose libertarian ideals. And he's not speaking to Andrew's audience, which are people that are looking for Andrew to attack those positions, right? So he needs to stop saying silly things that are easily attackable. And he needs to start garnering other normal people's kind of opinions. And there's two ways of going about this. The first way would be get rid of bodily, to get rid of self-ownership, or to just tie it to bodily autonomy and say, like, yeah, it's a colloquial way of saying bodily autonomy, right? And then just move on. But the other way is that, you could vigorously defend or explain, like, well, dude, when I say self-ownership, I mean, do you have the right to do what you want to do so long as you're not aggressing upon others, right? Can you do with yourself like you would do with your property? You can play your guitar whenever you want. If someone says, I want to play with your guitar, and you say no, you have the right to stop them from playing with your guitar. But you don't get to take that guitar and bash your wife in the head until she dies, right? You don't get to use that guitar in a weapon, as a weapon for murder, right? We just kind of mean that the same way about the body. And if you want to get into how we establish that, we can have a conversation about bodily autonomy and non-aggression principle and where those rights derive from. Right. So you can do one or the other. You can get rid of the old system, or you can just tie the system to the colloquial expression. But right now he's just kind of floundering. I guess he's not prepped for this. And I'm sorry, but if you're going on a show called The Crucible, maybe Google the guy and watch a video or two and recognize that you're going on a blood sports channel.
Well, then I
terms
want to
of,
know
like-
what. Then I want to know how you own yourself.
Well, look, if you actually look up ownership in like a dictionary, I think the definition that you gave would be a little bit different than that. So do I exercise my control over myself? Do I do so morally? Yes, I think so. And I actually think that in order for us to even have this conversation, we both have, in a sense, agreed to that principle.
I don't think we have.
It's me versus you. Do
Yeah,
you
how have
own-
we
Do you own the
agreed?
arguments that you're making so far in this
No,
conversation?
you don't. How do you own an argument?
No, I mean, when I say that, I mean, is it yours? Are
It came
you're
out of my
saying-
mouth,
Are
sure,
the
but-
words you're saying yours?
But
and
how
the
would
words I'm
that
saying
make the
mine?
application that I owned that thing?
Well, look again. Define own.
I think that the definition of ownership would be a social construct in which you and I, via agreement criteria, decide that X thing becomes property which is assigned to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So if
by
that's
that
true,
by that definition, do you own yourself?
I would say by the definition of that social construction, I could say that you own yourself. Sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me.
I love, you know, this is actually I don't think he's doing as bad as people said he is, right? Like he's doing a bad job of teaching libertarian theory, but he is doing I think kind of right now he's kind of doing a good job of explaining that, like, of showcasing that he's just kind of being a debate bro. It's like, okay, well you agree. Okay, so where's the disagreement? And I do kind of understand here where people are I'm beginning to see where people are like, you know, he showed up to blood sports thinking it was a conversation, right? Because he's treating this as a conversation. He's like, I don't understand. You agree that this is a thing, so why are we even having this conversation, right? Whereas I think Andrew is trying to, like, you know, prove the thing false, right? And like doesn't and right, but it's like, but it's kind of funny that that Dave Smith is like, okay, well, you say that this is a thing you agree to. I agree to it too. You agree with me. Why are we even talking about this?
Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because if the social because
Well, okay, blood sports is probably the wrong word, Idle Work. You're correct. I just mean that the Crucible is kind of a blood sports place, but he's not insulting him or screaming at him or anything like that. You're correct. Blood sportsy would maybe be the wrong word, but he is being like debate broy, right? Like he's getting into the axioms, getting into the philosophy of it, and being like, here's where you're false, but they both kind of already agree on this domain. He's not actually showing a good disagreement, right? But you're correct. You're right. I think blood sports maybe took it too far in that domain. But what I mean is that, like, this isn't a conversation about how we ought engage in policy and how we ought make America better. This is why libertarianism is wrong at its core foundations and why you're wrong. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't actually consider debate bro an insult. I consider it a compliment when someone tells me I'm a debate bro. They're like, oh, you're just being a debate bro. Because, like, every time anyone's ever called me a debate bro, it means that I'm calling out their logical fallacies or I'm showcasing that their argument is illogical. Literally every time. Like every time someone accuses me of being a debate bro, they're mad that I'm just proving contradictions in their arguments. Did someone write a paper on why self-ownership is dumb and a deviation from self-autonomy? I think Kinsella has a section in his new book, but I can't remember it off the top of my head.
This whole time.
Let me explain. Because if the social construction, what if we?
To be fair, his new book is like a collection of articles, right? So it's not like it's not per se like a chapter book from beginning to end on like one topic. It's like a bunch of other shit. Like it's a libertarian theory toilet book.
Why?
Okay,
because if the
what
social
did we just
because
do this whole time?
let me explain. Because if the social construction, what if we change the social construct and we decide that you can own a person, Dave?
Right. Okay. And what if we change the social construct and says
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd have to go through the toilet book, dude. Toilet books are great, dude. There are toilet books, like short sections you can like read on a toilet and then like put it down because it's done. Two things. Yeah, it was Stefan Kinsella himself when I interviewed him that defeated that notion for me, right? And so I'm speaking on this from Stefan Kinsella's words directly to me. That's my primary source. Is the man who created the estoppel principle and the man who has perfected, I would say almost, libertarian theory in terms of intellectual property. When I interviewed him, he disabused me personally of this notion. That is my primary source, right? I recall reading about it, but I read a lot, and sometimes I forget the exact source of it. But I have read about it since then, but I can't remember the exact place that I read it. But I'm talking specifically about, my primary source being when the man himself told me I was wrong, explained how I was wrong, and explained why the reason I was wrong makes it more difficult to talk about things such as first user principle and things of that nature. And like embordering and things like that becomes an unnecessary step. He also disabused me of argumentation ethics 86 and was like, no, you just need the primer. Like there's extra shit in there about the crippling of non-action. I don't know that I necessarily agree with him. I think it's good, but he thinks it's unnecessary, and he's probably right. Right. If you find yourself disagreeing with Stephan Kinsella, you're probably wrong. But I still think I'm right that is a helpful element to the argument as far as rhetoric is called. I agree with him that it might not necessarily be super important in terms of like the philosophy. And then toilet book, guys, if you want to get a good toilet book, the best toilet book is Napoleon's Buttons. It's a collective, it's a great book for all you history nerds. It's a collective book about like all of these little things in history, especially American history too, about like all of like small minor scientific details that changed history forever. And the book gets its title from Napoleon's Buttons because when Napoleon invaded into Siberia, there was his buttons, along with many other things that his soldiers were using, utilized tin. And tin is if it gets very brittle when it gets cold. And so the idea being that the real reason that his charge into Siberia failed so dismally was likely exacerbated to an extreme degree by the fact that his soldiers' uniforms were falling off because the tin was brittle and cracking. But it's a bunch of little shit like that, like about how George Washington, when they were holed up and starving in the winter, had some people steal horse feed because the British didn't know that Americans had all these recipes for corn, and they considered corn to just be like animal food. They never considered corn would be a human food. And then so they weren't guarding their horses feed. So they were able to steal a bunch of horse feed, bring it back and make like corn pudding and corn chowder and like all of these like Native American recipes that we had learned from corn. And there's a bunch of like little cool shit like that. That is like, it's a great book. You put it on a coffee table or you put it on a toilet or something, and then someone goes and uses your bathroom, or someone's like sitting there bored for a minute and they pick it up and like they can read like a little 2 or 3 page short little thing. And it's a great little book for that, to like entertain guests and things when you might have like, when you might be busy or doing something.
I own your guitar and I own you. What
right.
do you,
That's exactly right. What if we
Okay.
change the social construction of ownership to mean you can own a person? Does that mean that people no longer own themselves?
Well, the difference here, right, is that, and it's the word that I mentioned that you didn't, is.
So the answer here would be, might makes reality, might doesn't make right, right? Like, so you can change the social construction and everyone can believe that property is different, but that doesn't make it a justifiable position, logically speaking. And then you have to get into it.
Is that I would say that ownership would imply that you're justified in that claim.
How are you justified in that claim?
How am I justified in the claim of owning myself?
Yeah, you just said.
I think Kinsella now defines self-ownership as originating from conflict avoidance. The conversation starts from defining conflict and asking where we choose to avoid it or not. Well, that's an interesting.
You agreed it's a social construction. So if we agree that it's a social construction.
Yeah, if we choose to not avoid conflict, any further conversation is irrelevant. True. I mean, right? Like conflict can be resolved by one of two means, either argumentation or violence. There's kind of a third pathway, which is a system of ethics that we agree to. And that system of ethics that we agree to must be conflict avoidant, right? It must resolve the conflict through nonviolent means, or it's not an ethical system.
That we can own other people
I still disagree with the might makes reality premise. Well, dude, it makes reality. It doesn't make right, but it makes reality. If I have a gun and I force you to do what I want you to do, you're going to do it or you're going to die, right? Like it doesn't make it right, but it does. If I have the means and the power over you, that is reality, right? Like it doesn't, We can argue all day about what's right and what's wrong, but at the end of the day, if I choose to live by the law of the jungle and I have the most guns and I have the strong people, I make the world as I so choose.
Social construction.
major-
that would be justified.
Well, I don't think so. So the major difference there, right, is that as we're having this conversation, and clearly what's the goal here? To persuade.
Well, the unfortunate reality is that both Dave Smith and Andrew are both Christians, and they both believe those things without proof. So
probably not to persuade each other, but at least to persuade the audience who's listening to us, because we recognize that they are in control. Forget the word own, because that's trigger.
what aspect of reality has changed the principles we choose to follow? I don't know that your question is helpful. Like, what do you mean? Because I think we mean different things when I say reality. I'm not saying it changes reason or it changes logic or that it changes what is right and what's wrong. I only mean that if someone wants to enslave others and live by the law of the jungle and they have the power to do so and they choose to do so, you know what I mean? Like you don't get to live in a free society because you're stopped from doing so. You can argue that you ought to live in a free society, but at the end of the day, the might makes the rule in that regard.
Triggering, evidently, but they are
not triggered by the word own.
Okay, when I say triggering, meaning, but they are
not triggered by the word own.
Okay, when I say triggering, meaning that's going to start a whole nother debate about semantics. So
yeah, but semantics are important in a debate.
Okay, well, all right. Let's not do this tactic of interrupting every 2 seconds. So let me just finish my point here. So we are both presuming that the people who are listening to this are in control of their own thoughts, and we could potentially persuade them toward our cause. And so if we're doing all of this, we kind of are.
I mean, it is interesting that he's going into argumentation ethics. I'm interested to see where he takes this, because he's going into argumentation ethics, but he's doing it in a colloquial way, which I think is pretty dangerous to do with an opponent like Andrew.
Recognizing in some sense that it's more valuable to persuade people than it is to, I don't know, just enforce our will on them. And so in that sense, I would say that, yes, there is some kind of norm that there's a justifiable path where you can persuade people versus force them.
Sure. Well, I agree that you can persuade all sorts of people and that can be part of a societal norm and that everybody can agree that that's part of a societal norm. Right. That does not demonstrate that you own yourself. Thus, the key principle for the non-aggression principle, which is self-ownership, that's where the
self-ownership is not the key principle for the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle at the time that we were using self-ownership was a fucking axiom.
Violation comes in. Do people own themselves? Is that a justified position or isn't it?
I'm saying that, yes, I think it is. But again,
then can you demonstrate it?
But what would you mean by that? What would it mean to demonstrate that you own yourself?
You would have to prove that you own yourself.
That I can control myself, or what? Again, just be clear about what you're asking.
Well, here, let me give you an example. Yeah, I'll give you an example to the contrary. I have seen throughout all of human history that human beings seem to be able to own other human beings without much problem. That doesn't seem to be a problem. As long as the social construction of ownership of the time states that you can own another person, you seem to be able to just fine.
Right.
So this axiom of self-ownership is not obvious to me. To be an axiom, it has to be self-apparent and self-obvious.
So what demonstrated that people owned other people throughout time? Prove that to me. The same way you just said to me, prove to me that I own myself.
But I did.
No. Hold on.
I'll prove it to you again.
Well, hold on. Let's try to not. We're only a couple minutes.
You interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you.
Well, hold on. You just asked me to prove that I own myself, and then you asserted that throughout history people owned other people. So prove that.
Yeah, but we already did, and let me explain how. You and I already agreed that ownership is a social construction, and that throughout history the social construction had changed where people were able to own other people via the social construct. So whatever the social construct is of the day, that's all.
From my memory, slavery in the Old Testament is always presented as either a grave evil or a punishment for certain crimes. I'm trying to remember if there is, from what I understand, Casimir, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'd have to go through it again. I seem to remember that debt was also considered like a crime, and that slavery was enforced by means of like debtors as well. But even still, under those circumstances, there are rules by which the Old Testament gives for slavery. And there's something also to understand. Our modern conception of slavery is very different from, let's say, the Jews' conception of slavery, right? Because, you know, in biblical times, slavery was not chattel slavery, right? So you were not born into slavery for the Jews, right? Yeah. I was just saying that, like, you know, I agree that debt equals theft, yes, and a crime in that regard. But what I mean to say is that, like, your children were not born slaves, and there were rules by how you ought treat slaves, because there was a concept that you not mistreat slaves, right? And so there is, you know, there is, like, our vision of slavery is very much colored by chattel slavery in America, which is a much, much worse form of slavery. Not as bad as slavery, you know, under like the Ottomans or slavery under the Caliphate, right? But still really fucking bad. And it is something that, you know, there's a concept of like Herrenvolk democracy, where, you know, the system of slavery was designed to kind of keep like white yeoman farmers, you know, accepting of a financial and aristocratic system that kind of kept them down, because at least they weren't black slaves. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, the idea of like slavery then is really just people that are that are debtors, people that are criminals. And yes, you could wrap debtors into criminals in the sense that they, you know, agreed to pay some money and then they didn't, which is a form of theft. But even then, it's less a punishment and more just a means of getting of enforcing the contract.
All it is, as long as you agree that ownership is a social construction, you basically have to bite that bullet, right?
Wait, no, I'm not even understanding what you're saying here. So we agreed it was a social construct, and then your next statement after that was, prove to me that you own yourself.
Yeah, a social construction doesn't exist in objective reality.
Right.
It's a term.
Prove to me that anyone ever owned someone else throughout history. And all you said was it was a social construct as well.
You mean like a contract of ownership between slaves or something?
No, it's your question. So you tell me how to answer
my claim is that ownership is a social construction. Do you agree or disagree with that claim?
I think it is a social construct, but there also can be ethical and non-ethical or moral and immoral.
Well, then if you make the assertion that it's anything more than a social...
Yeah, why are you biting the bullet that it's a social construction? Like, oh God, that's so bad. Oh, that's, no, don't bite that bullet. It's not a social construction. It's it is the only means by which you can have an ethical framework. But again, self-ownership, I guess, is technically a social construction, but bodily autonomy isn't.
Social construction, then the burden of claim is on you to demonstrate how it could be.
Well, okay. I mean, again, you're dodging my question here. I asked you the same question you asked me, and you weren't able to answer it either.
I did answer it.
By the way, part of the reason why I asked is because I don't exactly understand the question you're asking me. Are you asking me to say why I think, how I could prove that it is moral that one person should own themselves rather than...
No.
He's using social construct because it's a fucking key word that you usually only hear on the left. That's why he's using it. Right? Social construct is a really good buzzword.
Someone else own them? Is that
that's not the question. The question. So here's the question. Let me explain it to you.
Okay.
The non-aggression principle itself revolves around the idea.
Yeah, there's not actually anything wrong with social construction, right? But he can use it as a social construction, you know, because it's a common word that we all get, and we often associate it with something as fake. He's using it because it has a slight negative connotation to his audience, right? So when you hear the feminists say that, you know, gender is just a social construct, right? They're already primed when they hear social construction to say, yeah, it's just fake. That's what they're hearing. They're not hearing we socially accepted this rules of the game, and that it's made by which we can have a functional society. So we all kind of agree to these rules, although there are outliers and things of that nature. What he's saying is it's fake and bullshit. That's kind of what he means.
Yeah, that human beings own themselves, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you hear Andrew talk on other things, he'll say that rights don't exist, that they're just a social construct, they're just made up. They're not real. That's what he's saying, is it's not real.
Okay. So the thing is that you and I can agree that there's been tons and tons of slavery throughout human history, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So those people clearly own these other people. So this has to be a social construction of agreement is what is ownership. We agree that you own it, therefore you own it. What I'm asking for is some type of justified evidence that that is not the case, and that there is some moral ought or some type of demonstration, philosophically or otherwise, that a human being actually owns themselves.
Okay, so
well, I don't know that the slaves necessarily agreed to it. I don't know that the slaves have socially constructed a view of ownership by their masters. I'm pretty sure they just kind of were forced into it.
Just to be clear here, if I were to say, if you're saying ownership meaning just strictly control over who has something, then yes, there have been lots of times where people can come just take all your stuff.
Casimir going with the JFG or the fucking oh god, what's that guy from Adam Friended argument? it's a genetic construct, and therefore
then claim they own it. And if you're saying the law recognizes it or the society recognizes it, then essentially they own it. So
they can do that with people too, right?
Right. And in a sense, I agree with you. And that
so then you don't own yourself.
Okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I mean, dude, we got a long show here, so let's just let each other talk. So in a sense, I agree with you. Yes, you can take possession of something. I don't think anybody is arguing that, and I don't think it's a very impressive point to make that, yes, people can take possession of something, and that could be codified by law or society. What we're talking about is something slightly different, which is justified ownership over something. So then the claim is like whether it's morally right that you own this or not. Fair enough. And I'm sure there's lots of
I'm just looking
areas,
for the demonstration of what is morally right. Sure.
Well, okay. If you're looking for the demonstration of what is morally right, I'm sure there's lots of areas where you would believe something is morally right and something else is wrong. And the demonstration of it would be what? That this is what you believe. This is what seems to be right.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, Dave Smith seems to just be like going down a line that like property rights are like, he's going off of this premise that like non-aggression principle is just an axiom, a moral preference. I don't know why he would do such. Like, it seems like I don't get the tactic here, right? Like, maybe I just don't get it. Maybe he's a neophyte in the philosophy. I don't think so. Maybe he just is. But it just seems like I don't know. Like, he's just like, can we all just agree that that we ought not have a government? Like, good luck with that argument. I don't know.
Wrong. This is what has been accepted. And
no, my justification would be divine command, not seemings or phenomenal conservatism.
Okay,
which is what seemings are.
So, okay, but so divine command. So what? And how would you exactly determine what is and isn't divine command?
Well, let's assume for a second that I was, I don't know, like delirious, right? And just thought I talked to God and he gave me commands, right? If it's just preference, if we're just going off of preference, just things which Dave prefers are true, and Dave just prefers that you own yourself because he does, then any preference that I came up with in this delirious state where God was speaking directly to me would be just as valid as whatever preferences that you just
Yeah, I mean, like, Andrew's 100% right here. Like, I vehemently disagree with Andrew that like that bodily autonomy isn't real and that you can justify aggression against all of these other means, but like, he's the only one that is like getting the philosophy at this point. And it's sad because Dave has kind of backed himself into a corner of like, now he's backed himself even further into a corner of just like moral preferences.
axiomatically come to because you just want them to be true. What my claim here is that libertarianism at its foundation, at its fundamental foundation, is flawed because this axiom
tactic. Look, I'm not. I mean, it can be a bad tactic. Crucible clips, right? I mean, like it can be bad. He can be doing a shitty job of it. It could be a terrible strategy and still be a tactic, right? I don't think I'm giving Dave too much credit by saying it's a tactic here. It's a bad one. Like he's utilizing a concept of self-ownership, set of bodily autonomy. He's now marrying himself to this, and now he's marrying himself to this that it's just a moral preference. Okay, well, if it's just a moral preference, as Andrew's clearly showing, then why not might makes right? And from the Christian perspective
of self-ownership isn't actually true, but rather a social construction which is asserted as though it is a truism when it clearly is not. So it's a fundamental flaw. The reason that you guys come up with such absurd conclusions like that prostitution ought to be legal and all these other things is, and by the way, Dave, you have to end up with that. Otherwise, people.
Yeah, it's not an absurd conclusion to think that prostitution ought not be transgressed by the power of the state, right? Like that's not an absurd conclusion. That's so silly to say that's an absurd conclusion, right? It's we're not saying prostitution ought be conducted. We're not saying prostitution is good. We're not saying your society ought accept prostitution. We're saying that you shouldn't steal money from the mouths of babes and families so that you can have a police organization go and break up prostitution rings, create a black market, give that power to one institution that doesn't go after prostitution. It only goes after fucking low-level fucking prostitution as a means to say that they're the good guys. They're certainly not going after Epstein. They're certainly not going after all the people with power. And then create a black market that only leads to more fucking prostitution outside of market forces, where you have increased rates of STDs, you have increased rates of abuse, increased rates of sex trafficking. What I don't want is, I don't want kids sex trafficked. I don't want STDs. I don't want all of these bad outcomes. And furthermore, I don't want fucking whores, and I don't want them in my society. You can't use the power of the state to try and fix culture. It doesn't fucking work. It like, we've tried it over and over and over and over again. Yes, it has some effect, but it also has deleterious effects. It's like there are 1,000 different arguments. Utilitarian. I'm not doing utilitarian calculus here. I'm doing an internal critique of consequences, right? Now, obviously, I guess maybe it's not an internal critique because Andrew is a Christian in his regard. So I mean, he's less concerned with consequences and more the deontological perspective. But even still, I'm saying, like, there are all of these bad outcomes and consequences on top of the fact that it's not justifiable. It's not justifiable to say that you can steal money from people, that you can engage in theft based off of this social construct. Magically, you get to disobey, magically you get to justify aggression and theft against other people because you don't like a behavior. And the thing is that you don't even fucking stop the behavior. You just fucking create more problems.
People don't own themselves. Do you think the state should come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself, for instance? Do you think that they should do that?
Well, all right. Stick with your point that you were making at first, because you're just jumping all around here.
Well, no,
I'm the first thing you were saying.
Well, I already gave you the point. I'm saying I reject your axiom. I reject the axiom of self-ownership until otherwise demonstrated. That's my point.
Okay, so what would so you're saying that if I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the first part that you're saying here, because I'm not getting it at all. So you're saying if somebody hallucinated that something was right and wrong, and it was horrifically not right and wrong, that somehow that disproves the idea that anything is right or wrong?
If it's only axiomatic and based on preference, it would be just as valid. So how do you
determine if anything?
Well, I mean, existence exists is an axiom, right? You know what I mean? So like just because something is axiomatic doesn't mean that the axiom is false. Right? I mean, like existence exists is an unavoidable axiom.
Is morally right or wrong?
If it's from a preference base, you couldn't.
Okay, so how do you determine that anything is morally right or wrong?
I do it from divine command. You do it from preference.
No, you do it from divine command. What does that mean? Explain.
Okay, well, that's another form of moral preference, my guy. Right? Like you're arguing against your own position by arguing that as well. But I mean, I guess he would presume that it's not, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how he goes into that.
So this means that I follow Christian ethics. I use transcendental categories inside philosophy to create justifications for the value.
Yeah. For the record, Casimir, I 100% agree. I care about consequences too. They just don't drive, what I consider to be allowable within the law. That's the difference. Is that libertarianism has nothing to say about what you ought do. Libertarianism isn't attempting to answer that question. Libertarianism literally, it's like it's you trying to say that, like, oh well, libertarianism inherently allows prostitution. No, libertarianism says that you can't take your guns that you bought with stolen money from me to go kill prostitutes. That's what libertarianism says. It has nothing to say about whether or not you ought allow these things within your society, within your community, whether or not you ought banish these people, whether you ought treat fucking whores with respect. I'll say it again, and I'll say it again. Libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. That's the only fucking way it works.
But from preference, I'm
no, you do it from divine command. What does that mean? Explain that.
So this means that I follow Christian ethics. I use transcendental categories inside philosophy to create justifications for the values which come from God's laws. That's what I do.
That's a lot of words to not say anything. How do you determine?
Do you know what transcendental?
Right
do you know what transcendental categories are?
I don't understand the words.
It sounds like you don't understand.
Okay.
So, I had heard that Andrew was like the debate broy, blood sportsy in this debate. But this is the first instance, and it comes from Dave Smith, right? Dave Smith's frustrated here, and he says that's a lot of word. Like, well, let me direct quote him.
Values which come from God's laws. That's what I do.
That's a lot of words to not say anything. How do you?
That's a lot of words to not say anything. No, he made a claim, and the claim was fine, right? Deal with the claim. Right, like this is the actual very first instance of legitimate, like, kind of like blood sportsy shit. Like I think in Andrew's opening statement, he made a somewhat bad faith argument. Well, actually, just a straight up bad faith argument by trying to say that the libertarian strategy is the same as the socialist strategy because they want libertarians in government, right? So it's like, yeah, that was a bullshit bad faith argument. But the first time that it's really engaged within the debate, improper, is Dave Smith here, as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong, but him just saying that's a lot of words to not say anything is just an insult, and he made a perfectly valid argument. Is it bad faith if Dave Smith believes that? No, I think it's bad faith because saying that getting libertarians in government to then abolish state agencies is essentially the same thing as socialists getting into government so that they can take away all private property rights and nationalize industries. And then one day in the future, once the government has supreme control and power, that the socialist state will transition into the utopia, are two wildly different things. Saying I want to get into the FDA so I can immediately defang the FDA and allow the market to take over is a complete opposite strategy of I want to get into the FDA so that I can increase regulations and nationalize like drug companies so that the drug companies can be run by the state, and then one day that'll magically transition into high communism versus low communism. These are completely different strategies. The only thing that's similar is that they want to get people elected in positions of power so that their ideology can exist. Which is true of literally every political strategy and entity. I mean, with the exception of like pacifism, right? Like that's like saying Hitler drank water. Therefore, if you drink water, you're like Hitler. It's like, well, yeah, you're like Hitler in the sense that you both drink water, but that's a meaningless fucking comparison. I'm gonna keep going because I'm only 23 minutes into this. But if you want to guarantee that I answer your questions, again, you can always super chat, and I will always answer super chats. But I'm gonna keep going. Like I pick out things that are interesting occasionally, and then I keep moving on.
You determine.
Do you know what transcendental? Do you know what transcendental categories
I don't understand the words.
It sounds like you don't understand.
Okay, explain it to me like I'm really stupid. I don't understand any of the words. So explain it to me. How do you determine if something is right and wrong?
Okay, so
I mean, Andrew is like kind of being charitable because if I was like really blood sportsy here, I would be like, no, you fucking define it. And I don't want to see you looking at another screen, and I don't want to see you typing up shit. You fucking define it. You're too fucking stupid to know what transcendental means. You're not ready for this fucking conversation. Did you come here prepared for a discussion on Christian populism and you call yourself a Christian and you don't even know what transcendental means? Like, this is a basic fucking concept that you ought to understand if you're here to argue against the concept of Christian populism. Like, that would be the blood sportsy fucking thing. In all honesty, Andrew is, he's been a debate bro in the sense that he's doing a debate. Like, I don't think he's actually being as bad as people were saying he was, at least not yet.
What I would do to make these determinations is we start with objective versus subjective. Is it a subjective value or is it an objective value? If we start with it just being a subjective value, then who cares? We never need to go any further than that. We just never need to go any further for justification. So what I've determined is that your values here in libertarianism are subjective value based. Therefore, there's never a reason for me to justify anything objectively to you because any subjective preference I have is just as valid.
You're not answering my question.
Literally, that's the most precise answer you could ever get.
Andrew,
if you're
yeah, I mean, he's giving him a precise answer, but he's not telling him what transcendental is.
How do you determine?
I just told you through divine command.
And then I asked you what that means, and you said
just
nothing.
Explained.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you just said that you think my basis is
okay. Fine, Dave. I'll make it super simple because God tells me so. Is that better for you?
Sure. No,
okay.
That's the answer. That's
the answer.
Okay.
God tells me so.
God tells you.
Yeah.
And through what means does God tell you this?
He directly communicates right into my brain. He's like, that shit's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but okay. So, okay. So, just to be,
I mean, that's kind of a meme answer, but I mean, there is the concept of like the Holy Spirit working through you, right? So, I mean, that is kind of an indirect communication from God. If like the Holy Spirit works towards two people that align themselves towards, you know, towards their faith and towards God, right? That's like a big part of like marriage counseling that I took at Liberty University, because I went to a Christian university for my counseling education, right? And that's a big thing that they stress, is that there are actually 4 people present in marriage counseling. There's, you know, the couple, the 2 people in the couple, or, you know, in the marriage, there is the counselor, and then there's the Holy Spirit, right? And the Holy Spirit can only act through you if you are both aligning yourself towards God. And if you're both aligning yourself towards God, then like you only have one direction that you both can go, and that direction is closer together because you have the same shared goals and the same shared interests. And so you have to allow the Holy Spirit to work through you in that regard. So I mean, it's not really that crazy, even though it's kind of a meme answer to say God directly tells me that that's right or wrong. I mean, that is kind of the concept of a conscious, you know, of a conscience. Sorry. Is, you know, that kind of that silent voice of God, you know, the wind blowing in the trees kind of situation. But I thought that was an interesting thing to bring up, to be fair. But yeah, it is a meme answer to say that God is doing that. But let's say that's the truth. Whatever.
Rain. He's like, that shit's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but okay. So, okay. So, just to be clear.
However, that shit's wrong. Andrew is now confirming that God doesn't care about cursing.
The point of that is that, Andrew, it sounds very good when you attack someone and say that's subjective, but when your response to that is God communicates directly into my brain, that also, I mean, I don't know what the word is for that.
Subjective.
But
would be
subjective would probably be the word.
But that's my whole point. That's how I'm granting your entire argument. It's like, it doesn't matter ultimately, objectively.
But your counter is also subjective. So
right. So then that means that my preference is no worse than your own preference.
Well, I mean, no, it means by your argument. We're
yeah. If I'm using preference-based, if I'm using preference-based arguments, or I'm sorry, preference-based morality, and you're using preference-based morality,
listen,
then we're equal, Dave.
To be clear, I don't think I am using preference-based morality.
Got it. So can you make justification then?
1 second. Let me try to finish the sentence.
I mean, the problem, the other problem here is the very topic itself. The proposition is libertarianism better than Christian populism, right? So if you're arguing, if you accept the argument, or you're incapable of presenting a valid argument that both of your positions are subjective, right? Then by default, Andrew Wilson wins. Right. If you cannot present a good argument, as Dave Smith is doing a very poor job of presenting the libertarian argument, that libertarianism is better than Christian populism. If you have the same foundation, which is subjective preference, and you can't give a good argument that it isn't subjective, that there is an objective nature to libertarian natural law, and you can't go through. The problem is and I've been through this before. Going through argumentation ethics, going through proving that this is objective, is honestly nigh impossible to do in a debate. I would say that it is probably the worst debate. Like it is a bad way to try and bring it up on a debate, because it requires someone to go through a lot of explanation and to go through a lot. Like if you're going to try and establish natural law as objective to a person that disagrees with you, like that needs to be the whole conversation. Like you need to set it up and say, like your debate proposition needs to be, is argumentation ethics valid? Because you're not going to get to talk about anything else in a debate unless you have more than 2 hours, right? Like you need an hour or two to go through argumentation ethics and the problem and go through establishing that, and that's going to take so long to get through, right? And so if you're putting yourself in that position, is libertarianism better than Christian populism? All that Andrew Wilson needs to do is prove, or at least showcase, that you have an inability. Sorry, I won't say prove, but to showcase that you have an inability to prove that your position is objective. Both positions are subjective, right? And then you have one of two choices here. You either A, go through that entire process, or the much, much better position is to simply do an internal critique. Say, look, I think it's objectively true. You think it's subjective. But let's go through what it is that you want to do as a Christian populace, and let me show you why the outcomes are not actually what you want. Like, we can sit here all day and argue about whether or not it's objective. I don't think this debate platform is a good way for us to get through the entire logical step, starting with existence exists, starting with, formal logic, grounding bodily autonomy through argumentation ethics, going through conflict avoidance, establishing that ethical systems need to be conflict avoidant, not conflict inducing, and then showcasing the logical contradiction through reason. Number one, it's fucking boring to everybody that isn't already a libertarian nerd. Number two, it's difficult. Number three, it kind of requires charitability, right? Because if a person is hell-bent on winning the debate and you go through this, you can just pretend to be dumb, right? You can pretend to not get things, and you can basically run your knee out and make the other person look boring as fuck. And so the right answer in a debate space, especially like a place like this, is not to fucking just dog yourself down with this. Just go, yeah. I disagree with you, but I don't think this is the platform to do that. So I'm going to be charitable, and let's just say, for argument's sake, that these are both subjective means, right? Let's engage with that. Let's talk about what it is that you want and what it is that you value. And let's find out whether or not you're actually going to get the outcomes that you value based upon your system of force and violence and theft, and whether or not this actually leads to good outcomes for families, for community, and for society. And honestly, that's the way to do this. Like, I just think you're going to get buried in the weeds, and your audience, again, remember I said in the beginning, you have to understand your audience, right? Your primary audience are your own followers. Your secondary audience are the person you're debating's followers. Your tertiary audience are, if you're on a panel, then it's, the panel's audience, right? The tertiary audience is going to be, Rob Noor's audience, and like the greater audience, right? When this gets clipped and it gets thrown on Twitter, other people out on the internet. The person you're debating is way down the list in terms of your audience. And so, like, trying to get a logical win and prove contradiction is nigh impossible in this format. It's perfectly fine to do with other libertarians. It's perfectly fine to do with people that are interested and are like trying to learn your theory and your philosophy. It's much better to just say, look, this is what I believe. I have a whole thing about it, but I just don't think this is I just don't think we're going to be able to get through this whole thing. So I'm going to grant you this concept. We'll thought experiment this whole thing, and let's assume that my position and your position are both subjective, and let's go through and let's talk about whether or not the actions, the policies, the things that you want are going to lead to this city upon a hill Christian nation. Because I don't think they are. I think what you're going to do is you're going to coerce, you're going to force, you're going to take money out of the market, you're going to take money out of people's pockets, and you're all going to do it so that we can fight this never-ending battle against prostitution and constantly make them look like victims. And those victims are constantly going to have champions of them that are going to be fighting for more socialism and fighting for more leftism against you. And you're going to be in this lock battle. And what you're going to do is you're going to constantly justify that the government has the right to engage in all this behavior. Your enemies are going to use this behavior against you. And it is going to be a fight that is cultural. And let me tell you, as a libertarian, all I want to do is get the government out of this and fight at the cultural level anyways. So let's fight together at the cultural level so that we can have a society that stops venerating whores, and let's make it so that this government doesn't fucking have the power that you want to use against whores is going to be the same fucking power that they're going to use against you. Do you not fucking remember the Obama years when he weaponized the IRS? Do you not remember the fucking COVID lockdowns? Do you not remember all of the shit that Democrats do when they get in power? Let's stop giving Democrats power so that we can try and stop whores, because they're going to use it against us in way, way worse ways. And let's fight the fucking culture. And I'm here to tell you that as a libertarian, Get the fucking government out of these things and we'll fight this cultural war. Because just like you, I don't like these fucking whores and I want to stop these whores. But using guns and violence ain't the fucking way to do it. It doesn't fucking work and it backfires against us. That's the argument that you need to be making. Not getting bogged down in philosophy that most people aren't going to fucking enjoy. They're not going to find it fucking entertaining. And at the end of the day, you're giving a boring thing and you're giving a win to fucking Casimir. Or sorry, Casimir. Sorry, I saw you and saw you in chat. You're giving a win to Andrew, which I guess if you helped him debate prep, you're kind of giving a win to Casimir as well.
Here, I don't think I am making subjective based morality, but you accused me of that. And so my response to you is, so what's your objective based? And your response is, God talks to me directly into my head.
Yeah, for the purpose of demonstration.
All right. By the way, God also talks to me in my head. And so,
perfect.
All right, fine. Like,
yeah.
all right.
So if God talks,
own standard,
there you go.
You haven't won anything. By your own standard, we're even.
It's not here.
No, but the question is libertarian better than Christian populism? If his standard is they're both subjective as of right now. So you have failed to prove that libertarianism is better than Christian populism because you haven't engaged in an internal critique other than just saying we're even. You have to prove that it's better. Like, which by the way, never accept, just anybody that gets into debating, never fucking accept a proposition like this. Never accept a proposition on a debate panel where the proposition is you have to prove that you're better or that you're right, and the other person simply has to disprove that you're better, right? Never accept a proposition where they're equal. Don't do that, all right? Make sure that your propositions are worded appropriately if you're going to go into a debate style where there's a proposition. Just throwing that out there.
Here to win it. It's here to demonstrate it.
I want to try to let's try if we can, because we're only a few minutes into this. Let's try. This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just, by the way, because I want to.
This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. You're on the program called The Crucible. Like, do you not? He doesn't know what the word transcendental is. Do you not know what the word The Crucible is? Right? What's Grok's definition? All right, I want to go with Grok's definition here. Like, what is a crucible? And we'll go with it in blacksmithing, right? Because we'll go with the original term. Oh, God damn it. I'm like searching my history. What is a crucible in blacksmithing? Right? In blacksmithing, a crucible is a container made from materials that can withstand extremely high temperatures. It's used to melt metals, particularly during processes like casting or when preparing alloys. Nowadays, we kind of just use them for things like fucking copper and stuff because everybody's using stronger steel that they have to bend into shape anyways. Crucibles are often made from refractory materials like graphite, clay, or silicon carbide because they need to endure the heat of molten metal without melting themselves. Here's why they're typically used, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's the name of the fucking show, is extreme heat and pressure to purify and purify alloys and melt down metal for the forging process. This is how metal is made, is that under the most extreme heating temperatures so that it can be cast into a new shape. You could not pick a better name for something that is going to be aggressive and high energy and back and forth like fucking heated argumentation. Like, so how did Dave Smith show? Like, did Dave Smith, like, you didn't even think about the name before you showed up? Crucibles were first allowed man to forge steel. Well, yeah, but like now we use like steel alloys, and like you can't use them you can use them in crucibles, but like that's only in like a factory setting, and those crucibles are huge, right? Typically speaking, you're just going to get bars, and then you're going to pound them. You're going to get them incredibly hot, and then you're going to pound them into shape.
I have a good conversation with you, and I've been told by people.
But if you're doing like jewelry or you're doing like copper things and things like that, then you still use crucibles.
Than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just, by the way, because I want to have a good conversation with you, and I've been told by people who I love and trust that you were a guy to have a good conversation.
Yeah, but you keep on evading every question that I have for you.
Oh, all right. I don't think I have, but
so
okay.
let's answer.
Ask me a direct question.
Great.
I'm happy to answer.
Should the state come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to. Yes.
Yes. Would you want the state to stop?
Wait, what? What? The libertarian just said, I would want the state to come in and stop my brother from unaliving himself. That just full blown yes. Brother. So now what? That's not the libertarian position. You what the okay. Dave Smith. The correct answer here is no. I don't want the state to do that for a whole host of reasons. Number one, if my brother wants to kill himself and he is of sound mind and body, it is his right to do so. I hate that. I would do everything I could to convince him not to do it. I would absolutely attempt to engage in saving him in the best way possible. But as if he is of complete sound in mind and body and he wants to kill himself, that is his right, and I don't have the right to lock him in a cage to stop him from doing it. Maybe you make the argument that no one can be a rational person that is arguing in their own rational self-interest if they're attempting to kill themselves, and that the very act of attempting to kill themselves is in fact proof that they are no longer acting in a rational capacity. Maybe you make that argument. It's not an argument that I agree with, but it is an argument that you could say as libertarian if you make that argument. Okay? Secondly, say the other reason I don't want the state doing this is that the state already does this. And this is called a welfare check. And you know what? Many times when people call in welfare checks, people end up dead anyways because the state doesn't give a fuck about you, and the state only cares about maintaining order for an orderly population to maintain the state's power. And that I would much rather it be a private police force that engages in welfare checks, because when private police forces kill people that are fucking having mental health issues because they do a welfare check, they're the ones that, unless there's some severe actual risk and that this just needs to be done, they're the ones that have to pay the price for running in guns a-blazing. We already have a system where the state does this, and all the time they kill autistic kids and they kill people that are having mental health issues because these people aren't properly trained. And the reason they're not properly trained is because the incentive structure from the state that you fucking like so much is perverted by the nature of the state itself, that you need private corporations doing these things. Those are the two acceptable fucking answers to that question. Not, yeah, I love it when cops kick down doors and occasionally kill mentally ill people, because most of the time, at least statistically speaking, they stop that person from killing themselves, which is their right. But fuck it, I'm not a libertarian. I don't believe in those rights anyways. What the fuck are you talking about, Dave Smith? Jesus fucking Christ. When you finally answer, we're 26 minutes in, it's 15 minutes or so into the actual debate itself. When you finally answer the fucking question that he gives, that I think wasn't framed very well, right? Or was framed a little bit disingenuously, but I get it, right? About what you ought allow the state to do, and kind of sneakily tying into ought and ought not, right? Because we libertarians, we obviously make a distinction in that regard. And so he's sneaking in it a little bit. When you finally get to that answer, that's the answer you give? This is fucking pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. Luckily, I was never going to be on Dave Smith's program anyways, because he fucking, I got into him with about his leftism fucking bullshit, half-ass fucking half-story bullshit, Scott Horton, fucking regurgitations in Israel-Palestine. But Jesus Christ, man, at that point, fucking congratulations, Andrew Wilson. You just proved not only that he can't fucking make a good argument from a logical perspective about whether or not libertarianism is better than Christian populism, he can't even fucking stick to being a libertarian. Am I doing this deliberately, Scott? So mean? No, I mean, he's like called me out and trashed me on Twitter before. I don't have the fucking clout. I don't expect I'll ever talk to Dave Smith unless it's via debate. I'd love to talk to Dave Smith in a cordial conversation, but the fact of the matter is that I call out truth and mistruths when I see it. I'm fucking terrible at playing the game where what you do is you fucking agree with people with more clout than you. Like I hate the game. I try to play the game to some extent, but woe is me. I'm not that great. Also, Silver Ogre, welcome to the membership. Thank you. You've got the Hoppa spam. I appreciate it. For only $3.99, you can spam Hoppa lasers, right? And guys, don't forget that you can also like, share, subscribe, make clips, and I will always answer super chats. So if you send me a super chat, I'll answer that. No matter what I'm doing, I'll get to it. I've yet to miss a super chat. I've never missed the super chat in chat, not once. And usually I give pretty long answers to them.
A man from having sex with his sister, if it would lead to a non-reproductive act.
Spam as much as you want, dude. I mean, if you engage in like hardcore spam, I'll mod you. But if you engage in fucking super chat spams, do it all day. Like you give me nothing. You just keep giving me $2 super chats. I'll take them. I don't care. Give them to me. I'm happy with it. Also, for the record, slow mode is on, so I think it's a 2-second slow mode, right? So I mean, you can actually only spam every 2 seconds.
Wait, if it would lead to a non-reproductive act,
she has no uterus,
but that was supposed to be worse than if it would reproduce.
Yeah, it would be It would be less worse.
I'm just saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat to throw on there, but okay. Wait, Jesus Christ, what you're talking about, like adults or children?
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be. Yeah, I guess I would want them to.
Okay, so you want?
Wait, so now he wants the state to stop incest too? It's gross. It's disgusting. Are you just for authoritarian state policies against anything that you find to be degenerate? Because it is degenerate. Don't get me wrong. It's fucking degenerate. I don't like it. I think they should be shunned from society. I think you should and if a child does come from it, I think, I don't know. I don't want to make a strong statement on that. That's something that I need to consider. But I don't know. Like there's something, I don't think, let me be very careful with my words here. I don't think that you can use state power or violence against people that have children via incest. Okay? That being said, I'm not really confident in that answer. Okay? Because I don't like the idea, because it's like, what if you're smoking cigarettes? Okay? What if you're eating unhealthy? Right? If you eat McDonald's, you are while pregnant, you are intentionally harming. My last message on Discord, Casimir, you're one of the few people that I would actually look at Discord away from chat. Andrew's around. Want him to come to the stream for a few minutes? I can try to invite him. Yeah. Invite him. I'd love to talk to him about it so far. Because I'm only partway through it. You know what I mean? I'd love for his opinion on it. I tell him to hop in the Discord, or whatever, and I'll happily do it. Or if he wants to send me a Discord link or whatever, I'd love to get his opinion on it thus far and talk about it. But I'm not I don't want to make it illegal to do things that can potentially, but don't inherently harm a child, right? Because what is eating McDonald's is full of poison, right? So well, what do you mean way to ruin the surprise? I would fucking, it is what it is. I mean, if he wants to come on, he wants to come on. I don't know if he will. I was, I'm not trying to type. I'm streaming. You know what I mean? My bad. Maybe it would have been better to just have him pop on real quick. But no, but at the same time, there is something really inherently fucking beyond just gross, right? Like you are bringing someone into life that is going to have, that isn't going to necessarily going to have health problems, but is way, way, way likelier to have health problems. And I don't know, right? Like that's a tricky one. I don't know if that's a form of aggression or not. And so I just don't have a good answer to that. I'm okay with saying I don't have a good answer to that, I think. I'm not, I'm not the perfect arbiter on all things. You know what I mean? Like I don't know on that one. Yeah, I know Andrew specified non-reproductive, but it just made me think of that. And like, I do think that there is, you know, like I don't know. I really don't like biting that bullet. And when I really don't like biting a bullet, it tells me that there's something more there. You know what I mean? Like when I'm like, man, that does not seem like a good bullet to bite. It seems like I'm probably missing something. You know what I mean? Like when you bite a bullet, that and you're comfortable biting a bullet, that's one thing. But when I'm really uncomfortable biting a bullet, there is a moral intuition in me that's really, really strong. And I'm not sure where that comes from. And like, that usually means that I need to investigate the claim. I need to investigate the whatever it is further. But I'll keep going.
What you're talking about, like adults or children?
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be, yeah, I guess I would want them to.
Okay.
So you want the state to step in on non-reproductive adult, like that's so anti-libertarian. Like, yeah, I don't want it. I don't want it around me. I don't want those people in my society. But like, so far, you're just proving yourself like a paleocon, like not a fucking libertarian there.
So you want the state to utilize authority?
Well, not just the state. I would want anyone.
Okay, so I don't
anyone
understand.
with the force to do it, or
Great.
anyone with the strength to do it. Sure.
So then those people don't own themselves.
No, I don't think that's the conclusion.
Well, if they own themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But that's a very silly and very look, this is a very like childish interpretation.
What do you mean childish interpretation? Like this is like debating 101, right? Is taking a proposition to its logical conclusion to the extreme so that you can showcase, you know, whether or not there's a flaw in the logic, right? Like everybody fucking, like, you know, like when we're talking about the concept of non-aggression, right? You're not going to find too many Republicans that are like, yeah, you shouldn't steal because that's a form of aggression and you have a, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, these are areas of agreement, right? Like he's bringing it to the extreme because that's an area of disagreement between conservatives and, or maybe like, you know, your typical Christian conservative and like a libertarian in this regard is that, you know, the Christian conservative says, oh my God, that's horrible. We should use the violence of the state to stop that. It's outright degeneracy and disgusting. And the libertarian says, I agree with you that it's an outright degenerate and disgusting, but like we shouldn't use state power in this regard. Like this is so anti-libertarian. Like you're not even attempting a defense. You're just biting the bullet that you ought use state power to stop non-violent, non-aggressive crimes because they're real gross. Take this while I find the member button. Oh my God, thank you so much. I think you have to minimize the screen because it's not in the chat function. And it's like over by like the subscribe button usually. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is the consequence of consequentialism. Yeah, I mean 110%. Right? I mean, is you know, consequentialism without any like guardrails of you know, libertarianism or, you know, deontological, you know, guardrails from Christianity, you know, kind of bites all bullets.
Interpretation of libertarianism.
You're still not answering the question. You're just prattling.
No, I didn't. I immediately answered the question, and now I'm responding to the point you made. So I immediately said, yes, anyone with the authority to do it, please stop, or the power to do it, please stop. And then I was
okay. Yeah, right. Which is, but that's not the libertarian. I think Andrew maybe got shocked or surprised because he just gave the complete non-libertarian answer.
Responding to what you said. So I did answer the question. What I'm saying is that the idea that if you own yourself, and this is the fundamental mistake that you made at the beginning, therefore I can't say anything is immoral, is ridiculous. And not in only in the libertarian worldview, but in any world.
I appreciate that my voice is calming, Gone Postal. I'll try not to scream in outrage in the future.
There are lots of things, and I'm sure in yours, where there could be things that you don't think are illegal, but you still, or you don't think should be illegal, but you still think are wrong. So that doesn't mean anything. If I
Trexamon, where are you from? Because it says $2.99, and then it added like $1.85, which is fine. Like, I'm not mad at you. Like, I'm not like, how dare you? You know, you only pay me, you know, effectively $2 instead of the $3. I'm just trying to, Australian currency. Okay. I was trying to figure out what that currency was. Thank you. I don't like it any less. Like, I'm not saying anything bad. I was just curious what that currency conversion was, where it's like essentially 2/3 the currency, but it still has the dollar sign.
I think people own themselves. I can't think there's something horribly wrong about this.
That's not the point. So I'll explain
Okay,
again.
sure. So please.
If you want the state to
Wait, Andrew is literally about to explain basic libertarianism to Dave Smith. Is that what's about to fucking happen? Is Dave Smith about to be explained how basic libertarianism works by his debate opponent on whether or not libertarianism is better than Christian populism? And Dave Smith is like the largest fucking communicator of libertarianism that we have out there? Jesus fucking Christ, Dave Smith. I'm only a half hour into this, and this is I see why you guys keep fucking annoying me about this months later, being like, have you seen this? Like, this is so bad.
go in, if a brother is banging his sister and she can't reproduce, I don't know how you can demonstrate.
Why does reproducing matter in this?
I'll explain
Sure.
why, so that you can't bank on reproduction as being a harm, because it could have like some kid who's all fucked up. So I'm just taking that out of the equation.
Okay. I gotcha.
I'm just taking that out of the equation, right? She has no uterus, they can't reproduce, or maybe they're homosexuals, right? And they're just related. If they own themselves and they're adults, that is exactly what you would make the argument for gay marriage. They're adults. These adults are consenting with each other. Can you actually justify why that's wrong?
Sure.
Then justify why it's wrong.
Well, I can justify why it's wrong. Okay, there's two separate questions here. And this is almost like, I think what you need to pick apart. So look, there's two questions. One is, could I justify someone using force to stop them? And then there's, could I justify why it's wrong? You get where those are two different things?
Yeah, well, apparently you don't get why those are two different things, because you justified the state using power to stop them. I don't know, were you not paying attention? Right? Like, you've already made the argument that the state ought use force to stop them. So I don't think he's the one that's misunderstanding this. Like, you're the one that said that. Like, I do understand that it's common as a libertarian, when you are debating and discussing this with other people, that other people often make the false assumption that when you say that something is morally wrong, that means you ought use state power to stop it, right? Because, well, if it's morally wrong, why would you not use state power? And we're saying, look, there's a descriptive is here about whether or not you can or cannot, or whether or not you can or cannot justify utilizing state power against it, versus whether you can or cannot make the claim that it's morally wrong. I get that that's a common misconception, but Dave Smith seems to be the one that can't make that fucking distinction here, not Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I'm just asking why it's wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the state would be like an extra level, but anyone, right? Like, technically speaking, you could say that the state ought not engage in any of them, right? That what they ought do is give the power back to the people so that they can engage in it, right? But like, that gets into a whole nother conversation. So technically there's three things here: stopping the state, whether or not the state is justified in doing it, whether or not any bypasser is justified in doing it and stopping it with violence, and then whether or not it's morally wrong.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Okay. Do you get why those are two different things, though? You get the point I'm making?
Yeah, sure. So can you answer the question now?
Yeah, dude. Listen, man, do you want to have a decent back and forth here, or do you want to not?
You're still not answering the question.
Now he's just getting frustrated. Like, don't be a bitch, Dave Smith. You're being a bitch right now. Dude, do you want to have a back and forth about this? Like, you're at the Crucible. You're at a debate with a debate moderator with opening fucking statements. You're going to get grilled. Like, what is this? right? Like, come on, man. I hate to be that guy, but fucking come on. Like, nah, like like on top of not fucking getting it, on top of giving a poor debate performance, on top of apparently not understanding libertarian philosophy that well, right? I mean, like, he understands it better than most, unfortunately, right? But he's still not understanding it well enough to be able to debate it at the level that Andrew is at. Now you're just gonna like be like, come on, dude, can we have a conversation about this? Like, you're in a debate. You signed up for this. What are you doing?
Okay.
Can you justify why it's actually wrong for two consenting adults?
Yeah. See, the thing is, I am answering the question. You're just kind of being a dick and trying to win the debate.
When are
rather
you
than
going to
having a
answer the
conversation.
question, Dave?
All right, give him a chance.
So is that actually like? Does anyone listening to this think this makes for like good debate tactics? No.
Yes, it does. He's grilling you and telling, like, you're on the fucking Crucible, okay? You didn't schedule an interview without a moderator to discuss your differences and like meet a new person. You scheduled a debate on a fucking show called The Crucible. Okay? And now you're fucking floundering. God damn, man. Like, I want so bad to be in support of the libertarian, despite but I like Andrew, and Andrew's fucking dominating this conversation, and now you're just mad that you're getting boned. Like, piss off, dude. Like,
You actually are not like recognizing that there's a difference between these two things. So
I just told you I do.
Let's leave him.
All right, do you guys want to do this, man? I fucking like honestly. Dude, this is just
You've
like,
talked way more than I have, Dave. I just want you to answer my question. Can you justify it or not, bro?
Okay. So anyway, I'll go back to saying, do you guys want to do this? Do you guys want to like do a show here, or like what's the point of this?
You want to? I asked you specifically if you want a conversation or a debate. You said a debate. We're debating.
No. I didn't say that. I said we could do whatever you want to do, dude.
Yeah, so we're doing a debate. So let's not do a meta conversation. Just answer the question.
A debate doesn't mean you talk over me every time I try to answer.
I just want you to answer the question.
No. I understand you.
Yeah, no, like, this isn't an Oxford style debate, Dave Smith. This isn't fucking what's his name? Oh my God, now this isn't a Gene Epstein debate where you have an intro, they have an intro, you have 15, 20 minutes, they have 15, 20 minutes, then you have 10 to 15 minutes for a response, then they have 10 to 15 minutes for response, then you have closing statements, then they have closing statements, and then you take questions, okay? This is a back and forth blood sports fucking debate. There's 100 of them on fucking YouTube. Did you, like, I mean, it's not his fucking fault that you didn't do any goddamn research, and now you're bitching because you've floundered and made several mistakes. Like, piss off, Dave Smith. God damn. Oh my God. Dave. You are representing libertarianism at the highest level, and you are doing it so poorly.
You do, and I was, but you're
Dave,
just
1 second.
Kinda,
Here's what we're gonna do. Dave can expound here on what he thinks is occurring here in this debate, and then before you come back in, Andrew, we'll give Dave a chance to specifically answer the question that you've asked. So Dave's gonna do two things.
Ask me the question again. I'm sorry.
Can you justify why two consenting adults who are brother and sister having sex is morally wrong?
Yes.
Then do it.
Okay, because I think it's for the same reason you would think. I think.
Yeah, but he already said that the state should come in and stop it. I don't know if it was misspeaking, but I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Then do it.
Okay, because I think it's for the same reason you would think. I think it's against nature. It's evil. It just seems horrible. I don't know. Do you have a better answer for why it's wrong?
Well, yes, divine command.
Divine command. Okay, fine. So I also say divine command. That's why it's wrong.
Well, but then the axiom of self-ownership would be wrong.
No,
how did
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. And if you had listened to me when I was responding the first time, you would.
No, it literally would, Dave Smith. Like what do you mean it wouldn't? It absolutely would. Okay, when you say that the state is okay, just because you say it's morally wrong, I get in this regard, but you already made the claim that it's okay for the state to step in and stop it. Okay, and if it's okay for the state to come in and stop it, then you're making the claim that it is justifiable for the state to A, steal money from us in order to fucking engage in a monopoly on power and violence, right? But setting that aside, right, you just mean that it's okay in this instance because the state hasn't returned that power and they are guardians of that duty, right? We'll accept that. That's fine. Setting that aside, right? But even in that regard, you're making the claim that anyone has the right to use violence to stop two consenting adults from having sex where they're not capable of having children. And because you think it's icky and gross, which it fucking is, right? Because you think that, you're saying that that is justification. Like, I understand that you saying it's morally wrong, which it is, isn't saying that the state is justified to do that, but you already made that claim. I don't know if you misspoke or something, but like, what are you going on about?
Would understand.
Well, here,
that.
let me now make my argument back.
Yeah,
If they don't own themselves, right, or if they do own themselves rather, and they're two consenting adults, just like two homo.
No, Monster West. I completely agree that wrong and illegal are totally different, right? But he earlier said that he was okay with the state stopping it.
Homosexual consenting adults. Why is it actually wrong for them to do that? You say because it seems like it's against nature, which is the natural fallacy. Couldn't I just apply that to homosexuals as well and say, well, it seems like it's against nature?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could.
And do you think so? Your moral oughts are based around just things that gross you out?
No, divine intervention, bro.
Divine command?
Yeah, there you go.
So if it's divine command, then you're going to abandon libertarianism and you're going to come over to Christian ethics, right?
No.
But I thought you made your justification based on divine command.
So okay, listen. It's clear that
great point, dude. You're right. You have divine command, and you're asking me why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Listen, dude. I know, I don't know anything about you. I don't know why Jacob thought this.
Okay, I don't understand. Like, your answer to that isn't like, I guess he's just frustrated at this point. He's giving up, which is even more pathetic, right? But your answer is, yeah, there's a difference between morally wrong and ethically justifiable. Okay. And it is ethically unjustifiable to say that we're going to use the power of the state to stop this thing. I think it's morally fucking wrong. I think that we should get rid of those people in society. We should physically remove them. We should banish these people. We should not let them fucking engage in any fucking, I would ban them from my restaurant. I would ban them from my church. I would ban their children from attending my school. Okay. I would go that fucking far as to get rid of these people and to get them out of my community and out of my society. I would not let them live in my neighborhood if my neighborhood had like some form of like morality clause that wanted to keep fucking sick degenerates out of the neighborhood, because I want a neighborhood that's safe for kids to play in, where they don't have to worry about fucking violence or aggression or fucking pedos or creeps that are masturbating with their windows open, etc. Okay, I would do all of those things. But what's not okay is for me to go into their living room with no prior contracts or agreements, guns ablazing, and lock them in a cage for it. Okay? Instead, I'm going to get rid of them out of my fucking community. Like, these are two different things. Make that fucking distinction. Okay, Mr. Fun Police? Nah, if you're fucking your brother or sister, like, I'm out. And you can, and I don't want a goddamn thing to do with you. Like, you need to fuck right off. I got nothing to say to you other than get away.
This was going to be a good idea. I know you like dominate 20-year-old like OnlyFans sluts in debates.
I also dominate 45-year-old comedians in debates. What's your point?
41, motherfucker. And listen, and no, you're really not though. You're asking questions about why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Oh, okay.
Okay, now you're just memeing. I get the strategy of placing out the fact that like you're being memeing, but this is what debates are about, dude. Is that sometimes like you don't debate about the shit that you already agree on. You take things to their extreme end so that you can show the logical contradictions in the thoughts that the person has. And it's a fucking slam dunk for you. Just answer it the way that I answered it. But instead, he seems to be flabbergasted by the concept of having to engage in thought experiments. Like, dude, what is like, if you like, you're acting like you've never done a debate before, whilst meanwhile you're engaged in debates all the time, and then you're saying, I know you fucking, you now you're just trying to like call him out as being like a poor debater because you only know of him on the whatever podcast. But it's like, dude, Andrew Wilson got his chops debating tons of people. That wasn't just 20-year-olds, okay? Like, At this point in time, he had already debated, famous Muslim apologists, for example, right? He had debated on modern day debates tons of times. He's debated on, white supremacists and things of that nature. He's debated, on Twitch panels. He's done tons and tons of debates that weren't just like the whatever podcasts. And, it's just like, come on, dude. Like, I'm just so like, this is such a fucking pathetic showing, and it's pissing me off.
I don't know, because I think it's wrong and yes, awful. And also, do I think that the government, if we're talking about adults, is it being outlawed going to be a great way to regulate that? Probably not. What even is your like vision? I mean, this is like the
Probably not. Like, so now we're just a David Friedman type of libertarian where it's all just about the consequences, right? Like we're giving up anarcho-capitalism, and now we're a small L libertarian minarchist that is, uses, utilitarianism and consequentialism as our rational analysis. Fucking good job, Dave Smith. Andrew Wilson literally broke you.
Dumbest fucking question to get into like what the role of government ought to be. Yes, you're right. If the FBI is breaking in and stopping 25-year-old and 28-year-old brothers and sisters from having sex with each other, that's okay. But
they do that. Just so you know, they do that right now. Are you opposed to it? They actually arrest people for doing this, and they drag them off to jail, and they put them in jail for doing that.
I'm not nearly as aware of this as you are, Andrew, but I'm not going to fight against that law.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Then what I don't understand is that if the argument.
Well, then you're not a fucking libertarian, dude. Like, what do you mean? You don't get to pick and choose libertarianism based off of your fee-fees. Either you believe that the government has the justification to, engage in putting people in cages with our tax money based upon what we as a society find to be degenerate and gross, but can't actually prove any inherent harm, or you don't believe that the government has that authority and duty. What? Yeah, sub. I mean, like, I'm giving a certain level of charitability here. That if you're an anarcho-capitalist, or at the very least you claim it, that like you recognize that the state shouldn't exist, but that like quote unquote, we live in a society, right? They do exist, right? And so the like just sitting there going, the state shouldn't exist, whatever, the state shouldn't exist, right? That argument kind of goes nowhere because people go, okay, well, the state does exist, so what should we do? And as far as I'm concerned, if the state refuses to give up its moral, its claim to a monopoly on violence, right, then the state should, at the very least, as a criminal organization, also engage in stopping criminal organizations. Like I have no problem with like a murderer who goes out and kills innocent people, and the state uses force to go and kill that murderer, right? These are two criminal organizations. So I don't look at the murderer as a victim in this scenario. I recognize that the state shouldn't exist. But at the same time, unless the state is going to return the power for me to hire private police, for me as, let's say, a landlord or a group of landlords to collectively to get together and hire a security force that has the right to go after murderers and has a right to put murderers in cages and has a right to, engage in our own system of trials and justice with like rights enforcement agencies or whatever, and, arbitration firms to determine the veracity of these claims, right? Until that right is returned to me, right? I don't want like just, lawlessness on the streets. Like I don't want them to like, I'm not going to support a bill tomorrow, right? And the bill says, what we're going to do is we're going to abolish all prisons and we're no longer going to put criminals in cages. However, if you hire a private security force or you kidnap people and put them in prison, we're going to arrest you and lock you up in a temporary cage, and then we're going to fine you and like shoot you or something. Right? Because we're gonna execute you for kidnapping. Right? Because I don't want fucking murderers and rapists running around on the streets. Okay, I'm not supporting that bill. But if that bill comes with allowing me to fucking lock up people in private prisons, allowing me to have rights enforcement agencies, allowing me to have private police that can perform the function that the state is no longer engaged in, then yeah. That's not how privatized things work. I don't know. Pay me a super chat and tell me why I'm wrong, and I'll answer.
Argument for self-ownership is that consenting adults can do whatever it is they want to do. Because they're consenting adults are not hurting anybody else, this would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Why couldn't a brother and a sister engage in this in Dave's libertarian land? Why couldn't they? Why shouldn't they be able to, honestly?
Sure. Well, why shouldn't they do it is for moral reasons. I suppose you could make an argument that if people really do have freedom, then a grown, grown adults who are related should not be bound by law and should not have.
You like my cup? Was because it's Mission Barbecue. Yeah, I love Mission Barbecue. I love Mission Barbecue for a couple of reasons. So when I was in undergrad, I worked in military student services as a veteran. I helped people process their GI Bill payments. I helped them understand how to sign up for classes and still get their benefits. And a lot of times there's a lot of kids whose parents had passed on their GI Bill benefits too. So they didn't understand anything at all. They're just like, I have this GI Bill thing that my dad gave me. I have no idea how to use it, etc. And so that's what I did. And I wrote some articles for VCU, etc. And then the stream is brought to you by Mission Barbecue. I love Mission Barbecue. And so Mission Barbecue did a lot of work with us. They did a lot of good charity work coming in on Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and 4th of July. And they would cater these events and, kind of honor troops, etc. And, and I like a conservative company more than a liberal company for sure. But also, another thing is Mission Barbecue is one of those places that's everywhere where you can, if you're on a low carb diet or if you're trying not to eat poison, etc., it's a relatively cheap place where you can kind of go in a lot of places in America and get their oh my God, why can I not think their brisket? Right, get their fatty brisket and be like, no, I don't want the cornbread. And you can just order a double order of a fatty brisket and get a ton of meat. So if you're on carnivore or you're on keto, or if you're trying to not eat a high carb diet and trying not to eat a lot of poison, it's a great place to go to just get that food. So I have a lot of Mission Barbecue cups because I go to Mission Barbecue every now and then, and it's just a good place, and they're good people there. And also you can see them preparing your food. You know what I mean? It's a friendly atmosphere. It is fucking weird when they randomly fucking do the Pledge of Allegiance out of nowhere and you're not expecting it. And all of a sudden, the fucking national anthem plays. Sorry, not Pledge of Allegiance, national anthem. And everybody stands up. And I'm not really the biggest fan of military and policing. Obviously, I'm an ANCAP. But as a veteran, I also have a complicated relationship in the way that I feel about that. I feel mostly sad, right? I've lost friends to suicide. My best friend is, a veteran, a combat veteran. He's lost people. And, we send young boys off to fight wars for political reasons, and more often than not, they're completely unjustifiable, even with, the taxation that's setting aside the taxation that's used. And then those people come back and they're really fucked up. And, I don't know that we ought to revere them, thank them for their service or anything. But we ought to consider that something we ought to think about. So, yeah, I haven't lost anyone to war. Just to be fair, I haven't lost anyone to war directly. Everyone that I've known that's no longer here that I, was served with or whatever, died from suicide. But fair enough.
Have a cop bash him over the head with a baton for having sex with a cousin or something. Okay, but you're taking this to this weird extreme example where.
Yeah, he's trying to showcase that your fucking logic falls apart, dude. And you can't even fucking maintain the logic. And so he's proving to you that you don't believe it. And now you're having to be convinced by Andrew of the libertarian position. And then you're just saying it doesn't matter that you're not libertarian all the time and that you're libertarian most of the time. Fucking what?
Yeah, that happens now?
Oh, sure. Okay. Anyway, so you're taking this to a weird extreme example where, okay, let's take it to the other extreme and say, do you believe that the government should rush into your house anytime you're doing anything where they determine that that's degenerate or not moral or productive? You're smoking a cigarette right now. Is that enough of a reason for someone to come get you? Like, would there be any realm where you would say, maybe the government shouldn't be regulating every inch of what I determine from divine, whatever that is moral or immoral?
Yeah, so actually this makes my point for me. This is great. So the reason that I just go...
Dude, divine whatever? Really?
ahead and yeah, so actually this makes my point for me.
Also, Dave Smith claims to be a fucking Christian. So like why are you mocking the concept of divine command? Like you claim to be a Christian and like and yet you're mocking the idea of divine command? Like what?
This is great. So the reason that I just go ahead and concede a lot of these points because there's no real reason to fight them. For instance, if you agree with me that the only justification that you can have is that, well, because God told you it's gross, and so therefore you ought to not do it, then this would mean that you agree with me in divine command and should be a Christian ethicist. That's why that's done. That's why I just make it super easy for you to go ahead and agree. And you did. You agreed. Absent. So I'm just going to ask this straight out. Okay. And no, I don't believe in that sort of government overreach. And I can give you my systems and reasons for why that is too under Christian ethics, where we both take into account consequence, but also take into account duty. So I'm going to ask this: absent any kind of divine command, God didn't tell you anything. Would you say that it's not moral? And can you justify why it's not moral for a brother to hump his sister? Could you do that absent divine command? Like, honest question, Dave. This is super important.
Sure. So I would say this, right?
Yeah, I can, because it's not in your own rational self-interest to fuck your fucking sister or your brother. Okay? Assuming that like your sister's infertile, okay? Because I think that is, making all things equal. Okay? That's your rational self-interest is to build a loving relationship that brings value to you. Okay? And if you're having sex with your sister, like there are all forms of reasons why like it's not socially acceptable, right? And you say, okay, well, let's take out the fact that, let's say you're in ancient Rome and everyone agrees that it's okay. Okay, well, what is your relationship at that point? Your relationship is an incestuous relationship. It's within the family. So you're not branching out. You're not networking. You're not growing the family. You're not growing the power base. You're engaged in a relationship with this person that is like known you your entire life. So it's a death of the family. Because even if she's infertile, are you infertile? So now do we have to both be infertile for this to work? And even then you could branch out in terms of adoption and things of that nature, but are you going to adopt someone? Like you're rejecting social norms to such a degree that you're subjecting the child to all of these issues of the rejection of the social norms. You're rejecting that in your family. You're reducing your ability to network. Like there are all kinds of reasons, even if everyone involved is infertile, that you're not now you're kind of like you're reducing your capacity for being able to take care of your family, like such as the elderly. Like you don't need divine command theory, right? To recognize that like having sex with your sister isn't going to be a good thing for you. But here's the problem, is that for an incredibly limited group of people, it is going to be in their rational self-interest. Both people are infertile. Your parents died in a car accident. You have no other extended family. The only people that you know that are connected to your family are yourself and your sister. And you struggle together. You know each other well. You love each other because of all of the things that you've been through. It's impossible for you to have children. And you're not going to face any social consequences because for whatever reason, you live in a society where that is, no one cares. Or for whatever reason, the birth records and everything were burned, so it's a secret that only you two know. Where's the harm? Where is this against rational self-interest? I don't like it. It sounds icky to me. It sounds kind of gross. But, you know, where is this against your where is this against your rational self-interest? Wouldn't it mess you up psychologically? I mean, that's a presumption that we have from a concept that we think it's gross, right? But I'm specific. There's a limit case where you can go far enough, right, where it wouldn't be that way. I wouldn't suggest it for fucking anybody, right? But there is going to be at least one person in, you know, if you take it out to infinity, statistically speaking, it would be statistically impossible for there not to be at least one instance where it would be in your rational self-interest to do so. And nobody would know, and everyone would be none the wiser. And so if someone somehow investigated and discovered it, why do you get to use violence to stop it? That's kind of the thing here. That's kind of the difference between something is generally wrong versus something is inherently wrong. And if your inherent wrong is just an appeal to nature, right, then that's a logical fallacy. So how is it inherently wrong? Now, I don't know Andrew's answer, but I would assume, you know, there might be some divine command or some Christian ethics position, right? But you have to prove that it's inherently wrong in some degree in order to actually be able to say that it's inherently, and how do you prove? You can't prove that it's just inherently wrong based off of a moral preference. In order to genuinely prove that something is inherently wrong, it has to be inherently aggressive, because then you can know without a doubt that it's inherently wrong. And it's not inherently aggressive. It might be under certain circumstances. It might not be under other circumstances. It's gross. I don't like it. I don't want those people around. Mostly because generally it's wrong. And if it's generally wrong, then I don't want a society that accepts it under these weird limit cases, because that's not how cultural and societal acceptance works. Cultural and societal acceptance and social pressure works off of generalizations, because that's just how people work. They don't investigate every detail of someone's life in order to determine how to act in every single instance of actions that they take. That would be crippling and impossible to act in that way. Devil's advocate, what if I'm Pharaoh of Egypt? If you're the Pharaoh of Egypt, you shouldn't engage in incest. You should marry someone of another power. I would say that's against your rational self-interest if you're a Pharaoh of Egypt, because you're denying your ability to increase your power base and the stability of your nation by creating political treaties and peace negotiations and linking families together so that you can actually like protect your people and protect your nation and protect your property. So I would say that it would be against your rational self-interest to engage in incest, especially speaking if you're some form of royalty in that regard. Now, you know, if you're a Habsburg and you're, you know, marrying them off to like, you know, a neighboring nation and you're like first cousins, I think, you know, that's a little different. But furthermore, the real goal of marriage and dynasties is to have children, right? So again, if you're not infertile, it's absolutely against your rational self-interest, even more so if you're royalty of some sort.
I grew up an atheist. Well, I mean, I'm Jewish, but I grew up like not a religious person. It was just, you know, kind of what I was born into. And I was pretty much an atheist for most of my life. And then I had some experiences as I became a young adult that made me think about God and kind of get in touch with him. And then it was really when I had my first child that I really found God. So I would agree with you that, yes, there is something from God that instructs me as to what is right and wrong in this world.
Sure.
However, before I ever believed in God, yeah, there was just a deep feeling inside of me that would have been very wrong. And I do believe that was always from God. So
okay.
I don't know.
Then absent God,
what that proves.
So then absent God,
nothing in this argument.
Yeah, no, it does though. And I'm going to explain how. Because you're saying that absent God is just your preferences. It's just how you feel.
No,
that's what makes what's moral or not moral. But what would make it immoral absent God?
See, here's the thing, dude. Andrew, I think you're doing a thing here that a lot of like internet blood sport debaters try to do.
I think you're doing a thing here. Answer the fucking question, Dave Smith.
Which is that you're trying to win before you're actually listening to what I'm saying.
I can.
Well, he's trying to win because you're in a debate. Yes. Congratulations. You discovered what a debate is. But he didn't showcase any listening or any lack of listening when you said that you believe that God was always there telling you that this thing was wrong. And then he says, cool. So absent God, absent that voice, you're left with moral preference. And you couldn't establish. You're repeating a claim. Here's the problem. He's repeating a claim. The claim is that the non-aggression principle is valid. The claim is that self-ownership is valid, which I wouldn't have stuck with. I wouldn't have gone with, but that is the claim. Okay. And then he's saying, okay, well, can you prove it? And then you say that you can't really prove it, but then you kind of say that you can prove it because you go into the very kind of like beginning colloquial conversation about argumentation ethics, right? Which is, the agreement via like you never bring up the performative contradiction between attempting to justify violence or attempting to justify an ethical system that is not conflict, that is conflict inducing as an ethical system, whilst simultaneously showcasing bodily autonomy and a moral preference and norm where you engage in conversation or argumentation because you recognize that the other party is a person with their own unique ideas and that it is a moral preference to engage in that you have a moral preference for argumentation over systems of violence, whilst all this at the same time arguing for a system that is violence inducing, and that these two become a performative contradiction. You don't finish any of that argumentation, right? So because you haven't finished any of that argumentation, and because you chose to die on the hill of your claim, but you won't substantiate your claim, and then you talk about finding God, he goes back to the fucking claim, which is, okay, absent that, all you have is moral preference. And you haven't proven or substantiated your claim in that regard. Sorry for the midstream response. Shark Eyes, I went through it on stream. He's in Discord. I went through it on stream. You were gone.
Steelman the entire thing if you'd like.
Try to listen to what I actually said and grapple with that. What I said was not before I believed in God, it was just subjective. What I said was before.
No, any internet conversation does not always end in incest or Hitler. You forgot dog fucking. Dog fucking is part of the triumvirate. All right. It's incest, Hitler, or dog fucking.
Before I believed in God, it was just subjective. What I said was before I believed in God, I always had this feeling. And what I believe is that was always God.
So to Steelman,
that's a very different thing than what you said. All right?
Sure. So I'll just Steelman the position. The position, to make sure I don't get this wrong at all, is that you believe that there was some type of natural law given to you by God before you ever even believed in God, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Great. So I Steelman the position. So to my question, which you didn't actually answer,
sure,
which is this: absent God, if there was no God, could you justify why this would be immoral or not?
Yeah, I don't know that you could. I mean,
yeah.
I think absent God, it's very difficult to arrive at morality.
Right.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so the libertarian here now says that you don't think it's possible to understand natural law unless God exists. Okay. If you're going to do this and still call yourself a fucking libertarian, at the very least, you need to respond, God gives us logos. God gives us reason. God gives us rationality. Okay? And then you need to step into the territory of Aquinas, right? And say that if your interpretation of the word of God disagrees with reason and rationality, okay? Then your right? And that either your reasoning, your rationality is wrong, or your interpretation of the word of God is wrong, right? Because in the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with God, right? In the beginning was logos, and Logos was with God, and Logos is God. Okay, it is not. It's kind of a paradox. I don't want to get into that. There are theologians who have, grappled with this paradox better than I. I'm not a Christian apologist, right? But putting on my Christian apologist helmet, as a libertarian as well, as a Christian libertarian, you would say that God gave us reason, okay? And through that reason, through the Aristotelian logic of like the law of identity, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, the, Habermas's performative contradiction, systems of ethics, etc., that we can derive that you ought, that you cannot claim a system of ethics is valid unless that system of ethics is conflict reducing. And then you go into other forms of Christian apologia, right? You go into 1 Samuel 8 and you talk about how Israel asks for a king, okay? And what is, and when God said that they have not forsaken you as a leader when they ask for a king. When they ask for a king, they have forsaken me as their king. That God is their king, and that by asking for a government, by asking for a king, that they are forsaking me as their God, as their king. And you know what? If they ask for it, I'll give it to them because they have free will. He doesn't say they have free will, but it's kind of like you could imply it, right? And then from there, you can go into 1 Samuel 8. And you can talk about render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God's. And when there are disagreements about Paul's letters or other things, you can then engage in kind of an interpretation of like, yes, this is what Paul is suggesting for these people at this specific time because of the consequences of what would occur to them otherwise, because ultimately God is their king. But I believe, as a Christian apologist, again, Christian apologist hat on, I believe that a good Christian, that a moral Christian, that a Christian that is following the word of God follows God's commands. And one of those commands is thou shalt not steal. And taxation is theft, my guy. There's no other way other than to see it. It's theft. Okay? And so if God tells us not to fucking steal, then we ought to follow God's commands. And that's why libertarianism is better than Christian populism, because Christian populism is against the word of God. Christian populism is fighting to maintain the power of the nation state off of what it presumes, off what God calls immoral. It wants to use violence to impose that morality. Okay? And it is, and look at Jonah and the whale, right? What did Jonah do? Jonah attempted to escape God's wrath, and he got on a fucking ship and he tried to escape. But you can't escape God's wrath, and you can't escape divine judgment, and you can't escape the call to God. And so when they were fucking besieged by sea creatures, Jonah admitted that it was probably his fault. And so they made him walk the plank, and he's swallowed by the whale. Okay, and then he agrees to do what God told him to do, which is to go off and to go to his enemies and tell his enemies that they are to wrap themselves in sackcloth and ashes, okay? And that they are to repent for their crimes against God's chosen people, okay? And he goes there and he tells them to do it. And to his surprise and his dismay even, they do it. And he is angry with God because God saved people because they listened to his divine commands. Okay? He's angry that God gave these people the chance to escape God's wrath if they simply repented for their sins and recognized their God as their Lord and their God as their king. And then to showcase his power and his rule, his ultimate authority, he grows a tree so that Jonah can sit in the shade. And then he takes the shade and the tree with him. And he asks him, why would you do this? Like, why would you take this tree from me? And it's like, I made the tree. It was my tree. I can take the tree away. That's me. I'm God. Like that is a story that really is just to showcase that God is the God of everyone and not just the God of the Jews, right? And that his power, you can't escape his power, because a lot of time, in the old days, people thought that like God was, a local area and that their power diminished. And you can even see this with God apologizes for like being busy at one point in the Bible and like not being there, right? God becomes more powerful, all knowing, all good, like as the Old Testament goes through. And in the Christian, by the time Jesus Christ comes, God is just, the one and only true God everywhere, all powerful, all knowing, all good. But like he doesn't really start off that way. Right? Like that's what you do in this instance. You don't do like Dave Smith did and then just be like, yeah, well, absent God, I don't know. I guess you can't fucking derive this. Like, God gives us morality, and without that, I don't know, there is no morality, and like, it's all subjective. So I guess Christian populism is just as good as libertarianism absent God. Like, what? These are the people that claim to be speaking for God more. If you're going to fucking claim the mantle of Christianity as the system by which you prop up libertarianism, then fucking defend that as a Christian and defend your faith and defend why libertarianism is better in that regard. Don't fucking abandon libertarianism because God or something, I don't know. Like, you're just proving once again that it's just a moral preference, and then you get mad when Andrew calls out that you're defending it just as a moral preference.
So absent God, so you're a divine command as well, divine command theorist, just like myself. So if that's true and you're a divine command theorist, and we have now shown how self-ownership leads to absurd conclusions like a brother being able to hump your sister.
No, but I disagree with it. Okay.
Well, okay, why can't, if you own yourself, why can't you hump your sister if she owns herself, Dave? That makes no sense.
What do you mean by why can't you? Why can't, if you don't own yourself, why can't you hump your sister? What does that mean?
Good question. But my point is with the non-aggression principle, the entire axiom.
You're not asking anything, dude.
Yeah, I am.
So let's just say this.
Okay, like Dave Smith almost feels like he's being intentionally stupid here. Like, you get what he's asking. Dave Smith is technically correct here, which is like, why can't you? Well, you can, right? But like Andrew did word this particular engagement incorrectly, right? Which is like, why can't you untrammeled by the state? Right? Like, why can't you do that? Like, why is it that we claim that you ought not do it, and further beyond you ought not do it, we ought use violence to stop it? Right? And like, just answer that. Like, that's what he means.
And man, I wish you had picked an example that wasn't so fucking uncomfortable to talk about. But here, you, Andrew, don't
welcome to
yourself.
Debating
Why
someone that has been debating for
could.
years. Like, welcome to debating online, Mr. I've been debating libertarianism for years and have to get schooled on what libertarianism is by Andrew. Also, I didn't know you did debate prep for this, Casimir, but it kind of shows.
Exactly. So what the hell are you asking? What's the question?
But that goes to my point. I think that if you actually have self-ownership as something more than an axiom, meaning it's justified somehow that you actually do own yourself, it's not just a social construction, then you wouldn't be able to hump your sister if you did not own yourself, right?
What do you mean wouldn't be able to?
But if you do own yourself, you can still hump your sister. The point being,
Andrew,
yeah,
do you own yourself?
Under the current paradigm of the social construction, we would say yes.
Okay, but so if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to hump yourself. I don't get.
No, you still could, but that is the point.
So that's it. So you still could. So what are you saying?
So let me try again. Just listen to what I'm saying, like I just did yours. In fact, maybe you can steal me.
Hold on one second. Give me just a second, boys. All right, sorry.
Man, this for me.
Okay,
maybe like I just did for you.
Let me listen, and I'll see if I can.
So my point is that self-ownership is why you should not be allowed to aggress against another person, because they own themselves. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? Isn't that the basis of the NAP? You own you, I own me. That's why we cannot aggress against each other. Correct?
Sure.
Okay, got it. And yet here we're both talking about using state authority to aggress against people who own themselves, who aren't actually doing anything you can justify as being wrong outside of Christian ethics. And so the thing is that seems to dispel the NAP. Now, can you steelman that back to me?
Okay,
I know.
So you're saying that if we own ourselves,
Oh my God. Yeah. So is he finally going to fucking get it?
And everybody and an act of aggression would be violating someone else's self-ownership, then it wouldn't be an act of aggression to kill yourself, incest amongst adults, things like this.
Right.
Okay. So
if that's true, and the only moral oughts that we have for why you shouldn't do this is through Christianity.
No, I didn't say no. By the way, I didn't say Christianity, but you said. But
okay, fine. God, whatever the justified axiom is for God, for divine command. Okay,
sure.
If that's the only way that we can justify that this is immoral, then the idea that you owning yourself and two consenting adults owning themselves in anarcho-capitalist land can't be true, because you are willing to use and violate their self-ownership.
No, you're just exposing him for not being a libertarian. Like, no offense, but it doesn't actually make it. Like, the argument here is that, like, because Dave Smith says it, therefore it's false. It's like, no, it just means that Dave Smith's not a libertarian. It doesn't actually mean at least in this regard, right? It doesn't actually mean that it's false. Just to be fair, it just means that Dave Smith is showcasing that he doesn't believe in the non-aggression principle when taken to its, when taken to the extreme.
With aggression, because you think they're doing something morally wrong, but you can't justify what they're doing that's morally wrong.
No, okay, so again, this is back what I was trying to say before, that I think there's these two things that need to be separated. So there's the moral application of the initiation of violence, and then there's morality. And they're not exactly the same thing. And so if my neighbor, let's just say, my neighbor is not being a good husband.
Yeah, dude, but you're justifying state authority, dude. Like, he keeps slipping into this, like, well, there's two different things, right? There's the prescriptive and then there's the descriptive, right? And the descriptive, like, that would be fine, but the problem is that you're arguing for the state authority to violate the non-aggression principle, okay? So stop slipping into, like, I get to do that, and the reason I get to do that is because I think these things disagree in this instance. I think that it's morally wrong under 99% of circumstances to engage in incest. I'm not a Christian, okay? I come to that via rational self-interest. I think that there are incredibly rare specific scenarios where it could potentially not be morally wrong to engage in it, but it would still gross me the fuck out, okay? And so a society ought not run itself and ought impose voluntarily rules to weed out this thing, because 99% of the time it's going to be really bad, okay? And so that is my position. And my position is also that you ought not use state authority to and violence to stop this. One, because it would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. And two, because the state authority, and this is getting into the weeds, and obviously, but like, this is a minor point to the side. That minor point is that the state should abolish itself and give itself over to private corporations and businesses, etc. anyways. It gives me the ick. Yeah, it certainly gives me the ick. Without a doubt. The ick is real, boys.
Husband and being a good father.
Yeah. Fucking my sister gives me the ick. And she's a libertarian and a very attractive young girl. Okay? But the concept of having sex with my 17-year-old sister is utterly disgusting. And no, it's not because she's 17, though that, is part of it.
Or let's just say my neighbor is not being a good husband and being a good father. Okay, so like let's say he's just very cold with his children, and
dude, if Andrew just starts fucking screaming at him at this point, like, I would understand. Like, I honestly would understand at this point if Andrew just starts yelling at him, because dude, you are not engaging with it. You are falling back to an argument that libertarians make often, but doesn't apply here, because you're the one supporting the state violating the non-aggression principle.
And doesn't pay the bills on time and doesn't work and is lazy and does all types of things that I judge to be morally wrong. Like, I think he should be a better father and a better husband. But if I go over there and beat him over the head with a club to make him be a better husband and father, it's not as simple an equation as, was he morally right or wrong? The question is it morally justified for me to enact this force against him in order to make, like, is that more moral or immoral than his initial sin? So that's the question that you get into when you start talking about government.
No, Dave Smith, it's not about more immoral or less moral, right? It's about the fact that it is morally unjustifiable in order to be able to go and beat up your neighbor because because he works a shitty job and doesn't pay his bills. Okay? Now, obviously, if he doesn't pay his bills, eventually that gets into the territory of theft, and then, the company whose bills he owes, you know what I mean? But let's just say he's just like a spiteful, mean, nasty dad that never showers and never treats his children with love, right? There's no inherent aggression here, because not paying your bills is a form of aggression because it's a violation of a contract that you agreed to. Now, it's morally unjustifiable. There's no concept of more or less moral, right? It's not more immoral for you to beat him up because it's, what he's doing isn't, is less immoral than the action that you're doing, right? You're engaging in a Friedmanite consequentialist form of fucking little L libertarianism, and I hate it. I hate it.
Regulating a lot of these things. It's not as simple as you're making it out that, well, if people own themselves, then it has to be morally justified, whatever they do.
Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, exactly. It's not morally just. Yes, agreed. But the question is, for the 1,000th fucking time, why, if you accept that it is morally justifiable for the state to go in and stop incest with people who are infertile, then you believe that there are situations where you can say that the nap is invalid, and by doing that, you defeat the entire concept of libertarianism.
See if we can't parse this out, and again, I'll see if I can just steelman this with my criticism. So the thing is that I agree. We can look at scales, right? We can say that we can get to absurd conclusions if we were to say that there's no time or place to apply some sort of aggression towards somebody, right? Otherwise, you would aggress on them for anything that you consider some kind of moral failure, and obviously that's not what either of us are after. Sure. What I'm saying is that if we take it to its logical conclusion, libertarianism, which is what I said in my opening, as a consequence of itself, has to actually lead to degeneracy, and the reason is because if the idea here is that I own me and you own you, and if we consent to the two things we do together and it hurts nobody else, therefore not violating the non-aggression principle, which is the foundation for which this thing revolves, then how can you make ever a claim against homosexuals getting married or
Okay, yeah. So this is where he's just totally off basis, right? Because again, libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. Libertarianism doesn't give you moral oughts. It doesn't tell you what is immoral and what is moral. It only tells you what, it's a descriptive legal theory. It's not even pretending. Some people, idiots, think it is and even communicate that it is, pretending to tell you things are moral, but it doesn't tell you. Just because it says that you don't get to go bash in someone's skull for being a prostitute doesn't mean that means that prostitution is good. And it also doesn't mean that it doesn't even inherently lead to the consequence of more prostitution, right? What it says, because if you say prostitution is wrong and therefore I ought to utilize the state power, well, that doesn't actually stop prostitution. It might stop some prostitution. Okay. But it's not actually stopping all prostitution. And in fact, as I've showcased, more often than not, when you engage in drug wars or in certain wars where people feel that they have a right to do something, just because you impose order, that order comes at a cost. So it's a trade-off, right? When you impose order on someone, you have to pay for that imposition of order. Human beings have a disposition to resent domination just as much as they have a disposition to dominate. And so if human beings resent domination, if that is an inherent characteristic of human beings, which I believe that it is, okay, then in a game theory analysis, you recognize that there is a cost. Some costs must be paid in order to establish order over other people. This is true of libertarianism. This is true of communism. This is true of Christian populism. It's true of it's true of whatever system of maintaining order that you come up with. Okay, so there's no guarantee that making prostitution illegal and using state power rids us of prostitution. there's no guarantee that we get the outcomes that we prefer. So there's like a couple of premises that are like snuck in with this argumentation, which is that like, well, we ought use state power to stop this thing. And there's like this kind of assumption that it will actually be meaningfully stopped, that we'll actually get the outcome that we prefer. Okay. But maybe there's a deontological like position, which is like, you know, it doesn't matter whether the outcome actually stops it. We have a moral duty to attempt to stop it. And that's fine. But the moral duty to attempt to stop it is unless stated otherwise, is not a moral duty to pay taxes towards a police force that engages in busting down doors to stop prostitution rings. The moral duty would be to do what it is that we can to stop it. And the best way to stop prostitution is to make it legal. Okay, because if it's, and then to engage in a culture where we stop celebrating these people, where we do everything we can to make it disgusting, where we give private property rights, where you can excise and physically remove these people from your community. Because when you make it illegal, what you do is you increase STDs. What you do is you increase drug usage. By making it illegal, you make this a thing that hides from the law. And when it becomes a thing that hides from the law, it increases sex trafficking and pimping and violence. And Johns, right, who purchase prostitutes, right, to be more abusive and violent. Okay, if it was legal, many of these things would go away. Now, would it get rid of prostitution completely to make it legal? No, but neither would making it illegal. The question is how do we get rid of this thing within our community? And it is an impossibility, much like alcohol, much like drug use. You could spend every single dollar in the United States economy and you would never get rid of prostitution. Prostitution would still exist because people want to fuck other people. And so the question becomes is what is the best way to stop this behavior? So even if you accept that you can use the state, it's a bad fucking way of doing it. This is the argument that Dave Smith should have started with from the very beginning, right? If he was gonna engage in a consequential fucking philosophy anyways, and he was gonna fucking abandon libertarian principles halfway through the debate anyways, and he wasn't going to fucking finish the second half of argumentation ethics and showcasing the logical contradiction within attempting to justify violence anyways, and in fact later on was going to justify that same fucking violence, then he should have fucking gone with a consequential analysis of why limited government is and reducing laws and us putting our force and power behind culture was going to be a more effective way of doing it, and that why libertarianism was actually going to lead to less prostitution and less incest and less sex trafficking and less dog fucking and all of these other things that we consider to be morally bad. It's like he had two avenues of success here, and he failed to do either one, and then just bitched about it.
Against incest or against any of these things, how can you possibly make that claim? That's the ultimate question.
Okay, so a couple things here. I don't think that's the ultimate question, and I do think that I could make the claim against that in the same way that you could. And I think we already established this, right? That we can both make the claim for the exact same reasons, because we believe in God and we believe in morality and we believe that this is immoral. So we both have the exact same ability to make the claim. But if we're talking about what your more, I think, broader point that you made there, that libertarianism leads to immorality, I think is completely wrong. And I think this is like kind of the most important fundamental miscalculation that a lot of people on the right who reject libertarianism make. The idea that, well, freedom and liberty is really what leads to degeneracy. And that's just not true. And in fact, empirically and logically, we can look at the situation, particularly the situation of the United States of America, and go.
Okay, so we're 46 minutes and 54 seconds in, and he's finally making an argument that might actually fucking sit well with the debate opponent, and Andrew, and sit well with the audience. It took him 47 minutes, minus the opening statements, to get to something that is a decent fucking argument. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, look, as the government has grown bigger and bigger, you've seen degeneracy get more and more out of control. And I understand why there is a movement against degeneracy. I understand we live in a moment right now where I think our society.
Okay, bigger government, like correlation, like that's a bad argument, right? Because you're not showing the mechanism. Yeah, we've had bigger government, but we've also had more legalized degeneracy, right? Like years and years ago, being homosexual was gay. It wasn't until fucking Obama and the Obergefell decision that gay marriage was legalized, right? And through the legalization process of that, we saw queer theorists and leftists push more and more degeneracy through the institutions of the state and through our culture, right? So it's a really bad argument to say that, like, yeah, well, we've had more government regulations, but we haven't had more government regulations on what people do in their bedroom. Like, that's just like a really, really bad fucking argument.
Society is essentially disintegrating. And I think that that's one of the things that, Andrew, you kind of...
Sorry, did I say gay? Sorry. It's fucking, I've gotten frustrated to the point where it's like, it's pushed me back in my intellectual capacity for a second and I slipped up. I meant illegal.
Of our, I don't know, prominent for pointing out the disintegration of values and norms all throughout.
But the reason I believe that those values and norms are being eroded is because of libertarians and social leftist elites who often will move towards this principle of non-aggression. They just do it in two different ways. The way one, which a libertarian does it, is by saying, if I'm not violating you and your non-aggression principle in some way, then you really have no claim to tell me to do anything, and everything is affirmed through private property. The leftist just affirms it the opposite direction, says there's no such thing as private property, but they apply the same principle of, if I'm not hurting anybody, then what's the problem? And so as we dive into what is the
right, but again, that's the logical jump, the illogical jump that he's making. He's jumping to a conclusion, right? Which is to say that if I'm on my own property, right? He's correct. If I'm on my own property and I'm not hurting anyone, who cares, right? That is the opinion of the person on their own property. And that is true that I don't have the right to invade their property, to stop them from doing whatever thing they are doing that isn't harming anyone. The problem is that, like, no man is an island. That man, the concept of, like, well, who cares? Well, other people care. As you yourself and Dave Smith both showcase, people care. And so the care comes when you attempt to trade. The care comes when you attempt to leave your private property and go onto other people's private property. The care comes when you try and take your kids to the park, when you try and go to the mall, when you try and purchase things at the grocery store, when you try and, go into other spaces, with other people, right? Like my island. But no, when I say no man is an island, I mean that, like, human beings have different values and they order them differently, and value is subjective, right? And so long as humans remain to be different and value remains to be subjective and human beings are born with different capacities, genetic in the sense that some people are smarter than others and some people are better educated, environmentally speaking, right? And some people work out more and some people are bigger, etc. So long as people are different and value is subjective and what was the other one? People are different, value is subjective. And there was another one, but that's fine. Those two are sufficient anyways, right? So long as those things continue to exist, which I don't see how they wouldn't unless we all become a hive mind or something, right? So long as that continues to be a thing, then human beings will trade. Human beings will engage with other human beings, right? So that they can, because one values A highly and one values B highly, and person A values C and D in that order. Person B values C and D in the order of D and C. And so because these values differ and because their skills differ and they differ, they're going to trade C for D. It is going to be mutually beneficial for person A to give up D for C. And it's going to be beneficial for person B to give up C for D. And that's just, and so the problem of who cares is when you start doing things that other people dislike, when you start doing things that other people find morally questionable, that they find disgusting, that they find gross, then they're going to be able to decide whether or not they value D or C highly enough to deal with your degeneracy, right? And if someone values C really, really, really highly and values D really, really, really lowly, they're not going to give a fuck what you do. But if those values are close and there's a new value that enters, which is I find out that you're fucking your sister, well, guess what? I'm going to go to somebody else. I'm not going to deal with you because I don't want to deal with a sister fucker. And I don't want a sister fucker in my neighborhood. The reason I don't want a sister fucker in my neighborhood is because I think those people are weird and they're degenerate and I don't want them around my kids because I'm worried that there's a transference between whatever, because it's a red flag. Because you're not just a sister fucker. You're degenerate in other ways. There's no way you're not a degenerate in other ways if you're a sister fucker. And I don't know what those ways are, but I know that I don't want you around my kid because I don't know if you're also a kid fucker. Or maybe you're going to teach my kid some weird shit. Or maybe you're going to try and get my kid to fuck my son to fuck my daughter and try and put weird shit in their head. So I don't like you and I don't want you around. And I'm going to voluntarily live in a society where we don't like those people and we push them away. Unless, of course, there's other things in that society that I value at a higher rate because I moved into a city and maybe there's 10 sister fuckers in that city, but there's a lot of other shit that I value in that city and there's a lot of other opportunities that I value in that city. And so maybe they're not in my neighborhood and I don't ever really see them, but they exist in this amorphous population of 2 million people. But if I see them and I find out about them, guess what? If I'm an employer, I'm not going to hire them. That's what we're talking about. There's a ton of different things that you can do. Social ostracization, removing them from property. Like, yes, when they are on their own property, away from everybody else, I don't have the right to step onto their property and use violence to stop them from doing non-violent things. Not unless their property has a contract and there's some stipulation beforehand, right? Like they moved into my neighborhood and there's a moral clause in, or like they have to follow the rules of the HOA and the HOA says no sister fuckers, right? No degenerates. I would love to move to a neighborhood that says no degenerates. Absolutely would love that. I would pay a premium to move to a neighborhood that says no degenerates, assuming I had the money to do so. That's the difference. There's a massive jump here that's taking place. And I don't know that Dave Smith is capable of pointing that out at this point.
The non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle is the principle that if you are not aggressing against somebody else and you own yourself, they cannot aggress against you. So via consent, you cannot utilize the state, Dave, to have them go and break up an incest family who is all consenting with each other and having orgies nightly. You can't do it.
I understand that's your perspective on this, but that has nothing to do with what I'm getting into. So actually what the non-aggression principle implies is that at best, government ought to be severely restricted, and at worst, government ought to not exist at all. Now,
okay, he's not wrong if the non-aggression principle is taken from an objectivist standpoint. And to be fair, Ayn Rand actually did invent the NAP. But as a libertarian, you should not be saying that the non-aggression principle supports minarchism. Like, what the fuck? What in the absolute fuck are you talking about? Like, how many times is he going to prove himself not a libertarian in one debate?
We've had the rise in government. And I mean, look, in the United States of America, just in the last 20 years, in the last 20 plus years, which we could go back a lot further than that, you've had a tremendous growth in the size of government. And what happens as the government gets bigger and bigger is that all of the things that Christians.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with that, right? Like, we're all degenerates to some degree, because I mean, degeneracy is, by definition, is just any action, right? Like any human behavior that you engage in that erodes the morality of a society, right? So like me vaping is a form of degeneracy, right? Because it is immoral for me to vape. It's high time preference thinking, right? It's potentially not immoral because I'm super ADHD and it helps me focus and I get benefits, and to my own personal rational self-interest, I actually think that it isn't, right? But in general, right, like, I've certainly eaten at McDonald's, right? And eaten shitty food. And like, that's not good for me. Right? Well, giving in devices, I would say, is a form of degeneracy, right? Like if you're giving in to something that you know is harmful and that you know is not in your rational self-interest, right? Like then that's a form of degeneracy. But it's like there is an acceptable level of degeneracy. Andrew Wilson is engaging in degeneracy in this debate by smoking cigarettes. Right? Like, but there is, so I agree that we all engage in degenerate behavior because we're humans, right? And sometimes we engage in high time preference behavior, and not engaging in high time preference behavior from time to time is something that is probably going to have a negative impact as a whole on our mental health, right? If you're perfectly non-degenerate, then it almost becomes degenerate in the sense that you're probably psychologically fucked, right? Like if you never fucking have a cheat meal, if you never miss a day at the gym, if you never, go to bed too late and you always get 6 to 8 hours of sleep and you never touch a cigarette and you never gamble and you and you never ever look at a female's cleavage, right? Like if you were to take everything that is like somewhat degenerate and compile all those things and you never do it at a certain point, like with very rare exception, you're almost kind of engaging in degeneracy itself, because your mental state is probably insane, right? Like you were probably in a position where like you're just not mentally well, right? Because you've never given yourself the ability to like just let the fuck go for a second. So I mean, like to a certain degree, some level of degeneracy is almost unavoidable, and because of it, it becomes non-degenerate. Because degeneracy there's a lot baked into it. It's a generalization.
Gets bigger and bigger is that all of the things that Christians and traditionalists tend to value get undermined.
Being too virtuous is degenerate, citation needed. I mean, like, I'm trying to think like it's hard to find, like, I mean, it would be basically impossible to find that person for a case study, right? But I would say that like you can find people that are in cults, right? And that's probably the closest thing you're going to get to people is like cult survivors, to people that are like extremely rigid in avoiding every form of degeneracy in their life to the extreme. Right? Like, I don't know how I've yet to see a case study. Maybe we can find one, right? But I've yet to see a case study where an individual was that rigid in their life to where they actively avoided everything that could ever be damaging or whatever, and then was a psychologically healthy individual. It might be possible, right? I could be wrong that it is possible, but I think that I don't think that that's human. I don't think that's a normative psychological state if you're that obsessed. I think that you would be getting in the domain. So like when we, for example, when we define mental illness, right? I say we because I went to grad school for counseling, and so sometimes I end up accidentally slipping into we, like I'm a part of it, but you get what I mean, right? Like when the APA, right, and the worker, it's another organization that are working on attempting to determine whether or not something goes in the Diagnostic Statistician's Manual, or whether or not in Europe it gets added to the ICD codes, right? Whether or not they develop an ICD code. ICD is a little different because that's more of like a medical coding thing. So there's a lot of things in there. So I think DSM is a better example, right? But when we're looking at the DSM and we're trying to like determine whether or not something is a mental illness, right? One of the things that you need to determine if it's a mental illness, one of the criteria, right, is that it is negatively impacting your life, right? So like, for example, there are certain paraphilic disorders that we wouldn't say are negatively impacting your life. So a foot fetish. A foot fetish isn't really paraphilia. And the reason it's not paraphilia, the reason it's not a mental disorder to have a foot fetish is because there's not really a big negative impact in your day-to-day life, right? You might face some social stigma because like, you meet a girl and now all of a sudden you have to be like, hey, could you take your socks off? You know what I mean? Like have to explain I'm into this, right? And it's only really a problem if you start telling a bunch of people, right? So long as you keep that shit to yourself, you might have some issues in relationships with women, but at the end of the day, it's not impacting your day-to-day life, right? But if you're a pedophile, oh yeah, that's a paraphilic disorder for real. That's impacting you in your day-to-day life. You can never act on those urges. If you ever act on those urges, right, then you are harming other people, and you are for sure torturing yourself either way. Dealing with those urges and or acting on those urges is going to be a world of hurt to you as an individual. That's definitely a paraphilic disorder. That's definitely a mental illness as far as we're concerned. Right? But what leads to pedophilia and what leads to a foot fetish are very similar circumstances and very similar things in the brain. Right? It's some form of sexual imprinting that may or may not be caused by trauma and certain environmental factors that we haven't been able to fully identify. So if we're talking about someone in their mental state, that they are doing literally everything, like they are religiously and dogmatically avoiding every single vice to the extreme degree, there must be an incredibly strong compulsion. And wherever that compulsion is coming from is going to stop them from engaging in so many day-to-day behaviors that it's likely to cause some form of psychological trauma. Right? So that would be my argument, right? As far as a citation, I don't know anybody with this. I've never heard of this. And so I don't have like a case study or like a demographic that I could like review in the literature to kind of like prove that it is. But if you go through the logic of like what it is, but that would be a vice, no? I don't know what you mean. I'm missing something.
And so this
I will answer further for super chats.
institution of the government that is inherently based on violating the non-aggression principle does its absolute best to replace, take over, and monopolize all of the areas where traditionally family and community had domain. And
yeah,
so
but why would that be problematic if the non-aggression principle logically should be ignored for these moral oughts? That is the question.
Well, hold on. That's a separate question. The point I'm making is that...
No, that is the question that he's trying to make. You're just making a different point.
It's not an outgrowth of the non-aggression principle. It's an outgrowth of a rejection of the non-aggression principle. That's actually what leads to all of this.
So then if we were to have the non-aggression principle with a shrunken government, are we still going to use the government in order to aggress against consenting adults who want to have incest? Or not?
As long as a government exists, it will be used to aggress against non-consenting adults. And
great.
So, yes,
then
I don't know.
Yes.
Listen, Andrew, you're trying to obsess over this incest argument. Okay,
it's foundational.
Laws against incest. I'll grant you that. Sure, fine. Can we move on to
right? But if you grant him that, then you grant that the non-aggression principle is an axiom that you yourself don't believe in. Like, how is this so difficult for Dave Smith to get? I don't understand. Like, I don't tend to think of Dave Smith as a stupid person, but he's acting like a stupid person here. And I'm having cognitive dissonance where I need to reevaluate his intelligence.
any other topic now?
Yeah, but
we move on to talking about the state of the country as it actually exists.
Yeah, but this is the state of the country as it actually
exists. Well, it's pretty funny because we live under the most powerful centralized government in the history of the world. The biggest organization in the history of the world is the United States of America's federal government in Washington, D.C., spending over $6 trillion a year, employing millions of people with the capability of overthrowing regimes all around the world. And instead, the argument we're getting here is, but if there was no government, who would stop an adult brother and sister from fucking?
Yeah, that's because he's testing your philosophy and whether or not your philosophy is valid. Like, this is such a fucking cope by him that it is disgusting that he won't engage with, right? Like, you opened the door, right? You opened the door by engaging in the philosophical argument, right? He had the second opening statement, and he said that his second opening statement would just be a response, that he didn't prepare an opening statement. First problem, right? Like, you should have prepared an opening statement and you should have prepared to debate. Like, I don't accept this concept that just because somebody's a smaller channel, you're just going to wing a debate. If you're going to have a one-on-one debate and you're going to represent your ideology on the internet and you're going to do so, then put in the fucking work and write a 7-minute intro. I've never gone to a panel. I've been on multiple Crucible debates. One against Rob Norrin Counterpoints with another individual about, I think it was about guns or something. I don't remember, about police, about privatized police. Right. Another one against two socialists. I've gone against Andrew twice. And you know what? I don't think I had a well thought out debate against Andrew, intro statement against Andrew when I was talking. And I was wrong, by the way. He won that debate handedly. And I can admit that perfectly fine, because further speaking, but it was an impromptu debate, right? It was like we were arguing on Twitter and he's like, "You want to debate tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck it. Let's go." But it was about, use of force in self-defense and the limits of use of force. And after the debate, I discussed with other libertarians. Casimir was one of them. MRH was one of them, I believe. And even later, I ended up having a one-on-one with Liquid Zulu because I realized that he was right, that I was wrong in my thinking. And then I re-solidified my thinking again with a whole discussion with Liquid Zulu to get his perspective, right? Because I went through that because of that, right? So that was the only one that I didn't have a well written intro statement, but that's literally because I think I even wrote one, but it was just like an impromptu thing. So I kind of like slapped it together. Right. But on the other three, I wrote one. Like, don't go to a fucking debate that you schedule ahead of time with a scheduler and know that you have 7 minutes for a debate intro, and don't write a fucking intro. Like, write a fucking intro. It's lazy. And that laziness led you into getting your ass grilled because you made the stupid argument of holding yourself to this concept of self-ownership without having prepped or recognized how you're going to defend the philosophical principles. And then now all of a sudden 51 minutes later, you're ready to have some conversation about policy and greater arc of government. It's like, no, you're in a debate about whether or not libertarianism is better. You chose not to do the internal critique and not to do the consequential analysis, but instead to do so on philosophical grounding. And then you can't fucking defend the philosophical grounding. And now all you want to do is bitch about the fact that that you're getting dragged into the philosophical grounding. Like, fuck off.
If there was no government, who would stop an adult brother and sister from fucking? That's kind of goofy, man. It doesn't really have anything to do with.
I just want to let you know that saying it's kind of goofy isn't an argument. You just said if we scale the government down to its umpteenth point of scale down, as long as there was still a government, you would want them to enforce action via violating the non-aggression principle for your preference. So if there was,
no, that's not what I said.
Well, it's an
you literally said that. I don't know if you fucking are paying attention to the words coming out of your fucking mouth, but you said multiple times that you would use state power to stop consenting incest from individuals that were infertile.
Dave, it's an entailment. If the government's really, really, really big and enforce it right now, and then you say, but if it was really, really small, we would still enforce that because you want to have those laws, then regardless of the size of government, the degeneracy is still going to exist, right? And it's still going to need to be enforced against regardless of the size of the government.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question? What is it exactly you're asking me?
I'm asking you, if we reach anarcho-utopia, we scale the government down.
I'm not for a utopia, but
okay, but if we reach anarcho, whatever you want, as the ultimate, right? The government is now scaled down to the point where it's essentially gone, right? Mm-hmm. Would you still want enforcement against this kind of thing? And how could you have enforcement against it without a government?
Against what kind of thing?
Like incest or gay marriage or any of these degenerate actions.
Okay, well, I think there's a pretty big gap between incest and gay marriage, but I will say that I think there's a gap between that.
What is it?
But I think they're two different things.
Yeah, they're two different things, but they're the same as far as two consenting adults doing what they want, right?
Yeah, me and you doing this debate are also two consenting adults doing what they want, but there's a gap between those things. So anyway,
what does that have to do? I mean, it logically tracks that if dude, you can't go on these long rambling diatribes, and I do 4 seconds. I do 4 seconds, and you go berserk. Just calm down. Let me ask the actual question.
Dude, come on, man. I asked you to clarify.
Well, no. You interrupted him in the middle of his statement, right? Like, I mean, like, to be fair. Now, you interrupted him because he just made a claim and was going to then move away from that claim. I do understand the concept of like interrupting, like I do it all the time. Like when people start bullshitting, I'm like, what's the difference, motherfucker?
Your question, and then
And I'm trying to clarify
ahead,
so that you
man.
understand it.
But don't
So what-
act like
Hold on, the combined IQ of a crow is like not that unimpressive, to be fair. Like, hold on, what is the IQ of a crow? Bitch, just give me an estimate. $50 to $70 in human terms. You know what I mean? Like
I'm going on these long rants and you're not talking. I mean,
well,
come
you
on, dude.
filibuster. You don't say that much, but I'm still willing to engage.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're
I'm
full of shit, dude.
super
Whatever.
concise. So I'm super concise.
okay.
I'm going to get right to it, right, so that you understand what I'm saying to you. What I'm
Okay.
asking you is that the enforcement mechanism against this degeneracy, which you consider to be morally wrong, absent a state, are you still going to want an enforcement mechanism against these moral wrongs? You say there's a big difference between incest and homosexual marriage or homosexual sex. However, the truth is
yeah, there's a gap, right? But the gap is irrelevant to Andrew's question, right? Andrew's question is are you going to violate the non-aggression principle, and are you going to support an enforcement mechanism to violate the non-aggression principle because of your moral beliefs about about incest or gay marriage, etc.
and homosexual marriage or homosexual sex. However, the truth is that both of these things are exactly logically similar when it comes to two consenting adults doing what it is that they want when they want to do it.
I want, dude, like you want 11 labs to have like a fucking Hans Hermann Hoppe. I think you can program those things. I think you can program you can program AI models with like enough clips. So if you find enough clips, you can find one and make it yourself
without hurting anybody else. How's that not the case?
Well, again, as I just pointed out, we're also two consenting adults doing what we want without hurting anyone else. But I think that's very different. So I'm just saying that I'm not even saying I support.
Dude, the gap is irrelevant. The question is like, pick whichever fucking flavor you want. Who cares about the gap? The question is that you won't answer is fucking, are you like, why, how can you say that the non-aggression principle is true and at the same time be in favor of state enforcement against people that in such a way that it violates the non-aggression principle, irrespective of the state's system of taxation in order to maintain itself?
Support either of those things. I'm saying I see them as different. No, the truth is that if we didn't have what we have today, and this is what happens with every very powerful centralized government, is that their biggest enemy becomes the family, the church, the community, because they don't like things that compete with them. If we actually got rid of all of the impediments between that, you would see an enormous return to normalcy in this country. You would see, I mean, look, starting even in the 1930s with Social Security, when you had the government take over the role of we'll take care of old people when they get older. What you used to have was what? That parents would rely on their children to take care of them when they get.
Yeah, not only is it parents taking care of their children, it's parents are incentivized to have children so that we can have large families. And on top of that, it's stealing money from people that then means that it's harder for them to be able to afford to have children, or at the very least, being able to put money into the stock market for their own retirement. And that money would go towards its most valued means, its most valued ends, as opposed to whatever the fucking government thinks that money is worth. So it's economically devastating and by stealing money from retirement funds that would exist otherwise in the stock market. It's devastating towards the creation of children in the family because it gets rid of those incentives, and it's devastating towards families being together and taking care of their family, right? I mean, like the goal of a parent should not be to have children that go and see their grandma 2 or 3, once every 2 or 3 months. The goal is that you have a family that sticks together, that, buys a mother-in-law suite or has a large enough house where a mother has her own bedroom. And then when you want to have a date night, you just give them to grandma. And now you have extra wisdom in the household that helps, that helps ease tension, that helps allow the man and wife to be able to flourish together and go out and do things because there's a helping hand there. Like, it takes a village to raise a child is kind of like a silly notion, but it takes a family to raise a child, and the nuclear family is the smallest form of family that exists. It's not a fucking family when it's a single mom, and it's barely a family when it's just mom and dad and the kids in the house. Like, you need grandparents and aunts and uncles coming together and constantly being around so that you can share in all of your collective wisdom, and so that you can share the burden, especially that young children present. But even as they get older, being able to, having those conflicts with your parents, and then being able to go to your grandma or somebody else and be like, hey, this is kind of like, oh, your dad was just like this, like your children have been robbed of wisdom from past generations, and have been robbed of parents, and have been robbed of happy parents by and have been robbed of brothers and sisters by the creation of Social Security. It's like the effects that Social Security has had on our society, welfare in general, but Social Security especially, to our economy, to the health of our culture, to the health of our families, and to children growing up, has been incalculable. Like, it has ruined generations of people. Thank you so much for the super chat for $5. As Andrew Wilson likes to say often, it's my favorite kind of super chat because it's just a straight up $5. Like, no question whatsoever. Though, but to be fair, guys, if you put a question on it, I will answer it. I do like answering questions in detail. As you can see, we are 4 hours and 9 minutes into the stream, and we are 55 minutes into this reaction, which of course I'm going to stop at like closing statements or something. It takes me a long time to get through shit because I actually react to shit, as opposed to just playing it and then pausing it occasionally to be like, yeah, it's smart. I'm not like fucking Hassan. I actually react to things.
Older. Once you remove all of the disincentives.
God damn it. Every time I say to be fair, fucking Nico popping in with the Fabian is fair, or is always fair. God damn it. I gotta stop saying that so much.
On their children to take care of them when they get older. Once you remove all of the disincentives toward normalcy and family and
yeah, I mean, if you put a super chat in and it's like fucking, and it's, breaking TOS, obviously I'm not going to answer.
Community, if the state was to be reduced to the size that you're talking about, no, my concern would not be, do we have federal agents with guns going in to break up incest amongst adults anytime it's happening? I don't even know how you would go about enforcing that.
What about people who just want to transition?
Again, the transitioning stuff is totally a statist product. This is something that's come out of the universities that are essentially government programs that has been perpetuated by the corporate media and
I'm not disputing any of that. Should they be allowed to do it though?
No. Well, that's
no.
Okay. God damn it, Dave Smith. So we should use violence to stop people from transitioning. We should use violence of the state to stop homosexuality. I think he hasn't really given a clear answer on that one. We should use violence to stop. Like, dude, you just don't believe in the non-aggression principle, and then you're mad that you're getting grilled for it.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me say this to be clear. Children, absolutely not. You should not be allowed to do that. Adults, a doctor should lose their license if they were ever to perform a surgery.
But it's voluntary.
Like sure.
And they consented.
But a license could also be voluntary, and a medical board could also be voluntary. So what does that mean?
Well, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good answer from him. That's actually a good answer.
That you bring that up, considering that the AMA was just a large corporate entity that was not government regulated.
Did it get government money?
Started off as a trade organization, in fact, and what it did was it defamed all other types of medicine, and that was not the government doing that. That was a private institution.
Okay, no, that was to claim that was not the government doing any of that. You're absolutely correct that when the AMA started, it was a bunch of rich doctors that were trying to get rid of the lodge system and were trying to get rid of systems that were directly challenging them. But now, right, like, but to say, like, but that didn't stop doctors from performing, and didn't have those fangs to be able to do anything until the government got involved in supporting them in a pseudo private, corporate state relationship where it's giving the AMA all of this power and authority in determining what is the right amount of universities to put out doctors. They determine, like what are the licensing requirements. They determine all these things. They get subsidized by the state, and they get the authority granted to them by the state in order to determine all of these practices. And that is one of the reasons why we have such a lack of doctors in this country. Like, we have so few, like the restrictions are so high on doctors in university and medical school that, like, if you go to medical school, it's basically assumed that you have really good grades and that you have really good GRE scores. But if you want to get in many, many, many universities now, because they can only accept so many doctors, because the AMA is restricting how many doctors they can have, they make them go through this woke bullshit. And so, like, you now have these people that are like, you have to write you have to write, like, you have to prove that you've done activism in your, like, schoolwork, that you've worked with charity organizations. You have to show that you're woke in a certain thing. Like, I think it was New York Post did a good expose on this, where it was like something like a third of all of, like, the Ivy League medical schools require you to, like, specifically not only support diversity and equity and inclusion initiatives, but prove that you had done work within diversity, equity, and inclusion types of charities in order to even be an applicant for their school. Much less do you have to be woke in order to succeed. And like, so the idea that, like, well, because the AMA started out as private and that they defanged the medical institution, it's like, no, it was a bunch of rich people got together to try and create restrictions on the market, and they weren't able to successfully do so until they got state authority.
Institution which was doing that for the purpose Carnegie,
right?
Another private institution, Carnegie. The thing is that private institutions are just as susceptible to this type of overreach as the government is. Well, now, hang on, let me finish. My turn.
Sure. Go ahead.
So,
yeah, no, they're not, though, right? Like, it isn't until the government grants you a monopoly that those systems are able to thrive. Like, yeah, I agree that private institutions can try and do things to fuck over their competitors, but it's high time preference thinking unless the government gets involved. Right? Like, until the government gets involved and the government starts to give subsidies and give preference and write regulations that support one, or even worse, give them a monopoly or a monopsony, like, until that occurs, like, they're just people engaged in high time preference thinking, and the market resolves itself.
As we dive into this, though, these medical licenses, why would you even need to have a medical license in an anarcho-capitalist system? You wouldn't even need to have one. And the voluntary...
No, you absolutely would want to have one. You wouldn't need to have one, right? But I'm not going to a fucking doctor that doesn't have some institution that's guaranteeing that they know what they're doing. I'm certainly not going to a surgeon that's doing that. Like, what do you mean you wouldn't need one? Like, yeah, sure, you wouldn't literally need one, but you'd be a fucking retard to do it. And if you were going to get a health insurance plan that was going to cover, surgeries and certain things, that health insurance isn't going to pay for fucking, surgeons unless they know that those surgeons have proven by some means or metric that they're capable of performing surgeries, right? So these things would reassert themselves in a private market, but they would be done so in an efficient manner based off of what it is that they do, what it is that they succeed in, not based off of some pseudo corporate entity that is, backed and regulated and funded by the state that engages in all of these effects that have all of these negative outcomes. It's not the fucking corporation of the AMA that's causing all the problems in the AMA. It's the government involvement and protection of the AMA and the granting of special privileges and monopoly to the AMA that has caused this fucking problem.
Terrorism, then, of this man who wants to go in and have this elective surgery done, why would that be a problem?
Hold on. What?
problem. There's no medical licenses, Dave. It's anarcho-capitalism, baby.
Okay, so if you're going to say that the worst case scenario in anarcho-capitalism is that some random man could go in and someone would give him this like surgery, okay, fine, I guess. I think that if you're asking why there would be licenses or why there would be voluntary organizations, because that's what human beings always naturally gravitate toward. But regardless of that, none of that is really the problem. The problem in our society is that this insane shit is being pushed on everyone, and it's being pushed by giant corporations who are connected to the government. It's being pushed by the government class, and most importantly, it's being pushed in the government schools. You know, one of the things, and
I mean, it's like he's finally coming into being able to understand that, like, that you're not going to win on this philosophically. Like, which is like he I guess he thought he could, but like he's finally beginning to understand that, like, oh yeah, we should engage in this in some means by like talking about the consequences, talking about like what actually happens in that regard. But again, like, but he grounded himself to the philosophy of it, and he still hasn't like stated that, like, okay, look, I'll grant you all of that. Let's talk about the outcomes, towards what are our goals. So like now he's wading into it, but like he's leaving himself completely open for him to just counter and be like, yeah, but that's a violation of the NAP.
Also being pushed by private institutions and think tanks who go to lobbyists and influence the government.
Let me finish.
Let's leave Dave finish. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So,
okay. Well, think tanks influencing the government is still a fucking government problem.
One of the things that
to be fair, like, to be fair, right, Nico? Like, come on.
Would say to people listening to this, because I hope you guys will like kind of try to internalize this a little bit. Look, this whole shit, all of this insane degeneracy is being pushed by the most powerful people in this country. And it's not as if this just organically arose out of nowhere. And I hope you guys would at least consider the possibility that, look, the government always, by its nature, moves.
YouTube thinks 144p is higher than 1040p. What?
Into the areas that were traditionally left for family and community and churches. And even something like educating the kids. This is one of the biggest problems that we have, that the government is in control of it. And why? And what would happen if they weren't? It would fall back into the realm of families and communities and churches. And what do you think would be better? What do you think would be better? This being run by Washington, D.C., or this being run by your local church? That's kind of the point I'm making. And if that means I have to sacrifice the FBI going on hunts for people having incest, I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I mean, these are almost great points, except that you forget, like, these institutions like the AMA and this type of thing, which started out 150 years ago. That the government came in, they used to come in with antitrust laws and break these things up. And under anarcho-America corporatism, these antitrust laws would not exist. These people would.
Oh, dude, I would love to, you know what, dude, I would love to debate the concept of monopoly. Dude, I don't know. Is Andrew like pro trust busting? Because if so, oh my God, I would love that debate. But, dude, I am so prepared for that debate. Like, oh my God, dude! Like, we can go into Standard Oil apologia any fucking day.
Do you know anything?
Let me finish, Dave.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so anyway, over and over again, we see what happens when corporations also gain a huge leverage on power when it comes to no check on them from any government entity. This was, in fact, the entire point of Franco's Spain and why Mussolini came up with the idea of fascism to begin with, which was that the state needed to stop large trade organizations from swallowing up small trade organizations. That was the point.
Oh my God. Oh God, I want to debate someone on this so bad. I've only been able to find like Twitter debates about it.
All right.
Let me finish, man.
Sorry.
They
I thought you were done.
They recognized that this was an important thing, because what ends up happening is corporate power can also become elite, and it becomes a government unto itself. Anarcho-capitalism is not going to stop that from happening. And on top of that, when we're talking about these moral oughts, these moral claims, there's not going to be medical licenses. There's no driver's licenses. There's none of these things which would protect you from this degeneracy, which you're a libertarian.
Again, yeah, like these are just a bunch of false claims, right? Like, so first of all, monopoly is defined. Monopoly is like a pretend fake fucking word. Okay, like it had a definition in, Adam Smith had a great definition for it, and when you, which is, he recognized before it existed the concept of a natural monopoly, right? So a monopoly is a state granted authority to engage in a market without competition. That's what a monopoly is. A monopoly can only exist under the state. Okay, but he did explain how there are like possibilities where like a natural monopoly can occur, right? So like, the water rights in a community and no one else has any, access to the water except one corporation, et cetera. And so over time, this concept of a monopoly got watered down in economic terms to mean a majority market share. Okay, well, a majority market share is a bullshit definition, because what is a majority market share is arbitrary. You can't define majority market share. It doesn't exist. Like there's no concept of a majority market share. And the reason is because like things are in competition with other things that you wouldn't even expect. Right? So, for example, when we look at Standard Oil is probably the most famous example of a monopoly in American history. Now, absolutely, there were some things that Rockefeller did with Standard Oil that were straight up wrong. One of them was bribing a politician in Pennsylvania so that he could get access to land rights, so that he could purchase land to stop the production of oil. Oh my God, what is it? Like an oil pipeline. Right? So that he could try and stop a competitor from coming in. And he did a lot of things like buying up competitors and stuff. Except the problem is that when he bought up competitors, all it did was increase the price of people building factories for kerosene development, and then people started building factories just so that Standard Oil would buy them, right? They had no intention of even producing them. So he lost money doing this. The reason that he became a monopoly primarily was that he was able to bring kerosene from like $25 a barrel down to less than $5 a barrel. That is why he was able, now, some of it he did that was supposedly shiesty was he engaged in bulk contracts with trains. But again, what was Standard Oil's kerosene in competition with? Well, originally, one of the big things that he was in competition with was whale oil. Okay, whale oil is what rich people use to burn lamps in their homes. And poor people could not afford whale oil. The whaling industry, because of the inherent dangers, because you have to go out and track whales, right? And you have to bring them in, and it's really big to do, right? Like 31 watching and 51 likes. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I've been streaming for a while, and we did peak, I think, at like 48. Right, like it's the whaling industry was doing this. Well, when he started reducing prices, one of the big things was that was the whaling industry started to collapse. Now, if he had randomly increased prices to an extreme degree, the rich would start using whale oil again because whale oil would be cheaper. So even when, and again, as Mensa West points out, what broke up Standard Oil? It wasn't fucking government. It wasn't antitrust laws. By the time that Standard Oil was broken up, they had gone from like 88, 89, 91, whatever percentage you want to use, right? Percentage of kerosene at their peak to down to less than to the 60s. Like they had already lost they were very close and on trajectory to lose a majority market share in kerosene. And that's another thing. What started breaking up and breaking up the company was electricity. Electricity and like the light bulb and being able to utilize electricity and electric lines started making kerosene lamps an inefficient means of lighting your home. And also something that we often don't talk about in competition, which is quality. People preferred the quality of a light bulb over a burning lamp at a desk. We can look at Alcoa, for example. Alcoa, the American aluminum company, for decades was the only company in America that sold aluminum. There was no other company in America that sold aluminum. They had 100% market share of aluminum, and yet prices dropped dramatically whilst they were in charge. Well, why would prices drop? Two reasons. Number one, if you can drop prices, then you get more people that are willing, right? There's a certain demand for a product. And if you drop prices, then that supply and demand equation begins to change because the demand changes because the price changed, right? When you drop the price, you change the supply and demand equation. You need more supply, but there's more demand. And what ends up happening is as you sell more volume of product, you increase your rate of profit. So you're actually, there's a double effect here, right? So if for every pound of aluminum you make $10 in profit, but then you sell twice the pounds of aluminum, in order to make the same profit, you only need $5 of profit per pound of aluminum as opposed to $10 per pound. So what you can do is you can actually cut out how much profit you're taking from like $10 to $6, but double the amount that you're selling, and you're actually making more profit because your rate of profit has occurred has increased as opposed to your profit. Well, why is it that's one reason. The second reason is because aluminum was in competition with other metals. It doesn't matter that they were the only sale and distributor of aluminum. They were selling and distribute. If you want a pot today, like aluminum used to be super expensive and difficult to mine. Like to the point where like it was like put as like a cap on the Empire State Building as like a sign of luxury. Right nowadays, aluminum's cheap as fuck, but at the time it was really, really expensive because it was difficult to mine and there wasn't a lot of uses for it. But today you can go to the store and you can buy aluminum pots and pans, right? Well, if aluminum was super, super expensive, you wouldn't buy aluminum pots and pans. You'd buy copper pans or cast iron pans or fucking like some other metal alloy with like tetrafluorocarbons, whatever it may be. So even though aluminum is, even though Alcoa had 100% market share, they didn't have 100% market share. That's a fucking lie because competition is a state of existence. It's not a percentage of market share. Either a company has competition or it doesn't have competition. And what I mean by that is it's a state of existence. Are other companies allowed to come in and engage in competing with this? So Alcoa wasn't just in competition with other metals. They weren't just trying to increase profits so they lowered prices, but there's a third level of competition, which is every investor that looks at it and says, can I make money if I invest in this business and I attempt to compete with Alcoa? And if Alcoa keeps their prices high, eventually that's the best place to make a large profit because you only need to be slightly cheaper than Alcoa and you can still make a profit. So if Alcoa is making, massive fucking profits and some other company comes in, well, they can go, well, fuck, man, I've got all this money. What should I invest in? They'll go, well, invest in an aluminum mine. Alcoa is making hand over fist in profits. And that's why the real profit of Alcoa during their entire time as a monopoly never went above 12%. They never made higher than 12% profit. Because if they had gone any higher than that and not reduced prices, some other business would have come in and said it's worth the initial investment now to be able to outbid Alcoa and make 10% profit. So it's like monopoly is like this concept of like monopolies come in and become a government in and of themselves is ridiculous. The only thing that would be true about that is if a company had so much power that they were then able to impose and enforce their will, violating the non-aggression principle and thus becoming a state. Yes, I don't deny that might makes reality. I don't deny that some company somewhere might come up with all the fucking money that they need to then be able to like take over an island and establish a corporate island somewhere. But they're just recreating the state. That doesn't invalidate the non-aggression principle as moral or make the system better. And the idea is that like, well, America and like the American companies by stopping monopolies, stop this from happening. Well, to a certain degree, yeah, they stop another state from occurring because it's a form of competition. But what is the cost? And the cost is massive taxation. The cost is $37 trillion in debt. The cost is slow economic growth. The cost is taxation and theft and poverty and fucking, trying to buy votes with socialist programs like Social Security that destroys the family and destroys the culture and destroys the community be so that they don't and creates what Dave Smith is talking about, all this fucking degeneracy. Like, no, like this concept that like monopolies are this emergent property of capitalism that the state needs to step in to fix is literally just communist rhetoric. It's the exact same fucking thing you'll find Ingalls writing about when he talks about the inherent contradictions and like the concept of power, etc. It's you believing that capitalism has inherent contradictions and that it needs to be reined in by state power so that it doesn't become too powerful and turn into a warlord or whatever. And that's the entire justification for the Marxist position that we need all of these socialist policies to begin with.
Idealism leads us to every time. You can't even tell us why any of these things are wrong to do, Dave.
Well, okay, I already told you, and I have the exact same answer for what you have for why they're wrong. But listen, let me ask you this.
Also become elite, and it becomes a government unto itself. And
did I like pause too much? Like what happened? Okay,
capitalism is not going to stop that from happening. And on top of that, when we're talking about these moral
I might have been paused for too long on my rant.
These moral claims, there's not going to be medical licenses. There's no driver's licenses. There's none of these things which would protect you from this degeneracy, which your libertarian idealism leads us to every time. You can't even tell us why any of these things are wrong to do, Dave.
Well, okay, I already told you, and I have the exact same answer for what you have for why they're wrong. But listen, let me ask you this. Have you, because I know you call yourself a paleocon on Twitter. Are you like, are you familiar with like the paleoconservative thinkers? Like,
Pat Buchanan's my favorite, yeah.
Okay, by the way, for anyone listening here, read every Pat Buchanan book you can get your hands on. They're the absolute best. And Paul Gottfried, too. You really should read him. He's just so good. And Sam Francis and all of these guys, dude, go read them.
I'd love to have a beer with you too, Nico.
And you will understand why this is just not right.
No, it's not.
Yeah, this debate has been very, very, very embarrassing for Dave Smith. And honestly, like impressive from Andrew's perspective. People, like every libertarian that I saw acting like, you know, he was just like, oh, he was just blood sportsy about. No, fuck that. I don't want to say he handled him with kid gloves, but he was not bad.
Because Pat Buchanan would agree with me. He would say these moral oughts. He would say these moral oughts are going to require state enforcement no matter what. That's why he was a paleocon.
Okay, but what Pat Buchanan would not agree with you on is this idea that if there wasn't the government regulating these things, there'd be no reason for anyone to have licenses or something like that. That's just not true, dude. And
who would license them?
Listen, all of these guys, Pat Buchanan, Paul Gottfried, all of these guys, Sam Francis, they all said that a huge part of their program was a drastic cut in the size and scope of government.
Because they didn't like the military-industrial complex.
No, not just that.
I mean, yeah, no, that's kind of BS, right? Like it wasn't just, you know, the military-industrial complex. There are a lot of reasons why paleocons wanted to reduce the size and scope of the state.
Yes, Andrew, believe me, I know this stuff, so I'm not wrong about this. Yes, they wanted to cut in the military-industrial complex, but not just that. They wanted to destroy the managerial state. That was their entire plan. Paul Gottfried said, and this was his view, which I thought was a perfect way to say it, which I think you should really consider. That
you want to have an apple juice with me? Oh, God.
He goes, I am strategically a radical libertarian. And he was very clear that he's not a libertarian because he believes in rights in the same sense that I do. Like he was saying, I don't believe in your right to live any degenerate lifestyle that you want to, but I'm strategically a radical libertarian because he recognized that the only way that you could ever return to normalcy, culturally speaking, was to get DC out of the mix. That the centralized federal government cannot be this in control of the way children are raised, the way people are educated, the way people get healthcare and education. And
I mean, this is finally him engaging in an internal critique. I guess it's not even an internal critique at this point, because I mean, he's just kind of proven himself to be a consequentialist, like Friedmanite.
Housing without it totally perverting the natural
state
order.
And local governments are just as susceptible to these things, Dave, from lobbying and everything else. And you can't stop. You can't stop lobbying, and you can't stop people who have the will of saying, I own myself, from demanding that they be able to be represented, from demanding that they be able to have lobbying, from demanding that they own themselves. They're consenting.
That has nothing to do.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking
self-ownership, but okay. But
it clearly does, Dave.
Listen, I would highly recommend, instead of you just trying to win this point against me, go read what Paul Gottfried and Pat Buchanan had to say about this. Because
why? I don't understand. Why can't you make their argument, Dave?
No. I can make their argument. I'm just saying. I'm saying Andrew, you're already in the mode of not trying to hear a point I have to say.
I've heard
You're
everything
trying
you
to
said, bro.
fire back immediately to get the win.
Yeah, I don't agree with you, so I'm arguing with you. That's how that works.
I'm saying, right. Okay, I'm saying that these guys who you call yourself a paleoconservative, the people who were the leading thinkers of paleoconservatism, made these points really well. I'm just trying to say maybe go get it from a source where you'll actually be able to listen to it from.
I'm listening to it from you right now. I'm arguing with your points because I don't agree with your points. And when we get to these ought claims of what we ought to do, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're like, oh, I think doctors should have their medical licenses revoked for doing this bad thing. But if we're really looking at what self-ownership would be in anarcho-capitalist land, there wouldn't be these licenses to begin with. I don't really.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting this concept that there wouldn't be medical licenses. Like, that's a really weird like hill to die on. It's like, yeah, obviously there would be medical licenses. There would just be a competition. Right, like there would be different agencies that licensed doctors, and there would be different insurance companies that engaged in, you know, like saying like we accept these licenses as valid and we don't accept these as valid. There would be a competition to determine who is the best at licensing doctors and ensuring their quality while still being able to put out enough doctors that they were, you know, that they were meaningfully able to compete in the market. Like, and then insurance companies would say, like, I don't recognize that doctor's license, so I'm not paying for you to get a surgery from a doctor that I don't know that they're not going to botch this fucking surgery, and then I'm going to have to foot the bill as an insurance company for like like it's too big of a risk. So these are the licensing, companies that we accept. And then there would be doctors that have multiple licenses, right? There would be doctors that would recognize that there's a competition. And so they would be licensed by like 2 or 3 different agencies so that they could see more patients, right? Like you don't need a state. Like he's simultaneously claiming that the AMA is like a corrupt private entity and trying to distance it away from the state, whilst also simultaneously claiming that without the state, there would be no doctor's licenses. And like what? Like you said that the AMA is a private entity and that it was created and defanged all of these problems. And this is why we need trust busting and government regulation, is because the AMA is a problem and that it is like this private entity that is the one that currently engages in licensing of doctors. And then at the same time saying that without the state, there would be no doctor's licenses. So like, which is it? Is the AMA a corrupt private entity that is completely separate from the state, and it's not the state that's the one that has any real say or control over doctor's licenses? Or is it that the state is engaged, that healthcare and doctor's licenses and all these other things is one of the most regulated industries in existence, and that like once we get rid of that, there will be no doctor's licenses? Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too in this degree.
You understand why it is.
Plenty of licenses.
From who? Who would they be issued by?
Organizations, the same as they are now. What do you mean?
So the organization which issued the license would have some sort of authority and would be able to use force, right?
No, not necessarily, but they would be able to use their own version of like someone could be banned from their organization. Are you actually making the kind of like Bastiat thing where you can't separate government from society and that there can't be anything other than like there? I mean, look, obviously all of the government involvement aside, but we all know that we were told a couple things not to say before we got on this show, right? Because of the YouTube government. There's lots of different.
Well, yeah. I mean, like it is a system of governance. It's not a state, though.
Yeah. Why would you have a problem with YouTube? That's a private organization doing what it wants, Dave.
Okay, that is such a meme. That's such a fucking silly meme. Come on, Andrew. I think he went for a dub here, and maybe Dave Smith is dumb enough to fall for the dub. But it's like, what? First of all, YouTube is pseudo-private. There's a lot of fucking government involvement in YouTube, let's be honest. Second of all, even if YouTube was a completely private organization, that doesn't mean that I don't have issues with any company in existence doing things based upon what they want. Like, what? What? If because it's a state, because it's a private organization, I have no problem with it. Like, I must think it's morally good.
What are you asking me now?
Why would you have a problem with YouTube? That's a private organization doing what it wants.
You guys, by the way, can you guys see? This is what's frustrating to me. If you could see, I just made a point. It was an excellent point, and then you immediately just pivot to something else and move the goalpost. So anyway,
it was your point. Dave?
The point I was making was that there can be private organizations that can have their standards also. And then you pivoted to saying, do I support YouTube and what they do? In what context? What do you mean?
No, what you said was we had some TOS or things which would be TOS that we couldn't talk about on this private platform, but you must support private platforms existing because you're an anarcho-capitalist.
No,
so what's the problem?
Not.
So you don't support private platforms existing?
Listen, man, do you support private restaurants existing?
Sure.
Okay, if they brought you, you ordered a T-bone steak and they brought it to you and it was freezing cold, would you support that because you support private restaurants existing?
No.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yes, that's actually a good argument. Finally, like he gets a clap in. Like, Jesus Christ, Dave, you've done nothing but flounder.
It proves exactly.
But you believe that the restaurant should have the right. Wait, Dave. You believe
something existing doesn't.
That's super weird, Dave. So you don't believe that restaurants should have the right to serve you a cold steak?
No, I do.
Well, then what are you talking about, Dave?
Did you honestly not get that?
I didn't honestly get that. No, it made no sense.
All right.
All right, well, listen. What
Point to you, dude.
What Dave is saying is, I don't support you doing that. But what Andrew's saying, but do you support the right of a private organization to make their own choices? To which I believe Dave's answer is, yeah, they could make that choice. But I personally don't like that choice. I'm not in support of that choice. But I think Andrew, the point he's making is, yeah, but if you had an anarcho-capitalist society, these bad organizations would exist and they would do bad.
Dude, Rob Knorr, it's fucking an hour and 8 minutes in, and he finally decides to do some moderation to get the topic, to get the conversation moving forward. Rob, you should have stepped in a lot more before this.
Yeah, but if you had an anarcho-capitalist society, these bad organizations would exist and they would do bad things. And you would have to say they're allowed to do it.
Well, okay, fine. If you want to say, oh, if we had an anarcho-capitalist society, this thing in my head would happen and it could be really bad, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and even argue about that stuff. Okay, fine. I'm talking about, how about in the real world? We live under the biggest government in the history of the world, and look what it's led to. Let's talk about the world we actually live in.
Okay, let's talk about the world that we actually live in. It's my belief that the leftist paradigm, which is a libertarian paradigm of the non-aggression principles.
The libertarian paradigm is the leftist paradigm? Bro. Our axioms are wildly different. Like you could not be any less leftist than being a libertarian. There's no ideology that is against leftism more than libertarianism, because libertarianism is about the rights of the individual and a legal philosophy. Its axioms directly counter leftism, which is at its core an ideology of collectivism and self-sacrifice. Christianity and Christian populism and Christian nationalism are all closer to leftism and share more in common with leftism than does libertarianism.
My belief that the leftist paradigm, which is a libertarian paradigm of the non-aggression principle, is how leftists are able to control inside of this ginormous government apparatus, which they're continuously expanding. I think that the libertarian paradigm is no fucking government, is to abolish the state. So how is it that, please explain to me, how is it that it is the libertarian paradigm of like the state ought not do anything and that the state needs to be reduced until we can abolish it, is the same paradigm in which the left invades the state and grows the power and scope of the state to push its ideology and to push socialism, which is greater growth of the state. Utilize victim classes like LGBTQ and others and say if they're not hurting anybody, then what's the problem? Libertarians have no way to counteract this because they can't justify why it would be a problem either. So what they end up doing.
Libertarianism has nothing to say about that. Libertarianism, the only thing libertarianism has to say is that you don't get to use your guns to go in and fucking like kill or cage up the trans people because you don't like the trans people. Libertarianism also would say that you don't have the right to forcibly transition children. Libertarianism would also say that that if you're permanently damaging a child's body and the child is incapable of consent, that the parent is then giving up their guardianship and neglecting the child, right? Like it actually says the opposite in some instances, and in other instances it has nothing to say about that. It doesn't have moral alt claims.
Is saying, well, we can't really say shit, can we? We can't really tell you that that gays can't be married. We can't really tell you not to expand victim classes. We can't really tell you any of these things because ultimately you believe in the same principle that they do, which is do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not hurting anybody, man. The good.
That's not what libertarianism doesn't make that claim. Libertarianism just says that you can't use violence. Like, libertarianism is not an ideology with oughts. There are no ought claims. At best, some people would say there are ought not claims, which is that you ought not, via negation, right? But I would say that it's a little bit more complicated, which is that if you attempt to justify an ethical system, that is unjustifiable. And so you don't get to argue that you are justified in doing those things. And I think that's a little bit different because I don't think, argumentation ethics or libertarianism, et cetera, actually bridges the is-ought gap from an objective standpoint. Like, I would say that, I would then say from an objectivist standpoint that you ought not do those things. And the reason you ought not do those things is because every other position is unjustifiable. But it's not libertarianism that even makes that claim.
It is the good, man. Well, smoke the dope, man.
All of this is that's just completely ridiculous. I think that libertarianism, if you follow it to its logical conclusion, would tell you that the Civil Rights Act was not justified, would tell you that government funding all of these universities is not justified, would tell you that all of this stuff, it would tear down the entire thing.
Wait, it would tell you slavery wasn't or abolishing slavery wasn't justified?
What?
Would it tell you that abolishing slavery wasn't
what does
justified?
That have to do with what I just said?
Because that was an act of government, right?
Wait, hold on. But what does that have to do with what I just said?
Because when you're talking about civil rights, we're still going back to self-ownership.
The Civil Rights Act has nothing to do with slavery, dude.
No, but it has to do with self-ownership. And pre-Civil Rights Act, there were slaves, right?
No.
Yeah, there wasn't?
When did you think the Civil Rights Act happened?
The Civil Rights Act happened during the Jim Crow era. But what I'm talking about with slavery specifically is did they have...
Yeah, that's a random jump. He's assuming that his logic there is... self-ownership, which to be fair, he decided to die on that hill, but he's bringing it back to the beginning of the conversation randomly.
100 years before the Civil Rights Act?
Yes. Did they have a right to self-ownership?
Anyway, yes, slaves had a right to not be slaves. But anyway, the point that I'm making is that...
Then we have logical extensions here, then, Dave, that we have to contend with.
Okay, leave Dave finish his point.
All right, Andrew, whatever, dude. All right, listen, the point that I'm making is to just say that what's happening in a college campus, which is essentially a government program, I mean, all of these colleges, whether they're like state schools or whether they just had all of their loans, guaranteed by the federal government or directly given out by the federal government, it's a big, giant government program. And the idea that they would ever sustain themselves in a market is ridiculous. And the fact that there are young people in those groups now want to identify as not the gender that they were born in has nothing to do with the non-aggression principle or self-ownership or anything about libertarian.
How does it not have to do with
philosophy on government?
Yeah, it does. That's bullshit.
No, Dave's. This is the one time, an hour and 11 minutes in, where Dave Smith is actually making a good point and countering what Andrew is saying. It's an absurd idea that leftism and libertarianism are somehow equation, that they're equated in the sense that you're expanding victim categories. Yeah, sure, there is some very slight alignment in that the government ought not make certain things illegal. That's the only fucking overlap. It's such a slim portion of the Venn diagram that you're trying to then equate leftism and libertarianism with. Right, that's like saying that fucking Nazis are devout followers of Marxism, and that they are the true communists. It's yeah, they have anti-capitalist ideas, and their philosophy has some overlap, right? But Nazis are not fucking full-blown communists. I mean, you can. They're not purveyors of that. They're fascists. And fascism is this marriage of socialism. It's a form of socialism. And, if you look at socialism as a movement through time, and the axioms are the same, but they're clearly not a one-to-one thing in this regard. But even still, that is way closer than libertarianism and leftism.
Doesn't it all?
Yeah, not only that, but I've been demonstrating.
and even more so, this concept of like infiltrating the government and using state power to grow socialism is somehow libertarian is absurd.
Philosophy on government.
Yeah, it does. It does. That's
No, it
bullshit.
doesn't at all. Doesn't at all,
Yeah,
dude.
not only that, but I've been demonstrating it over and over, and you have no defense from it. If you own yourself, why can't you choose your gender? Why can't you get your appendages cut off? Why can't you do these things, Dave? Why shouldn't you be able to?
Wait, if you don't own your, listen, this is the thing I think you're not understanding, Andrew. I don't even get what you're saying here. If you don't own yourself,
which I
why
don't think you
shouldn't
do.
Right. Okay. Why shouldn't you be able to get your
That's my whole,
call
my whole
yourself whatever?
principle is just because there is no actual
Right.
self-ownership.
So okay, I'm saying if
That's
you're
a-
right,
Yeah, if you're an adult, you absolutely can trans yourself. Just bite that bullet. Like, it's okay. Just say that you think that transgenderism is a fucking mental disorder and that it's a problem, and it's a problem that has been exacerbated and ballooned by leftist infiltrating institutions that are funded and supported by the state, and by them infiltrating the very state institutions and like, you know, like the Department of Education, so that they can get like funding for, you know, social emotional learning programs. That all of this ballooning of this problem, as opposed to this rare and isolated thing with a few people that called themselves androgynous, is coming from state power. It's coming from the growth of the state. And that's why libertarianism offers the more appropriate solution towards this problem, which is that it actually meaningfully reduces it by getting rid of the power of all of these people that are pushing it.
right.
Non sequitur, Dave. It makes no sense.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What's a non sequitur, Andrew?
The
What did you
sequitur
just
is
say was a
saying,
non
what
sequitur?
if you don't own yourself, you can do those things too. It has nothing to do with whether you do or not.
Well, no, it means it does not follow, but that's fine.
Right, but you said, what if you do own yourself? And I'm saying, but what if you don't? So that's the point.
Yeah,
It
what
has
does that have to do with
nothing
anything? That's the
If I-
non sequitur.
If I may, I think that there's two ships passing here.
Right.
I think that the argument that Dave's making is this: if we decrease the size of the federal government and the government in general, as if he's suggesting, culturally, there wouldn't be the sort of brainwashing that's going on through those organizations that make these things above. Andrew's saying, though, he's saying, but the principle of if you own yourself, you could do whatever you want is foundational to a lot of these egregious behaviors that we would see. And so even if we shrunk the size of government, if we did so based on the mentality of, well, you could do whatever you want as long as it's agreed upon by consenting adults, we would see a lot of behavior that he finds to be undesirable or grotesque or sins, such as incest, homosexual relationships, etc.
Oh, all right. Let me ask you this. So I think we could probably all agree that between, let's just say in the last 100 years, okay, the size and scope of government in this country has grown enormously. Obviously, if you are familiar with the paleo-conservatives, they were, you know, hearkening back to the old conservatives who fought the New Deal back in the 1930s. And I could go back a little bit further than that to Woodrow Wilson creating the central bank and the income tax. But you have the New Deal, you have the expansions of government in World War II, the expansions post-World War II with the creation of the CIA and all of that stuff, the national security apparatus, the global empire. You have the Great Society in the 1960s. You have, you know, I don't know, you fast forward to George W. Bush creating the Department of Homeland Security and the war on terrorism and Barack Obama and all this stuff. Do we have more degeneracy now or then? Does it seem
That's a non sequitur, right? Like, these are just correlations. But I mean, like though most of the increases to the state apparatus that you're explaining, you're not actually linking those things. That's a poor argument. I mean, sure, if he's willing to bite the bullet, I guess he'll take it, but that's not a good argument. Like, you need to show the cause, the mechanism. You were doing well, like Dave was doing well when he was explaining that, like, all of these like ideologies only thrive because they have state funding, that they wouldn't be able to exist in a marketplace because they're degenerate. Like, by definition, degenerate ideas don't last long in a marketplace unless there's a big like when you have a market for degeneracy, the market eventually fizzles out because degeneracy is in and of itself anti-growth. If it doesn't lead towards human flourishment, then there's not going to be a large market for the things that don't lead towards human flourishment. And the societies that reject those things that are dysfunctional and degenerate, that don't lead towards strong communities and don't lead towards, you know, success in those regards. Like, I mean, like, look at your typical fucking trans person, man. Like, you have an overwhelmingly high suicidality. They are the the lowest earners of any demographic, even like you can like, and you take the category of trans people. They don't make any money in the market. They don't fucking invent anything. Like, yeah, sure, you have like 2 trans people that like made some music in Minecraft and like worked on a game studio that's like collapsing already because they've accepted too much degenerate bullshit anyways. Like, the argument here is that like in a free marketplace, like it is the leftists and the looters that steal from the productive people to push degeneracy that allows degeneracy to flourish within human society. And if you simply defund those things tend to naturally die off and go down of their own accord because they are propped up by socialism and by the state. Like, don't go down this route of like, and the Patriot Act and all these other forms of government growth.
Seem like the growth of government.
Yeah,
has...
but that's a correlate. If I could point to you where there's
no,
large,
I'm just asking. But I'm
yeah,
asking,
so
is there any correlation or any causation?
There's some correlation, and I'll grant that there's some correlation. But I can also point to large government apparatuses where the state is entirely in control, where there's no degeneracy because you just face the wall in those governments, right? Sure. So the thing is that just correlating that because government has grown in size and degeneracy has also grown in size, it's not a good argument.
I mean, yeah, sure, but like look at Iran, right? Like people get thrown in fucking mental institutions because they're having a breakdown because they got beat up by the morality police and they decided to walk outside in their underwear and tell them to go fuck themselves, right? Like that is the extreme form of like authoritarian rule against degeneracy. And you have like tons of gay people transing themselves so that they can be accepted, so that they don't get thrown off of a rooftop for being gay. You know what I mean? Like there are deleterious effects beyond simply the cost of imposing morality.
Because I can point to complete authoritarian regimes where there's none of that at all, and the government's totally in charge. So the thing is that
so what regimes are you thinking of?
I would guess that like places like North Korea, right? If you engage in degenerate actions, X bad thing happens to you, I would assume. So I'm just saying that the correlate itself is not enough to say that that is the cause. I think that NGOs are also a huge cause of these things, even NGOs which start.
Right. It's like you utilize North Korea, right? And it's like, okay, all right, so they don't have the degeneracy, right? Presumably, right? We don't know because, like, not too many people make it out of there alive. But, like, let's assume that they don't have the degeneracy. How's that working out for them on other metrics? How's that working out for, like, infant mortality or, like, how well they're fed or, like, like what are the other material conditions, economic growth, innovation, right? Like, yeah, you can stamp out degeneracy with government power, but it comes at a cost. Okay, and you can't, right? Like it always comes at a cost. It's a trade-off. If you're willing to sacrifice everything to stop degeneracy, well, guess what? You sacrificed everything.
Absent any type of government movement at all, or massive think tanks which are privately funded. And oftentimes you see what'll happen with like the
massive think tanks that are privately funded, except they're funded by NGOs. They're funded by the fucking CIA and the State Department that magically loses fucking $1 trillion every year and can't figure out where they're going. Like, I don't disagree that many of these think tanks have private funding from, corporations and from activist organizations and, from people that, are donating money to a Democrat running, and then they have leftover money. And then, that vote blue, magically ends up going to some other activist organization, or the government comes in and says that you have to pay union dues because you're not in a right to work state, and then those union dues end up being funneled towards these other private institutions. Like, yeah, I mean, sure, they're privately funded, but it ain't all fucking Soros, my guy.
LGBTQ community and things like this, they create their own independent think tanks and NGOs, which then begin a mass lobbying campaign against morality. And once
Yes, a lobbying campaign. They create lobbying campaigns. They try to use the power of the state towards their will. And let me tell you, it's not about fucking gay marriage. It's about teaching kids about trans ideology and crazy shit like that.
Once you have a lobbying campaign against morality, there's no real good reason why you should reduce government, because you can't make good claims for why you should. Just like, why should we do any of this stuff? What happens with these LGBTQ think tanks especially, They'll even go into Christian churches, things like this. They offer them bags of money to reevaluate the messaging inside of these churches. These are apparatuses which then go and bribe the government. And these are private institutions. They all start as private institutions. The government's not commissioning.
But then they go and bribe the government.
Yeah, but the government.
Right, they're private institutions bribing the government, and you think that they're not getting government funding. Like, that's not how that works. Like, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, like, what does that mean? Okay, like, what is an NGO? Okay, it's not a charity organization. It's an organization that sets itself up to work within the bounds of the state. Right? The difference between a charity organization and an NGO is that an NGO is legally allowed to lobby the government. Okay, so how much, like, we get so much money. It's incalculable. We have no idea how much it is. We know that it's in the hundreds of billions of dollars of your tax money gets stolen by this giant state apparatus, gets funneled to NGOs, and those NGOs then lobby the government itself for more power and more money. Like, these are pseudo private entities. And many of them, and it's a revolving door of government officials that are connected with the government that end up sitting on the boards of all of these institutions anyways.
But here's the thing.
Part of it.
But here's the thing. I think that private institutions will always either form a government or make moves to subvert a government because it's in their best interest to monopolize force. It's in their best interest to do it, just like it's in our best interest as Christians to monopolize the force apparatus of the state as well. If you want to scale back aspects of the state, fuck, great. I want to scale back aspects of the state too.
Well,
but that really ultimately has
so
nothing to do.
What aspects do you want to scale back?
Oh, I'd like to scale back, especially social spending when it comes to social safety nets. I'd like to scale back a lot.
Why would you want to? I'm just curious. I don't mean to interrupt you, but so why do you want to scale back social aspects of the state?
Because I think that many of those social aspects are violations of ethical concerns. So an ethical concern of robbing Peter to pay Paul, various things like this, I think that those are unethical. Those are ethics concerns.
Okay, and why? Why is that unethical?
It's unethical because I follow Christian ethics, and under this particular ethical framework, we would say that this type of theft would be incorrect, and that the state apparatus is not really their concern to move into that. That would be charitable organizations which would move into doing distribution that way.
I'm so curious.
It's right. It's theft. Okay. What other forms aren't theft?
About this. So I just have to ask because you kind of like grilled me before about what my ethics are. So what is it? So
we share the same we share the same ethics. So I don't know what your argument is.
I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question. So robbing Peter to pay Paul, why is that unethical? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying that if you have centralized relocation from the successful to the non-successful, the reason that this becomes an ethical concern is because you're engaging in theft, obvious theft.
Okay, but isn't that always what government does by its nature?
No.
Is robbing Peter to pay Paul?
No, I don't think that taxation is necessarily theft in many circumstances. I think it can be theft.
What makes it theft in your description, but not in others?
In which description?
So you just said it's obviously theft to rob Peter to pay Paul. So what made that theft and what makes it not theft in other situations?
Well, maybe I'm not understanding the question correctly. Can you give me an example?
You just said in your example that this was robbing Peter to pay Paul and it's theft. So what makes it theft in that situation, but not theft in other situations?
Like what other situation are you talking about? Dude, I just need a comparison real quick so I understand what you're asking.
What makes it in any other situation that government takes money from people not theft, but in the one you just labeled theft?
You mean, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying, why is it theft to take a bunch of money out of a rich guy's account and give it to a guy, who's just poor because you want to, versus some other unique situation like infrastructure spending or things like this?
What you just said, Andrew. Stop buying time, man. I'm just curious.
I'm not trying to buy time. I just want to get it clarified. I just want it clarified. I don't think that infrastructure spending is theft. I don't think that taxation, property taxation even is theft. I don't think those things are theft. I think that
is robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't understand. Right? So because of the social contract, I don't understand.
A direct taking of your account for the purposes of giving it to a social group based on immutable characteristics is theft. That would be theft.
I'm just curious. What makes that theft?
That you're taking a thing which does not belong to you and creating a distribution of the thing which doesn't belong to you.
But so why wouldn't that be true for property taxes?
Because you don't actually own the property.
Right. So, but you just said they're taking something that doesn't belong to you. So, do you actually own that property?
No. This is why I'm saying that the construction, the construction of.
Okay, but then that would be true of robbing Peter to pay Paul because you don't actually own it, right? Like that doesn't. Like you can't say it's theft in one domain and not in another, based upon the type of government service. If your claim is that the property tax is valid because you don't own property, like that, right? Like that would be true across all forms of. That would be true of all forms of taxation. If taxation isn't theft because it spends infrastructure, and then you go, okay, but do you believe in property tax? And you say no because you don't own property. Well, do you own money but not property? Or do you own other thing like you own? Can you own currency but not property? Where is the is that the distinction, that currency is owned but property isn't? Because currency is just a means by which of trade that is designed for the property that you own.
Of ownership is just that, a construction.
Yeah,
so property
Andrew,
is a
hold on,
construction.
Andrew, I think I have you in something here, and I think you know I do. Why was it
No,
theft
I just
in your
want to make
example?
sure I'm clarifying it.
Why was it theft in your example? Why did you own it in your example but not in mine?
Because I don't really understand your example. That's why I'm trying to get it clarified.
It wasn't mine. It was yours. I'm saying
Yes, the
your
example
You
of
called it
scaling
theft.
back to rob Peter to pay Paul. I would say that is theft. However,
Why?
Taxation for property, I would not say it is, because
when
it's
you're
based,
robbing Peter to pay
because
Paul,
it's based,
why is it theft?
Yeah, because it's based around the construction which we have for theft or non-theft for property. That's the point.
If I may, if I could try to clarify, I'm not trying to make
Right. So he's just saying it's axiomatically true because we say so. That's your final argument? Like, come on, man. It's a contradiction. Either you own property or you don't own property. If you own the property, then and you believe that taking the property for other people is theft, or you don't believe that that's theft. What is the distinct difference between infrastructure, right, where you're building roads? Is it because you're taking what you own and giving it to other people? Is it somehow magically, like, is there a magical difference where you're giving it to another individual specifically as opposed to giving it to the community? Right. And if so, explain that. Is this just social contract theory? Like what is the explanation there? Because like you don't get a choice in how the infrastructure is spent. You don't it's not voluntary. Like, so it's okay to take your property for infrastructure, and it becomes magically not your property when it's taken for infrastructure, because a greater good of people whom you recognize are full of leftist evil people want to utilize that towards your supposed benefit. Well, the same would be true of any other government program. The same would be true of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's for your supposed benefit that there aren't homeless people around. It's for your supposed benefit that, you know, college institutions are able to churn out people with college degrees that makes them, you know, gives them a return on investment and has better, you know, economic conditions in the country. It's like literally it is the same rationale that the state uses on all of its government programs.
Make anyone's argument.
Yeah. Just clarify what he's talking about.
This is what's going on. Dave's saying, like, look, if under your theory, all taxation would be theft because it's taking away from a person and giving to someone else. You seem to be saying it's not theft if it's giving to sort of a public good. So like property tax to pay for roads, that's not theft. But property tax, presumably you would say this property tax to pay for welfare for single mothers, that would be theft, or to pay for LGBT issues or something like that. So he's saying, why isn't the property tax always theft? And you seem to be saying it's only theft if that money is given to particular entities. He's asking why that's the case.
Oh, based on immutable versus non-immutable. So if you are utilizing infrastructure and things like this, and you're paying for that infrastructure, you have local levies which are gone through and voted on for that infrastructure. That can't be theft, because essentially the majority of your population is volunteering to move that money into the government coffers for that purpose.
But that's true of fucking TANF and Social Security and college funds. Like that, your argument holds true for all government programs.
Purpose. Whereas there is no such thing as voluntarism when it comes to the government levying your account. That's not voluntary and never has been. However, you have what's called, I'm going to explain. You have what's called duties, right? Duties can trump theft. For instance, you could say if you own yourself and the government conscripts you, that they're stealing you. Are they stealing you, Dave?
I'm sorry. Are they stealing
If the government conscripts you, you have a duty to go. A duty to go defend your homeland if you are conscripted for war. Is the government stealing you?
If they're enslaving you, sure.
It's enslavement to be conscripted in a draft
Yeah,
to defend
sure.
your homeland.
Yes, obviously.
Well, I mean, look, you see, to defend your homeland. How about if they conscript you to go over to Ukraine and fight the Russians? Is that enslaving you?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is, because I think you do have duties.
So if your government, led by Joe Biden, decides that you're now conscripted and you will be on a plane over to Ukraine to fight on the front lines, they haven't enslaved you.
No, I don't think so. I think you have duties still in society. Don't you think you have duties to be conscripted? Like if you were attacked.
No, I think we have lots of duties, but I think if Joe Biden tells you to go die on the front
you
lines
might be
of
able to make
Ukraine,
good moral. You might be able to make good moral. Bro, you might be
resist that.
Dave. You might be able to make good moral objections to this type of draft, and the duty itself. That's fine. However, if your homeland's attacked and you're conscripted, that's okay, right? But how is that not enslavement then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
No, it's not okay. It's not. No, fuck you. It's not okay to enslave me to presumably protect my homeland. No, it's not. Like there's no like where are where are you deriving this duty that I have a moral responsibility to protect the homeland? Like if someone comes to my property, I don't even have a duty to protect my property. Like if I have a wife and children, right, like you could say that I have a moral duty based upon, the agreed upon marriage, the contract that I voluntarily engaged in with my wife to protect them. You might even be able to say that someone's a piece of shit even if they don't, right? Like I could, but again, a duty requires a sacrifice. You don't have duties. The only duties that you have are things that you already agreed to do. Those are the only duties that exist. You don't have a moral duty to protect your children. I would say that you should. I would say that you ought. Okay? But again, and you could call that a moral duty, if you will. And that's fine. But what I won't say is that, I get to use violence to stop you from in that regard. I won't say if someone is a coward and they don't defend their family from a home invasion, that now I get to use state power to imprison them because they chose not to fight the robbers that invaded their home. And the same is true with conscription to defend the homeland, but to an even bigger degree because it's not my fucking property. It's other people's property. Like you could say that someone is a coward if China invades, right? And the government comes in and says, who will voluntarily take up arms to stop the Chinese? And then I say, fuck you, I'm not doing it. You can make a moral claim that I had a duty to do so. You can make the moral claim that I am a coward for not doing so. But that's not the same thing as whether or not the state should then throw me in a cage for refusing to do so, or that the state can point a gun at me and say, do it or else we blow your brains out. Like no, that's enslavement. That absolutely is enslavement. It doesn't magically not become enslavement because you think that you have a moral obligation to defend your shores against China.
Not saying it is. Or maybe
well, right, it's not. Or it is. It's enslavement to be drafted to protect the homeland if it's attacked by a foreign.
Yes, it's absolutely enslavement if you become drafted and conscripted and you have no other choice.
Enemy, Dave?
Yes.
Also, it's not even effective. Like the draft is a really, really shitty way of doing of engaging in military. Like when people don't want to be there because they don't voluntarily sign up, you have to use violence and order in order to force them into these things. And not only that, you end up with like this really weak NCO corps because you have a fuck ton of like inexperienced like soldiers. And you have an NCO corps that's now stretched thin because they're not voluntary soldiers that went through years and years and years of military engagement. So now they have the experience to lead soldiers and make good decisions on the ground. Instead, you have a really small, limited NCO corps and a bunch of lesser soldiers underneath them, many of whom who don't want to be there. So their NCO corps, instead of making intelligent decisions on the ground and interpreting orders in combat situations, they're just trying to maintain order and discipline. And so you waste your NCO corps and stretch it thin, and you lack a good NCO corps. It's way, way, way more effective to just have a voluntary police force. Even when you need a whole bunch more people, you go like, hey, we're going to pay you a $50,000 sign-on bonus, right? You find ways to get people to choose what it is that they value in order to enter that military service. And this is completely apart from it's completely separate from the argument that it's somehow not enslavement because you have this moral duty to protect the homeland, right? But it's not even effective. Again, like Dave Smith should have come in at this position not trying to engage in this like philosophical position, because it's too much of a pain in the ass to like elucidate in a debate format on a show where you only really have like an hour or two in order to really get into it. You should have just done an internal critique and be like, yeah, it's not effective. You don't get what you want by doing that. Like it's just a bad move. So like you're saying, oh, you have this moral duty, you have this obligation. Okay, but like it's going to suck. It's literally going to have the opposite outcome of what you want. It's going to cause more problems than it solves.
Essentially, yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Look,
great. So no duty at all. No duties.
Here's the thing is that it's funny because you start laughing, but then like you can't, when I say if you were grabbed, gun put to your head and dragged out to the Ukrainian front lines and forced to fight on the Ukrainian front lines, you can't say, yes, that is me being enslaved.
I think you can make moral objections to it. Yeah.
Hold on. Then you turn it to what if like people are, invading our country. Okay. So I'll say this. If people were invading our country and people like a foreign army is coming up through my neighborhood, I think you sure could make a moral argument that I have a responsibility to go to those front line.
Right. This is the point when we're talking about the draft. We're not talking past each other.
Let me just finish this. So I think you could make an argument that I have a moral responsibility to go to the front lines and start fighting to make sure my family is okay.
What if you don't have a family?
Leave finish.
Huh?
What if you don't have a family? It's just
all right. Now Andrew's just getting like a little debate bro and keeps interrupting and shit. Like, just let him make the fucking argument.
Okay, but I'm talking about me, and I do. So anyway, let me finish.
But what if you didn't? Would you have a moral obligation then?
Great. So let me just finish.
Okay.
So, but if I say make the judgment that I go, you know what? There's too many of them. We got to retreat. And we got to try to surround them and come back. And someone puts a gun at my face and goes, no, you have to go to the front line right now. Then yeah, in essence, they have enslaved me.
So then you're making my point again so that you understand.
No, I'm not.
Well, yeah, I'll explain how. When you're talking about duties, you asked me, you said, would it be a duty? So I'm talking about what is a current duty. So I'm saying, yeah, currently that would be your duty. But some moral objections which you could make would be about a just. You could say it's an unjust war, so therefore it doesn't fall under my duties. You are making the exact same claim. This is an unjust war. It doesn't fall under my duties. Right. So if I'm conscripted, though, for a just war, like an invasion, then it does fall under duty. So then it's not enslavement. Right.
Well, no. Like if someone doesn't want to fight, if someone wants to take their family and run and protect their family, you're saying like Andrew Wilson is saying that you have a duty to abandon your wife and children to whatever forces may come and rape and kill them so that you can go fight on the front lines so that America can be saved. Fuck America in that instance. I'm grabbing my guns and I'm fucking getting the fuck out of America and I'm abandoning my property and I'm protecting my family the best way that I think I can. If I believe that I can, that I can do a better job of protecting my family by going to the vanguard, then I may do so. But if I believe that the best way to protect my family is to fucking run and go out into the mountains where I have family in Appalachia and defend, a mountain, which is a super easily defensible position away from population centers, right? Then that's what I'm a fucking do. Like, so even then you would have a conflict in duties, the conflict being your duty to your family versus your duty to your nation. I don't recognize that there's any duty to the nation whatsoever, but even if I did, that would be a moral obligation. That moral obligation actually wouldn't be a moral obligation. It would just be again, this is what I'm talking about. Let me back up just a little bit. This is what I'm talking about when I say, yeah, Christianity is way on my list of things I have issues with. But again, why I think Christianity is just wrong from an objectivist perspective is that Christianity, or at least as Andrew Wilson is presenting it in this very argument, is that you have a moral duty for sacrifice. That it is morally good to go against your own rational self-interest. It is morally good for the greater good to give up your life and to give up your liberty and to lay your life or your property down for the greater good. And this is altruism. This is where evil begins. It is quite literally proof that Christianity is evil, because it goes against your rational self-interest. It goes against you as a conscious being able to go out into the world and shape the environment according to your will and in a non-aggressive manner. Instead, it says that you have a moral duty to give up your life, to give up what is best for you, so that you can sacrifice for humanity. And it's the same argument that is made for welfare. The argument from welfare is the exact same argument. The argument is you must give up some of your property so that other people can live in a way that is, meaningful. Other people are starving. So it is your moral duty, your obligation to give up your property, what you worked for, what the things that you did to go out and shape the environment to your will. You must give those things up, and you actually don't have a right to those things. And the reason you don't have a right to those things is because it's for the greater good. And that greater good argument can be made a million different ways. There is the axioms are the same. With Christianity, they are the same axioms as with Marxism and socialism. Right? You want to play that game, right? Where all of a sudden we're the same because we both want to get in power and then utilize the state towards our own means, which is literally every political party, except there's somehow no distinction between abolishing state entities and growing those state entities. The axiom here that self-sacrifice is a moral duty and obligation for the greater good is evil. And you're seeing Andrew make it here. You're seeing Andrew say that it is morally the right thing that you must do, and we can use violence to force you to do, is conscripting into service to protect the nation. That's evil. That is evil. What if I want to protect my family a different way? What if I don't want to stand and fight in your war for your country? That, even if it is my country, even if it is my homeland, why do I not have a right to abandon my homeland when an invading force comes in? Are we somehow magically always the good guys? Because I can tell you a lot of fucking reasons that people might invade us because of shit that we've done overseas. I'm not fucking protecting that. I did my time in the army. I'm good.
Right. However, in both situations, it still would be enslavement by your ideology. You don't really have duty here.
That's not really the distinction. The distinction is,
yeah, the thing is that yes, by libertarianism, it would be enslavement still. Dave Smith is just fucking confused.
Is whether voluntarism versus force. So no, I'm not saying that. Like, if there could be a just war where someone still flees and abandons the war. But that doesn't mean that if they were but look, even whether you
dereliction of duty,
whether you think it's justified or not, it would still be enslaving someone to force them to be a soldier in that war.
So if
you want to be a part of it.
So if you're conscripted and your homeland is under attack, you have no greater duty to defend your homeland.
It depends on the situation, man. Look, there were lots of people in Ukraine who fled, and I don't know that they were wrong. I don't know. Listen, a situation like the war in Ukraine, the United States of America and NATO provoked Russia for decades. Literally just poked this fucking bear.
Dude, this is on a tangent that has nothing, no bearing on the moral.
No. It has total bearing. Give me 2 seconds and you'll understand what I'm saying. They poked this bear over and over again until Russia invaded. And then when Russia invaded and Ukraine was about to get fucked up, look, I understand where there'd be people in Ukraine who wanted to jump on the front lines and fight again. But I also understand where there'd be people who go, listen, I got to try to get my family out and get the hell out of here. So it's not so black and white as to like whether like there's this situation where someone invades your country and it's just justified to fight back against them. I think maybe if you're listening,
we're talking not about that. We're talking about conscription, though. So I do, and I'll steel man the point. Yeah,
right. Yeah, Yes, you're talking about conscription. He's saying that the people that fled weren't morally wrong in some dereliction of duty to take their family and get the fuck out of there.
Listen.
Let me steel man the point.
Last point on this, then we're
Okay.
going to get to closing statements because we
All
have
right.
a lot of super chats and questions from the audience. So
Yeah. So let me just steel man your point. Your point is, look, this isn't so black and white. There could be situations where I could see conscription as being a duty. I can see it as not being a duty. I'm not arguing that. I just want a concession that at least sometimes it must be. And if at least sometimes it must be a duty, then you do have greater duties than just owning you. Just owning you can't be enough. There must be additional duties on top of that, like conscription.
Well, look,
okay.
if you're saying just owning me, again, I have a ton of duties on top of just owning me. I have a duty, an obligation to protect my wife, my kids, to provide for them, to give them a great life.
If you own yourself, why do you have such a duty?
Again, from what we said at the very beginning, it has nothing to do with owning myself. I do own myself. And why do I have such a duty? Because I believe in God, and God wants me to be a great father and a great husband.
So God owns you.
Okay. Listen, there's never a good place to end. I know that it sucks.
Yeah, Dave Smith did fucking atrocious in this. Like, this was so bad. I'm gonna listen to closing statements and then I'm gonna wrap it up. Obviously I'll react to said closing statements, but yeah, I mean, this is the worst showing of libertarianism that I've seen in quite a long time. And this is from somebody that isn't like one of those prags, which, you know what I mean? Like that, like he should have done, and someone that is supposedly very skilled in debates. It was a lot of cope, a lot of crying, a lot of bad mistakes. And then worse than all of those things combined is a whole bunch of different times where he just admitted that, like, he doesn't believe in the non-aggression principle, that he's a Friedmanite, like, utilitarian libertarian. I don't know, man. Like, Dave Smith needs to read some philosophy before he fucking goes back into any of these debates. And then he needs to learn that, like, you don't go into a debate platform and try and argue argumentation ethics. So it's a lesson that I had to learn, right? That, like, there are certain things that, like, unless that is the specific debate topic, you just don't go into things that take an hour-long explanation to get through.
We could keep going on with this. What we're going to do is do closing statements.
And fucking Andrew did a great job. Andrew fucking decimated this position. He was prepared well. He understood a lot of these things. I mean, he made some bullshit statements and fallacious arguments, but, like, who the fuck doesn't in a debate? You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect him to be the king of libertarian philosophy. And in fact, he had to teach Dave Smith libertarianism halfway through the fucking the debate anyways.
All right. Up to 7 minutes apiece. We will start with Dave. You can say whatever you want. Andrew, don't interrupt. And then Andrew can say whatever he wants. So you can summarize the debate. You get any positions that you wanted to clarify, whatever you like for 7 minutes. Then we'll get to some audience questions. So go ahead, Dave. Floor is yours.
All right. Well, look, let me just say before we...
Something counterproductive is conservatives calling people selfish for not having kids, implying that having kids is net negative to oneself. Implying that... Wait. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. I mean, like, the problem is that selfish should be a good word, right? Like, I think really like selfishness is the height of morality. Like, anytime you do something selfish, that is a morally good thing. There's no such thing as selfishness that is immoral, right? Selfishness is good. And when you say, well, what if you steal something, then that's selfish? Well, like, no, that's aggression. That's short-sighted, and that's not selfish. In fact, that's against your own rational self-interest. So that's the exact opposite of selfish. That's engaging in irrational criminality. But I get what you're saying, right? Like, if they believe that selfishness is like a negative or bad thing, right, then saying, well, by not having kids, you're being selfish, which is to say that you're hoarding your wealth for yourself, or you're hoarding your resources and time, et cetera, for yourself. And that means that, like, if you were to choose to have kids, that having those kids would actually be, something that is a net negative, that you don't gain more from it. Like, you're absolutely right that, like, what you really should be saying, selfishness thing aside, right? Because obviously most people don't view selfishness in, like, from an objectivist perspective. But, like, what you really should be saying is, like, you're destroying yourself. Like, you're ruining yourself. You're ruining your life. Like, what is going to happen when you're 45 years old and you have no one to visit you for Christmas? Like, what are you going to do when you've made all your money and you've achieved all the things you want to achieve? Are you just going to be happy sitting there, with your name on a placard somewhere, Like, where is your legacy? Where is the continuing of your ideal? You know, like where are the people that can come to you for wisdom when you're old? All of those things are gone. You know, and I think you can adopt, and that's fine, right? I think you can, there are even ways to go about it in other perspectives, like, you know, becoming a teacher, right? Becoming a mentor, right? There are other ways to pass on your knowledge and your legacy that don't require having children. And we shouldn't necessarily just immediately like chastise people that choose not to have children. But I would say that for most people, having a child is the greatest gift and the greatest joy that you'll ever have. And that, yeah, it requires sacrifice in the sense that it requires your time and your money and things of that nature. But that's not what sacrifice is. Sacrifice is when you give up something without value in return. And having your own children is the ultimate value in return. That's not a sacrifice, right? Sacrifice is when you give up money because someone's poor and you just think that you have a moral duty to give up the money. Sacrifice is when you think you have a moral duty to go fight on the front lines to protect your nation state. Now, if you legitimately and deeply value your nation state, then that's not really a sacrifice, is it? Right? Because you're not giving up something of nothing. You're not giving up something of no value. You're giving up something of value in return for something that you value greatly, which is your nation state. And the same is true of, you know, protecting your family and your children. Yes, sub, join, and super chat. I appreciate it.
We go to these questions. I will say I have the feeling that Andrew annoyed me a bit in this debate, but I have a feeling I would really like the guy if we just hung out. And I actually have enjoyed some of the back and forths that we've had on this. So I would just say that I think there's been some points that are made here that I don't think accurately reflect the position that I'm taking. And perhaps I've been unfair in some of the positions Andrew's taking. So let's just say I own a book. Like, let's say, I don't know, one of these books right here. Okay, here, I got a book. Okay, I own this book. Now, it's a really good book to me. Now, let's say I get that book. Now, I've read it. I've actually read it twice. But let's just say I bought that book and I own it. And instead of reading it, I burned it. And you were to say, wait a minute, Dave, do you own that book? If you own it, it would be wrong for you to burn it rather than read it. The point is that, yes, I probably agree with you. It would be a better thing for me to do to read that book than to burn it. That has nothing to do with whether I own it or whether it would be right for someone else to come by force and take it away from me. I think that's kind of like...
That's a weird way of making the argument, but I guess I get it.
Like the difference that's been, we've been talking past each other a little bit. I think that some of these outlandish examples about, well, if you really believe in self-ownership, then you can have no...
Look, I agree that the Q&A portion probably has a lot of value in it. I also agree that it's a few minutes before midnight, and I am 5 hours and 34 minutes and 55 seconds into the stream, and I am 1 hour and 31 minutes out of just under 3 hours of this thing. And so I would have to go like another 4 hours and 45 minutes probably to get through the Q&A, and I'm not doing it, especially since I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow and I have the kids this weekend.
No moral qualms about what anyone does with their self-ownership just isn't accurate. And I think that in the world we're living in, and
right, you need, like, this is a problem with Dave Smith, is that he doesn't have clear definitions for anything, right? Like, you need to say ownership is the right to exclude, right? That is what ownership means. Is that I and only I can utilize a resource, and I can exclude other people from utilizing that resource. And that is kind of what we mean by self-ownership, is that I have a right to exclude other people's usage of my body. Now, that is derived from bodily autonomy, which is what we're really talking about here, is that I have bodily autonomy, and that we, by agreeing and conversing, we recognize that the other person is in control of their body, that the other person is in control of their functions, and that if I want to resolve things, and if I want to, that I recognize via argumentation that it is preferable. I'm establishing an ethical norm, and it is preferable via this conversation that we engage in argumentation and recognizing that the other person is their own person with their own ideas, and that they themselves are in control of themselves as an ethical norm form of resolving conflict. And that if you choose to say that a system is conflict, that a system is ethically justifiable, that it is a system of ethics by which we ought which we ought govern ourselves, or rules of which we ought follow. If we wish to say that it is an ethical framework, it must be conflict reducing, not conflict inducing. It is not a valid system of ethics to have a system of ethics that engages past the cultural norm that we, and the ethical norm that we are establishing by this very conversation, by proving and showcasing that I recognize you as I recognize your bodily autonomy, and I recognize your exclusive control over your body and over your thoughts, and that it is preferable that I engage in these conversations with you. I cannot then at the same time say that we ought induce conflict and that we ought induce violence. And the only system of conflict reduction is one by which it is the non-aggression principle. That is the only system, and capitalism, unfettered by government control and unfettered by socialism, is the only economic system that is commiserate with the non-aggression principle. You can choose to go live on your hippie commune if you so choose, but you must recognize private property rights, and you must recognize other people's property and right to their body. You don't get to rape people. You don't get to murder people. You don't get to do any of those things and then claim that you are morally just, that you are, and that your system that has rape or murder or theft baked into them is a morally just system, because that is a conflict-inducing system. It is the antithesis to a system of ethics. And when you engage in attempting to justify might makes right, you engage in arguing against reason, against rationality, and you're engaged in a performative contradiction, because you are in one way, via the argumentation itself, recognizing my bodily autonomy and recognizing the ethical norm that we ought not engage in violence for conflict resolution, and at the same time you are creating a system that you're attempting to justify at the exact same time that you're engaged in that behavior, and that behavior is the stronger one because your behavior matters more than your words. You're engaged in trying to justify the non-recognition of bodily autonomy, the non-recognition of the rights, and in justify a system that you call ethics, which is a contradiction in and of itself, in a conflict-inducing system. And that we must, and that the non-aggression principle and the first user principle by which we establish property rights is the only one that is not conflict-inducing but conflict-reducing. In all other forms of what we ought or ought not do, libertarianism has nothing to say about that. Libertarianism doesn't tell you that prostitution is morally good. It doesn't tell you that transing yourself is morally good. It just says that you don't get to use a gun and blow the brains out of people if they refuse to go be put in a cage because they go and do these things. That you don't get to do those things and call yourself morally just, and you don't get to say that that is what an ethical society does. That's all it says. Libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. And what libertarianism, because libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory, we recognize that dysfunction and degeneracy fail over time. That it is a game theory. That when you have a society that is that accepts degeneracy and accepts dysfunction, that those things by definition do not function towards human flourishment in society. And that we ought build, and these claims are not libertarian, but these claims are a moral claim above that, which is that we ought not engage in those behaviors, that we ought engage in a society that isn't dysfunctional and that isn't degeneracy. And furthermore, we recognize that those societies, those people that are excised, those people that are forcibly removed from the good societies will fail. Those people will fail to be able to generate wealth. They will fail to be able to generate innovation. They will fail to be able to promulgate large functional families. Instead, what they will do over and over again is engage in the very things that harm themselves and that don't lead towards their own rational self-interest. And it is those cities upon a hill that are free to engage but choose not to engage, that voluntarily choose to be better, that will achieve great success. And lastly, don't call yourself a fucking Christian and then disobey the commandments of God that thou shalt not steal. Don't try and justify things that are against God's commands itself. And if you need fucking further reference, read 1 Samuel 8, Israel asks for a king, and recognize that when you ask for this state governing authority to come in and control people's lives instead of communally coming together and choosing to be a culture that follows God's will, that you are yourself rejecting God as your king. There is why you need fucking libertarianism, both logically and consequentially, why libertarianism is absolutely better than Christian populism, because Christian populism, as is defined by those statist fucks, is a contradiction in terms 1,000 times over. That's what you should say. Not, this is a book, can I burn the book? The government shouldn't come in and like take my book.
And this is something, again, that the paleo-conservatives, their best thinkers, please, anybody listening, go read Pat Buchanan or Paul Gottfried or Sam Francis or any of these guys. One of the things that they understood was that part of the reason why American society has degenerated so much, part of the reason why we've had such a divergence from normalcy in our culture is because the government...
So Fabian is saying that the words behind Dave are his caption and an accurate one. Yeah, fair enough.
Has gotten more and more powerful. And if you want to have more power in the hands of communities and churches and parents and families, you want to reduce the size and scope of government. So that's what I would say. And whatever Andrew wants to finish with before we go into questions.
Okay, sounds good. Andrew, you got up to 7 minutes. Go ahead.
You would like me. I'm a real fun guy to be. I'm just a fun guy, Dave. Okay. So the thing is I did enjoy the debate. Just so you know, I don't take any of this kind of stuff personally. I think that this type of discourse, as brutal as it can be, and as entertaining as I think it is for people because it's so brutal, I don't feel like you're a guy who holds personal grudges. And it seems like you kind of enjoy, as much as you might not have enjoyed some aspects of it, I think that you probably enjoy the back and forth as much as I do. Ultimately, though, you have to reevaluate some things here, I think, ultimately. And I'm still going to bring you around to my way of thinking. And perhaps next time we won't do a debate, but we'll just do a good old-fashioned convo. The first thing is that you kind of pretend and are pretending to the audience that these are extreme examples of things which I bring up, but they're not. These are things which are happening right now. We have incest.
I mean, first of all, they are extreme examples because they're rare, but that doesn't mean that they're not happening right now. And that doesn't mean that they're not valid critiques. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't go to the logical conclusion so that you can test someone's principles. And when you did that, you proved that Dave Smith doesn't have those principles.
Laws, examples of things which I bring up, but they're not. These are things which are happening right now. We have incest law.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily like proof that he's a Republican infiltrator because he tells people to, read those paleo-conservative argumentation. Because, I mean, the paleo-libertarian, paleo-conservative movement in many ways is, a strategy, a Ron Paul strategy, as well as a Rothbardian strategy, right? To gain conservatives in their, in a step-by-step process, right? Like, I don't think telling Andrew Wilson's audience on the Crucible to read Mises or Hoppe is going to be that effective of a strategy for most of them, especially Mises. Maybe Hoppe or Rothbard, right? But I just don't think that that's going to speak to them well. It's going to be like a conversion is going to be a much slower process. So I don't resent Dave Smith in any way, shape, or form for saying yeah, go read, Buchanan. Go, if you're going to call yourself a paleocon, go read these paleocon people. Don't just call yourself a paleocon, read them. And what you're going to get is a lot of, reduction in government and a lot of arguments that are very, libertarian leaning, liberty movement based, right? But aren't that thing. And if you're the type of person that would read Mises, that would read Rothbard, that would read Hans Hermann Hoppe, right? That would read Kinsella, I think you'll likely get there through those
examples of things which I bring up, but they're not. These are things which are happening right now. We have incest laws right now. We have laws against LGBTQ or for LGBTQ right now. These are social issues of our time, transitioning social issue of our time. These things are not things which are in a far away, far off land, in a far away future. These are right now, right here, right in our face, and we're discussing them as though they're right in our face because they are. And so when we get to the moral ought portion of this, You realized, I think, early on that you can't really justify self-ownership as anything other than a construction, and that your morality comes from God.
Yeah, I think Silk Fox has it on the head. He's more like an anti-war lefty conservative with conservative, or sorry, more like an anti-war lefty with conservative cultural values, and a murky libertarianism is the method of reconciling those. Yeah.
Early on that you can't really justify self-ownership as anything other than a construction, and that your morality comes from God. That's why I was willing to just kind of grant all the absurdity and say, sure, it's just God talking in my mind. Dave says, me too. It's like, great. Well, then we agree. It's all divine command. There's no ownership. It's just a social construct. Perfect. Now we know where we can go with our moral ought claims, how we get to where it is that we're going. Unfortunately, for these oughts, we're going to need enforcement. There's no way around it. And that's going to require some type of enforcement apparatus. Now, maybe it doesn't have to be the state. Fine. But I didn't hear anything absent the state.
Bro, hold on. Bro. All voice debate ban. That Momo/ghost, that kind of people ghosting this history. Welcome, person. Interesting introduction to the channel.
I never actually heard Dave say a word about why people can't engage in these if they own themselves. Unfortunately, he never really gave us any good reasons for why, if you do own yourself, why you can't engage in these absurd activities, other than he just really doesn't like them, other than to appeal to what I would, which is divine command. And if that's the case, you don't own yourself, and the non-aggression principle no longer makes sense.
I mean, Andrew's perfectly fucking valid in this in his critique here. Like Dave Smith didn't present a good argument, either internal critique consequentially or from the philosophical position. He gave like the beginning half of the philosophical argument, got grilled on it, and then got mad that he got grilled on it.
He never could justify that, ever. And that was kind of the core at the heart of this debate. When we get into duties, he says, I do have some duties and obligations, but when I ask him where they come from, it's from God. Again, it's divine command, which gives him these duties and obligation, not libertarianism. Libertarianism as a core isn't doing anything to advance what could be a duty inside of society. It's just unfettered rights. And all a right is a privilege absent a duty. When we get into whether or not can a person be conscripted, sometimes maybe, don't know, kind of, possibly. It just, it's context matters. It's like, okay, yeah, context matters, but at the core, can they, without them being slaves? I think that Dave kind of understands, yeah, there's a time and a place for that, where there's a greater duty that we have to appeal to. Overall, because it was combative, and we were...
Yeah, I do like his definition, like this is the Christian apologist definition that you hear often, right? Like that a right is a privilege absent a duty. Right, like I don't know that. Like, I mean, it depends on what you mean by privilege. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I think that comes from the concept that it's fake, right? So it's granted to you by some entity or whatever, right? Which I would presume is false, right? But nevertheless, like I don't even necessarily disagree with that framework. There is no duty, moral obligation, or duty there. That is separate from the right itself. Right, you can claim that there is a moral duty, and then you can chastise and go after people in that regard. The biggest thing that I think Andrew, like the biggest weakness that Dave Smith didn't push him on, despite all of the other problems that he had, right, is not grilling him on the fact that he kept claiming over and over again that like without state enforcement, there's no enforcement, right? Like this is just patently false. Right, like social enforcement is a thing, right? Like you can use violence and power against people that violate the non-aggression principle, and you can also use violence and power to excise and physically remove people from your property. It is the creation of public property. It is the creation of this property that we all kind of communally share, right? That creates this serious problem of like rights in that regard. It is the public property itself that is the problem, not the right itself, right? It's like when we look at, drug usage, for example, right? People have a right to do drugs. They have a right to poison themselves with these drugs if they so choose. I find it morally, problematic under most circumstances, but they still have that right to do that. But when we look at drug legalization in the state of Washington, well, what happened? Well, people were doing drugs in the parks. People were doing drugs on the streets. People were doing drugs in the roads. People were doing drugs at like these pseudo public facilities under government regulation. And so it's like you have this degeneracy everywhere. And it's like, well, this is what happens when you give people the freedom to act as they will. It's like wrong. This is what happens when you when you recognize people's rights to engage in this degeneracy, and then you enforce the degeneracy to be allowed on public property, the property that was purchased, built, and is maintained by stolen tax dollars, that you then allow this degeneracy to exist. It is the contradiction itself is the existence of this public property. The very problem with degeneracy is Andrew Wilson thinking that it's not theft in order to engage in taking and stealing money from people so that we can have infrastructure bills. It is that very infrastructure, that property for communal usage, that the left then utilizes to push degeneracy by saying that you have this right to the thing. No, you have a right to poison yourself if you want to, and you have a right to private property. And the public property is a fucking oxymoron. It is a conflict-inducing system because it is a scarce resource, and you have people that wish to use that scarce resource towards opposing means. That is the definition of conflict. That is the definition, and to say that that is justified is the is contradictory to saying that you have an ethical system. It is not an ethical system. Instead, we create conflict by creating public property, and then we try and resolve this conflict through voting, and then whoever loses the vote either puts up with it or faces the violence of the state. And that's why the degeneracy is on the fucking streets. I don't want gay pride around me, but guess what? When you have public roads and you have lefties that infiltrate public institutions and say, well, we have a right to be gay and we have a right to do our gay pride parades, guess what? You get individuals in leather fucking daddy gear slinging dick around the street where my kids are, in the name of pride and degeneracy, and there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it. And the reason is because you stole money from me for infrastructure bills so that we can have public roads. And then you want to double down on correcting this problem that you caused by then being like, oh, well, I caused the problem with public property, so now I'm going to fix the problem with like moral policing on the public property. Like, no, just make it private. And then we can forcibly remove the fucking degenerates and they can go live in their Tortuga somewhere where they're going to fucking fail because a bunch of degenerates aren't going to be able to fucking achieve anything.
Are coming at it from really different worldviews. I don't think we got to the heart of everything that either of us would have liked to have gotten to the heart of, but I did enjoy the spirited debate. And again, no grudges at all, Mr. Smith. And in the future, I'll just come on your show and and we'll have a good convo or something like that. But I do hope you did enjoy yourself at the very least. So thank you.
I did enjoy myself, Andrew, and thank you very much. I don't agree with your synopsis of my opinion, but I am definitely down to do another podcast together.
Well, cheers to you, sir.
Cheers, brother.
I had fun. I loved it.
We can drink? Are there nationalists? Are we're going to make that legal? All right, good.
Yes, good. I insist.
I enjoyed. I thought it was great. I would love.
All right, so I'm going to end it here. If you want to watch the Q&A portion, you probably already have because this is a 6-month-old debate. But you guys kept fucking asking me about it, and you kept bringing it up. So I was like, all right, well, fuck it. I guess I'll react to it, right? So I did the whole debate itself. I didn't do the Q&A portion. From what I understand, the Q&A portion was a little bit nicer, and like he came around and was a little bit more likable, and they got into a few other things. I would promise that I'll. What the hell? There we go. I would promise that I'll watch it or listen to it at some point, but apparently I fucking don't because I haven't done it in 6 months and I got a bunch of other shit to do. Casimir brought a tape measure to illustrate objective law. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check it out at some point. But I appreciate you guys. Hop in the Discord if you want to chit chat over the weekend. I'll be there occasionally. To be honest with you, I'm on Twitter more than I am on Discord when I have my kids because it's like easier to engage. On Twitter, I can just like pull up Twitter and talk shit. And also, a lot of times on the weekends, when my kids are here, is when I'm like trying to schedule interviews and stuff. If you have anybody that wants to talk, anybody that wants to debate or anything, DM me over Twitter or DM me over in Discord or at me in Discord. Follow me on X, follow me there, consider joining membership. It's only $3.99. You get a cool little badge, you get some emojis. I'm not going to gatekeep content from you guys, mostly because I don't have editors and shit. So I don't have the time to make extra content that's behind a paywall, nor do I really have the audience for it. And again, when I come back, I can't stress this enough. I'm going to try and do Sunday Fun Days. If I do Sunday Fun Day, I'll probably be playing Path of Exile 2 or something. But it's important for you guys to note, I have an autistic toddler and I have another toddler. And sometimes they don't sleep all weekend. Or sometimes they're both potty training in terms of going to sleep. So sometimes they pee in the bed and it becomes a problem. Okay. And so what ends up happening a lot of times is I get, one of them finally falls asleep, and then an hour later, one of them pees in the bed, and we have to clean all the sheets, and then they are up for 2 more hours, and then they finally fall asleep, and then the other one comes and wakes me up an hour and a half later, and then I'm by myself, and I have to go take them to the park and go do fun things and be a fun dad. And so a lot of times Sunday I'm just dead, but sometimes I get lucky and I get a whole fucking sleep. And if I get a whole sleep in, then I'll come on. We'll do a Sunday Fun Day. If not, then I'll probably be. I may or may not be streaming Monday. It depends. I have to take my mom to her doctor's appointments and shit Monday. But I probably will. I usually am doing debates. It just depends on the debate topic. So it's 90% I'll be back on Monday if I'm not, especially if I'm not doing anything Sunday. As a matter of fact, I will definitely be streaming either Sunday or Monday, but potentially not both. And then we'll have Wednesday and Thursday after that, like normal. And actually, hold on. Wednesday that might be Christmas. Hold on, let me. Wednesday is Christmas. I'm not streaming on fucking Christmas. I'll probably stream the 26th if anybody wants to, but there's no way I'm streaming on Christmas. My mom's probably gonna want to see me for a while. So yeah. Just another Maniac Monday. It's usually just Prime Guys. But if you want to see me be toxic and you want to help me out, follow me on X. Join the Discord. If you find something funny or based, turn it into a clip, and then when I get time, I'll turn them in. Just post them in the Discord, and I will. I'll turn them into YouTube shorts if they look good and that can make them under 60 seconds. Really, I'm looking for shit under 30 seconds if I can, but we'll see. But that helps the channel without having to spend any money, and I really appreciate it. Like, share, subscribe, follow me on Discord, Oh, and also, lastly, Discord's the only place you're guaranteed to get notifications. Every time I post a stream, I add everybody in Discord and I share it there, and there are other people that are in Discord that you can talk with, etc. But if you're just subscribed to the channel and you turn the notification bell on, you're not always getting the notifications when I go live. Right? I hear from a lot of people, they're like, oh shit, I didn't know you were live. I have notifications turned on. A lot of times you're not going to get those notifications. So consider joining the Discord, even if you don't want to engage that much, just so that you know when I'm going live, or to check out other people's content, right? Because there are other people in there as well. But I appreciate you guys. That was a fun debate. It was really sad. It's really sad on Dave Smith's part. I can't believe I'm 99% on fucking Andrew's side. Because we vehemently disagree on a bunch of stuff, but at least he fucking understands it. I feel worse having viewed it. But there is, immortalized is my reaction to it. There you go, boys. I'll see you guys either this weekend or Monday. And, if I don't see you guys then, because you're doing off other things, Merry Christmas. Thank you guys so much.